Chapter 240. King Lu listened quietly and didn't utter a single word. His eyes were dark and gloomy. When Eunuch Liao heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "I've never seen such a shameless person before." He knew that although this plan was simple, it was indeed the case. All the towns were facing the threat of being demoted, and some of them were even imprisoned. All the generals were in a state of panic. At this point, as long as they stretched out their hands, even if it was a straw, they would grab it. Even if they didn't dare to hate the emperor, they could still hate the crown prince. Eunuch Liao wanted to ask more questions, but noticed the eunuch standing at the door. He then snapped out of his daze and stood up. "King Lu, I was too engrossed in my conversation and forgot about the important matters. I'm here to inform you that the preparations for the Lantern Festival have been completed. You have to enter the palace to see the emperor." King Lu nodded his head and laughed. "Young Master Xie, although you're not the sect leader of Dark Altar sect, you're a Dao Master. I like you very much. This time, I shall enter the palace and fight for the title of Dao Master for you. You continue to advise me. When I ascend the throne, I shall reward you accordingly. You shall be given the title of True Sovereign." When Xie Dong heard this, he stopped smiling and bowed respectfully. He then smiled. "King Lu's kindness. This humble subject shall repay it with my life." King Lu stood up and waved his hands. "Get up. I shall enter the palace to see the emperor. The few of you shall discuss these plans in the afternoon and write them out. When I'm back, show them to me. The emperor's health hasn't been well lately. If we want to topple the crown prince, we have to hurry. If not, if the emperor dies, the crown prince can ascend the throne without a will. When that happens, even if we have a large army, we'll still be in a passive position. As for Free Cloud Sect and Pei Ziyun, they're just paradise. When the crown prince falls, I shall crush them into dust." "Yes," the two of them replied loudly. Xie Dong's heart trembled. He was a man who could see the bigger picture from small clues. Just from these words alone, he knew that King Lu's knowledge wasn't as little as he thought it was. When he told King Lu everything, he had unknowingly crossed the threshold of King Lu's trust. As he watched King Lu leave, Xie Dong's eyes were filled with melancholy. King Lu didn't seal me, nor did he have the authority to do so. But just now, I felt as though I was just a step away from becoming an Earth immortal, and the unbreakable barrier around me loosened. Obtaining the title of enlightened being might not be enough to break this barrier, but obtaining the title of true sovereign might be enough. Damn it, is this dragon energy really that strong? I, a Taoist cultivator, have been cultivating day and night for more than 10 years. Is that not even comparable to a piece of imperial edict? Even Taoism is shrouded in the shadow of the imperial court. Only a blessed land is a Taoism, but a blessed land, as the name suggests, is still a land. No matter how you look at it, it is easy to be affected by external forces. I'm afraid that they don't even need to mobilize tens of thousands of people to cut off rivers and move mountains. Only by becoming a paradise can one create their own heaven and earth. Although this heaven and earth is only a minor world, its defensive power will increase greatly. However, it is only defense. Only when one's fleshly body becomes that of an earth immortal and not an immortal spirit can one resist the draconic chi. Even then, it will be difficult to defend against the onslaught of an army of thousands. Perhaps only in the legends can one's physical body truly achieve the Tao. When one's world, body, and soul all become perfected lords, they can ignore the dragon chi and even turn the tables. 3 and Tugua, true monarchs. This one and only Tao fruit will belong to me. Xie Dong. Thinking of this, Xie Dong's eyes burned with fire. He turned and left through the snow. Pier 2 ox carts were moving. The one in front was extremely luxurious. The curtains of the ox cart were made of golden silk and embroidered with floral patterns. The handles of the ox cart were gilded with a layer of gold and looked extremely dazzling. The other ox cart followed closely behind. One look, and one could tell that everyone was out on a journey. Everyone who had nothing better to do would make way for them. The first ox cart was made of paulownia wood with silver inlays. The wooden flooring and walls were painted with oil. It was made of glass and had velvet curtains hanging from it. The seats were even covered with soft cushions, making it look like a thick mattress. There was a small table with an incense burner on it. Within the incense burner, there was smoke rising into the air. The most important thing was that there was a layer of charcoal burning beneath the floor. Steam rose up from the charcoal. There were two people sitting on either side of the table. It was Pei Zi-yun and the Canton princess. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard. A granny was sitting beside the ox cart driver and would occasionally look behind them. "Can you please help me write a poem?" The Canton princess pleaded. Without waiting for a reply, she took out an inkstone and scooped up some water. She then ground the ink into the inkstone. "AI, writing a poem is a stroke of genius. If you urge me, I won't be able to write a good one. Even if I can't write one, I can still write one. It's fine if it's a little flat. Let me think about it." Pei Zi-yun nodded his head as he looked out the window at the passing streets. He then looked at the pedestrians on both sides of the street. He was deep in thought and didn't even notice that the ox cart had stopped. He closed his eyes and pondered for some time before picking up the brush. The heavens speak of the spring snow. The thick clouds hang low over the forbidden city. 10,000 horses fight to return home. The falling catkins and flying flowers turn into mud. "Your poem is really good," the Canton princess said as she carefully blew the ink dry and rolled it up. She then laughed. "Can I call you Brother Pei?" "Ha! Canton princess is too kind," Pei Zi-yun said as he sighed. At this point, the granny whispered, "Young Master Pei, young mistress, we've arrived at the pier. Let's go. I'll bring you to my boat to take a look," Pei Zi-yun said. "All right." The Canton princess hurried off happily. She was very interested in Pei Zi-yun's boat. The group of them alighted from the boat and felt the cold wind piercing their bones. There were many boats anchored at the pier. After a few turns, they finally arrived at Pei Zi-yun's boat. This was an ordinary merchant's boat, and there were many laborers working on it. However, it was the Lantern Festival today, and there weren't many people on the pier. At this point, Renwei was supervising as an accountant, was recording the goods that the laborers were transporting. When Renwei saw Pei Zi-yun, he stepped forward. "Young master, just do what you need to do. Let me introduce you to the Canton princess from the Grand Princess's palace." When Renwei heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly bowed. His heart was filled with admiration for Pei Zi-yun. The accountant was actually sent out by the Grand Princess's merchant house. With the Grand Princess's approval, he was able to open up the market for goods in the capital. Now, he even managed to bring the Grand Princess's precious daughter out. At this point, Renwei was truly impressed. Pei Zi-yun didn't know what Renwei was thinking as he led the Canton princess to look at the boat. "Look, this is my new boat. It's 8 feet long and 3 feet wide. It cost me 7,000 taels of silver. It has 3 levels. The first level is on the deck and has a dining room and a kitchen. Opposite it is a tea room. The second level is for esteemed guests. There are 6 of them, and the bottom holds can be used to store goods." As they walked, they finally arrived at the study room. An old maid followed them as the Canton princess looked at the books in the study room and exclaimed, "Brother Pei, there are so many books in this room." As she spoke, she took a look at the books. The both of them chatted for some time before the Canton princess flipped to the romance of the Western Wing. She looked surprised. "You're a fan of Wine in a Cup as well? I really like this book." "Wah, there's so much more. I haven't read this one before. It's called Resisting the Pirates. Is this a story as well?" "This is about young master's mission in Ing Prefecture. Someone wrote a story about it. I've read it before. Although it's a little exaggerated, it's not fake." Renwei spoke out. It's about Brother Pei?" The Canton princess said excitedly as she took out the book and flipped through it. As soon as she started reading, she fell silent. Seeing her so quiet, Pei Zi-yun heaved a sigh of relief. Renwei turned around and said, "Young master, everything has been unloaded and handed over." As he spoke, he handed the documents over. Pei Zi-yun took a look at the documents and saw that everything was recorded very clearly. After deducting the cost of the voyage, They had made a profit of 2,700 taels. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun was extremely satisfied. He then handed over 100 taels of silver to Run Wei. You've worked hard. You can follow this ship back to rest. You can also go to your county to take the imperial examinations. This is your reward. Hearing these words, Ren Wei couldn't help but feel elated. He accepted the banknote and said, "Many thanks, young master. If you manage to pass the imperial examinations, there's no need for you to come back. If you fail, a month from now, all 3 ships will take turns heading to the capital to trade. You'll have to make the necessary arrangements." Pei Ziyan paused before speaking. "Yes, young master." Although Run Wei was elated, the moment he started talking about serious matters, his expression turned serious. The Canton princess didn't speak much and continued reading the book. When she was done, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside as night fell. Phew! The Canton princess let out a long sigh before exhaling. She then closed the book. This book is really good to read. It's so valiant and heroic. The Canton princess cupped her cheeks as she spoke. She had a complicated look in her eyes as she looked at Pei Ziyun. She didn't expect Pei Ziyun to be not only good-looking, but also able to lead troops in a battle. This was exactly what she had envisioned for the man of her dreams. "Your Highness, the night market lantern show is about to begin," the old maid reminded her. "Let's go. We'll head to the pier and head all the way to the Imperial City." Pei Ziyun was extremely satisfied. He then glanced at a piece of paper. It was a message from He Ching Ching. What he meant was that the gold had already been hidden on Golden Island, and everything was being built according to young master's instructions. Moreover, this ship had been sent over to serve as the flagship. The two of them walked onto the street. Mo did not follow them, but Chun Xiang followed from afar. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the streets were bustling with activity. There were lanterns everywhere on the left and right sides of the street. People were coming and going, young boys and girls, and even families were out on the streets. The Canton princess was a little shy as she followed beside Pei Ziyun. She thought back to that year's Lantern Festival. It was exactly like today, with people walking around and fireworks everywhere. That night, Pei Ziyun's mother made things difficult for him. He then composed a poem in 7 steps. That man is only at the end of the lantern. Pei Ziyun's talents and looks were deeply imprinted in her mind. Today, after reading the story of the resistance against the pirates, she felt that it would be difficult to find someone like him in this world. Thinking this way, the Canton princess stole a glance at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought when he turned around and smiled. "I haven't given this ship a name yet. What do you think we should call it? What do you think of Lan Shan?" The Canton princess had just thought of the phrase, "That man is only at the end of the lantern," and blurted it out. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Good, that's a good name. Let's call it that." As he spoke, he led the Canton princess down the street. They could see many food stalls on both sides of the street. The lantern market was starting to take shape. After walking a few steps, they saw many red and white lanterns hanging high up in the sky, forming a huge circle around the lantern. There were many different colored pieces of paper pasted on them. If one guessed the answer to the riddle or wrote the couplet, he could take the lantern and take it with him. The pinwheel could also spin and pick the lantern that he liked. Pei Ziyun walked closer as the owner of the lantern laughed. "As long as anyone guesses correctly, they can take the lantern." Seeing that there was no one around, the owner of the lantern whispered, "Dao Master, I saw General Chun who coming here to watch the lanterns. He even brought his personal guard with him." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I definitely recognize General Chun Hu. Although his personal guard were dressed in plain clothes, it would be too easy to recognize them." Pei Ziyun relaxed. As long as there was one, his plan would be successful. Chapter 241. They continued to stroll along the street until they reached Heaven Street. Heaven Street led to the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter, but at this time, it was open to the public. There were all kinds of lanterns on both sides. The sound of firecrackers could be heard incessantly. Every household was wearing masks and carrying lanterns out of their houses. There were too many people, and Pei Zi-yun was afraid that they would get separated. He pulled the Canton princess along with him. After a while, he saw another pinwheel with lanterns. It was similar to the one before, but the lanterns on it could spin. There were many pieces of paper pasted on it, with all sorts of couplets and riddles written on them. General Lianjuan and General Lu Sheng have also brought their troops here, the lantern master said in a low voice. There are 3 of them. That's enough. Inform them that we can start the operation. Pei Zi-yun said softly, as if he was talking to himself and trying to guess the riddles. After saying that, he raised his voice, a bow with 2 arrows waiting to be fired. That's easy. It's just the character Fu. The lamp master pretended to be surprised. You guessed it. I want to keep it for the night. Ha. Then I shall accept. I shall take your lantern. Pei Zi-yun stretched out his hand and took the lantern. Dear customer, you are right. The lantern is yours. The owner of the lantern wasn't angry at him. He shouted, Come quickly. Whoever guesses correctly can take it. Several people rushed over, and the stall became lively. As long as it was a lantern, unless it was a coincidence, it must belong to the crown prince or the grand princess. Pei Zi-yun laughed to himself. Since he had completed his mission, he wanted to hand over the lantern as soon as possible. Even though he was pretending to be cold, Pei Zi-yun did not expose him. He handed the lantern over to the Canton princess, who accepted it happily. At this point, Pei Zi-yun's eyes swept across the crowd. A strong-looking man stood at the stall for a while before he turned around and left. The Canton princess carried the lantern forward and saw a sweet potato stall in the distance. A young man and a young woman dressed in ordinary clothes were standing in front of the stall. The young man carefully picked up a roasted sweet potato and gave half of it to the young woman. The young woman leaned on his shoulder and looked at each other with a sweet smile. The Canton princess, who was in the crowd, saw this scene and was filled with envy. Could this be love? The Canton princess thought to herself as she pulled Pei Zi-yun along. She then pointed at the sweet potato that was being roasted and said, I want to eat this too. Boss, give me one. Pei Zi-yun said. The old man used a pair of fire tongs to dig out the ashes from the sweet potato. He reached out and gently patted the ashes off the sweet potato. Then, he wrapped the sweet potato in a piece of straw paper and handed it over. Ha! The Canton princess stretched out her hand to receive the sweet potato. Pei Zi-yun caught it and gently blew on her hand. As Pei Zi-yun blew on her hand, her face turned red. Let the sweet potato cool down before you eat it. Pei Zi-yun laughed as he dusted it off. He then split it into 2 halves and handed them over. It's hot, slow down. Pei Zi-yun threw a string of money down. The sweet potato was steaming hot. The Canton princess blushed as she received the sweet potato and ate it slowly. At this point, a man walked by with a lantern in his hand. The red light from the lantern illuminated his face. Pei Zi-yun noticed that his clothes were not new, but had been washed clean. His eyes were bright and gentle, and his expression was warm and gentle. Pei Zi-yun couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw that his eyes were red. What's wrong? Pei Zi-yun asked softly. I'm too happy. It would be great if I could be like this every day. The Canton princess hesitated before mumbling softly. You can call me Qi Qinya. That's my name. Canton princess can be addressed as such. The Canton princess said softly, as if she had expended a lot of courage. When she finished speaking, she lowered her head to her chest. Pei Zi-yun was shocked when he heard this. Before he could finish his thoughts, a voice rang out from afar. The crown prince is patrolling the streets on behalf of the heavens. Make way. Everyone make way. The sound of armored soldiers could be heard from the front. A group of imperial guards were clad in armor and wielding long spears, clearing the way for the crown prince. Today, the crown prince was patrolling the streets, and there were already signs posted on the streets. Everyone on the streets made way for the crown prince. The peddlers and pedestrians craned their necks to get a better look. At this point, the bustling streets were extremely crowded. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the sky. The sky was filled with all sorts of colors. It was a beautiful sight to behold. How beautiful! The Canton princess leaned against Pei Zi-yun's side as she looked up at the sky. Her face was slightly red under the illumination of the fireworks, and her eyes were shining brightly. Tonight was a night for the two of them. The person she liked was right beside her. As the fireworks lit up, the Canton princess felt extremely blissful. At this point, the dragon dance was still going on. In front of them were two golden lions, and behind them was a long dragon. This dragon had 20 segments and was being danced by dozens of people. At this point, the armored soldiers continued to move forward, parting the crowd and forming a line. Pei Ziyun and the Canton princess squeezed to one side. The fire dragon that was dancing was ordered to move to one side by the soldiers. Although the fire dragon had been lowered, the dragon's head was still standing. The dragon's body and tail were still extended, making it difficult to see who was inside. At this point, the fireworks dimmed, and the night sky darkened as well. The crown prince has arrived. All of a sudden, voices could be heard. When they looked up, they saw 12 people holding lanterns and leading the way. There were also 12 dragon flags. There were eunuchs and 36 imperial guards. In the middle of the crowd, the crown prince was seated on the crown prince's chariot. The chariot was surrounded by a vermilion railing, which was decorated with gold. Inside the railing, there was a floral carpet. Two serving maids stood beside him, holding two huge fans. In an instant, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live the crown prince! Long live the emperor!" The Canton princess was standing by his side and had not finished her sweet potato. She then said softly, "Brother Pei, when Brother Crown Prince comes out, he looks so majestic." As soon as she said this, a firework exploded. It seemed like it was aimed in the wrong direction. It wasn't aimed at the sky, but at the imperial guards instead. At this point, the crowd was thrown into chaos. As the firework exploded, the crowd dispersed and broke through the armored soldiers. "Protect the crown prince." Dozens of imperial guards rushed towards the crown prince, guarding him. They were like tigers watching their prey, guarding against any ambushes. Fireworks continued to explode, and everyone was in a state of panic. The soldiers who were originally guarding the crown prince started to clash with the crowd. Many soldiers were shouting, "Don't rush, don't rush. Block it," someone shouted out. However, as the fireworks shot into the crowd, everyone dodged it. The crowd was already crowded, and now the crowd was in chaos. Pei Ziyun frowned. This was too chaotic. If he wasn't careful, something big might happen. The chaos would be uncontrollable. Who was it that suggested to the crown prince to use fireworks? If the crowd was in chaos, even the crown prince wouldn't be able to control it. Pei Ziyun pulled the Canton princess to his side and protected her. The Canton princess seemed to be taken aback as the dragon's head fell to the ground. The dragon's head was huge and broke through the soldiers who were blocking it. The dragon's head continued to move forward, knocking over several soldiers who were trying to help the crown prince. "Thief, how dare you!" One of the soldiers drew his sword and chopped the dragon's head off. At this point, the Canton princess turned her staff into a long spear and charged forward, shouting, "Dog crown prince, hand over your life." "There's an assassin," someone shouted out, as several imperial guards hurriedly stood in front of the crown prince. Although there were soldiers and imperial guards, they were patrolling the streets. Where they find any crossbows or other weapons? Against the long spears, they were forced to retreat. Seeing this, a middle-aged man within the crowd looked on for some time before waving his hands. "Kill!" Following this command, dozens of soldiers drew their swords and charged forward. This man was rather indirect and did not attack directly. One of the generals threw his robes aside and shouted, "Traitor, how dare you? Protect the crown prince." This man shouted out loudly as he led his soldiers forward, seemingly to protect the crown prince. Half of his swords were drawn, and there were still 10 people in front of the crown prince. The rest were engaged in battle with the black-robed men. At this point, the general charged forward, threatening the crown prince. The soldiers from afar started to push forward. "Which mansion are you from? What are you doing? Get lost." The leader of the guards saw that the situation was getting out of hand and stepped forward to reprimand them. "Capture the assassin." Amidst the flames, one could see that this man was around 40 to 50 years old. His face was ashen, and his eyes were squinted. He looked extremely terrifying. This was General Chun-Hu, who gave a signal. One of Chun-Hu's personal guards saw the look on the general's face and suddenly pounced forward and slashed down with a saber. The Imperial Guard's pupil shrank, and he took a step back. The saber slashed across his chest, and blood flowed out. Kill the traitor, the guard shouted out. This General Chun-Hu was a soldier and had fought many battles. Although he wasn't young, he was well versed in the art of war. In an instant, he closed the distance between him and the enemy. His sword techniques and strength were all executed in a single breath. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Oh! The guard readied his sword as he stumbled forward. His chest had been sliced open, and fresh blood spurted out. Kill! A large group of people charged forward. When the Canton princess saw this, she screamed out, "Ah! It's all right, it's all right. Everything will be fine." Pei Ziyun pulled the Canton princess into his arms to comfort her. He then pulled her to the side. At this point, an Imperial Guard raised a firework and released it. The firework exploded in the sky. At the same time, the lantern owners and passers-by shouted out, "Kill the traitor!" They all drew their swords and charged towards the traitor. At this point, it was difficult to separate them. "We've fallen into a trap." General Chun-Hu's face turned pale as a chill ran down his spine. He then shouted out, "Quick, kill them all." It's a pity that half a lifetime of hard work has gone down the drain and even brought disaster to the three tribes. Pei Ziyun glanced at him and didn't need to use his Een Master to know that this person was covered in black energy. There was no way to save him. There are three of them. Two of them called for their personal guards to attack, while they stayed behind and didn't move. Only this Chun-Hu, I don't know if it's because he's eager to claim credit or something. He actually dared to attack personally. Don't tell me he doesn't know that if he used his personal guards to kill the Crown Prince, he could be considered an assassin. But if he were to kill the Crown Prince for King Lu would have to kill him to uphold justice. One idiot. But when I think about it, since the founding of the empire, there have been many different kinds of arrogant people. Not everyone is a smart person. It's not surprising that there's Chun-Hu. As he thought about this, Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate as he pulled the Canton princess along and retreated. This place had become a battlefield, and it wouldn't be good if they were caught in the crossfire. Pung! He smashed open the door of a shop. Seeing that it was the second floor, he pulled the Canton princess up to the second floor and opened up a window. Looking down from above, everything in front of him became clear. Quick, quick! Following the sound of the firework, thousands of soldiers rushed over like a tidal wave. They were orderly and orderly. First, they sealed off the entire street, not allowing anyone to escape. Then, they started killing their way into the city. Chapter 242. Pei Ziyun looked up and saw a general around 40 years of age. He had a stern expression on his face and was clad in armor. As he ran over, the sound of his armor clanking could be heard. It wasn't just this person, all the other officers behind him were doing the same. The soldiers were all clad in dark red paper armor. Looking at the red clouds, they rushed out from the alley and shouted, "Do not move, all of you kneel down." The Canton princess was filled with fear. When she heard the shouts of the soldiers, she opened her eyes and looked at the scene. At this point, the crowd of people who were running away all knelt down in front of the soldiers. The Canton princess heaved a sigh of relief. She then realized that she was in Pei Ziyun's embrace, and her face turned red. "Kneel down, kneel down." The surrounding soldiers raised their bows. "Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy." A few of them still wanted to fight, but heard an order, "Shoot." The sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard as a volley of arrows pierced through the crowd of people who were trying to resist. Blood splattered everywhere. The arrows were fired at close range, and the power of the arrows was maximized. Cries of pain could be heard, and the remaining people lost the courage to resist. Chun-Hu still wanted to resist. Pooh! An arrow pierced through his thigh, and he fell to the ground. Several people rushed forward and held him down. Take them all down, someone ordered. The remaining general panicked as he took out a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and was about to swallow it. A nearby officer saw this and slapped him across the face, causing the general's face to swell up. The piece of paper flew out of his hand. What happened? The leader of the generals did not expect something like this to happen. He picked up the piece of paper and looked at it. His face changed, and his hand started trembling. It's done. Pei Ziyun sighed in relief when he saw this. Pei Ziyun looked at the snow falling from the sky and did not speak for a long time. Imperial City. Midnight, the snow was everywhere, and the red walls were covered with a layer of silver. The wind howled, and the wind chimes were ringing loudly. The guards and soldiers stood in 2 rows. In front of the Hall of Literature, several officials were waiting. They were dressed in official robes and were discussing the attack on the Crown Prince yesterday. There was some worry on the faces of these officials. The news had come out in the middle of the night yesterday. They were all important officials, so they could see the crux of the matter at a glance. The 2 kings fighting for the throne was not a blessing for the imperial court. At this point, a red-robed eunuch walked out from within the hall. Prime Minister Liang Yuanji, Grand Secretary Duan Shou, and Zhou Jin request an audience. The 3 of them tidied themselves up and followed the eunuchs inside with ivory tablets in their hands. As soon as he walked in, he saw the emperor sitting and looking into the palace hall. It was unknown what he was thinking. Below him was Count Zhongqin, who had a solemn expression on his face. Prime Minister Liang Yuanji raised his head slightly and saw that the emperor's face was a little pale, and his expression was one of anger. Not far away, he threw a memorial on the ground, as if he had lost his temper. I called you in for one thing. When the emperor saw that everyone had gathered, he asked coldly, last night, the crown prince was attacked by an assassin. Someone sent a message from King Lu and ordered the generals to bring troops to protect the crown prince. This matter has to be clarified. Hearing the emperor's question, none of the officials dared to speak. Only the emperor's coughing could be heard. The emperor stopped coughing and glanced at them coldly. Take the note and show it to everyone. Yes. The eunuch passed the note down. The crown prince had been assassinated. Chun Hu, Lian Jun, and Lu Sheng had been ordered by King Lu to bring their troops to Sky Road. Chun Hu had even surrounded the crown prince to attack him. All the officials knew about this. Now that the emperor had asked this question, all the officials were sweating profusely and didn't make sound. How did you all become mute? Count Zhongqin, you're the first to take a look. The emperor spoke, and all the officials could feel his anger. Count Zhongqin acknowledged and took the note. Although he had read it twice, he still read it carefully. After a while, he handed it over to Prime Minister Liang Yuanji. When Liang Yuanji received it, his heart was thumping furiously. King Lu's message, this matter is urgent. I order you to send 10 soldiers to protect the crown prince. This is to ensure his safety. He looked at it several times before he passed it to the other officials without saying a word. All of you take a look, take a look. Tell me, is it King Lu who is being reckless? Or is someone trying to sow discord? All of you have to speak. The emperor saw that all the officials were silent and spoke out coldly. Grand Scholar Duan Shou scrutinized the note. Your Majesty, I've looked at this note several times, and it does seem to be written by King Lu himself. However, King Lu has been a king for a long time and has been in charge of military affairs for many years. His handwriting has spread far and wide and could be easily forged. Hence, I dare not say for sure. Grand Scholar Zhou Jin shook his head. This handwriting seems to be the same, but not the same. It's only the shape, but not the spirit. It's not King Lu's handwriting, and can't be used to convict King Lu. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The emperor didn't comment further, but turned to look at the prime minister. My beloved subject, what do you think? Hearing the emperor's words, Liang Yuanji glanced at the emperor before he lowered his head and spoke. Your Majesty, let's not talk about whether this is true or not. This could be a ploy by a villain, or it could be a handwriting. However, the most urgent matter now isn't this. It's the assassination of the crown prince. During the Lantern Festival at Sky Road, such a huge incident happened, and everyone was watching. Although there's a ban on this, I'm afraid rumors have already spread. Even the imperial court is in a state of unrest. When I came over earlier, I saw that some of the officials weren't asleep yet and were discussing amongst themselves. Although I reprimanded them, it's difficult to stop them. We have to quickly quell the effects of this incident. The Crown Prince has come out to patrol and to show that he's fine. King Lu's assassination shouldn't be pursued for now. Although everyone knows about the assassination, they don't know that it has anything to do with King Lu. Hence, we can't announce it to the public. Chun Hu, Lian Jun, and Lu Sheng, the three generals, disobeyed the imperial edict and brought their troops into Sky Road. This is treason and must be dealt with swiftly. Hearing these words, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Only the sounds of heavy breathing could be heard. Count Zhongqin stepped forward. Your Majesty, this subject agrees. The Qian dynasty will soon be in a state of chaos. It's a taboo to deploy troops without permission. The assassination of the Crown Prince and King Lu concerns the future of the country. It's best to keep this under wraps and deal with it quickly. This subject agrees as well. Grand Secretary Duan Shou then spoke out. Your Majesty, Chun Hu attacked the Crown Prince, and under the watchful eyes of so many people, it's hard to cover up this matter. We have to deal with this matter immediately. Lian Jun and Lu Sheng have colluded with Chun Hu. They should be treated as criminals and should be punished with death. But we must not implicate King Lu. The imperial court has been established, and the emperor of the dynasty is used to it. If we were to implicate King Lu, the hearts of the people would be uneasy, and this would lead to trouble. Hearing this, the emperor nodded his head and issued a decree. Passed the decree. Suspend the use of King Lu's imperial seal, and shut the doors to reflect on his mistakes. Assign guards to watch over him, and check to see if there's anyone suspicious. Count Zhongqin, you and Grand Secretary Duan Shou shall interrogate the three generals and conclude this case as soon as possible. The emperor spoke as his face flushed red, and he started coughing uncontrollably. The prime minister was waiting for the emperor to give his orders. The emperor then spoke to Liang Yuanji. I haven't been feeling well recently. Follow my instructions and visit the crown prince. If he's fine, summon him to the palace for an audience. Yes. Zhao Yuanji understood what was going on and replied loudly. Everyone retreated out of the room, leaving the emperor coughing uncontrollably. The emperor then sighed. Don't you think I've been a failure in my life? There are still dozens of military vassals under the heavens. The crown prince is too soft, and King Lu is too vicious. AI, if only one of them was the same person. The eunuch stood by the side and didn't speak a word. King Lu's mansion, study A bookshelf was placed by the side and was filled with books. Two beast-shaped furnaces were burning brightly, and the wind outside was piercing to the bone. At this point, the room was warm and comfortable, just like the orchid painting that was hanging on the wall. Xie Cheng Dong waved his brush as a eunuch was grinding ink. When he was done, Xie Cheng Dong blew on the ink before handing it over to the eunuch. These few days, Xie Cheng Dong had been plotting against King Lu. Looking at the article in front of him, Eunuch Liao was shocked as he thought of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was a Taoist as well, which was very impressive. He then raised his head to look at Xie Cheng Dong and sighed. Could it be that all the talented people under the heavens have gone to Taoist sects? He then looked at it carefully. That's impressive. If this plan of shifting the blame to King Lu succeeds, all the armies under the heavens will be under King Lu's command. Xie Cheng Dong laughed. Actually, I'm just borrowing from Yang Lu. There's a saying, the emperor is always good. Bad people are always surrounded by bad people. The emperor has decided to remove the military power from the cities, and all the generals under the heavens are gnashing their teeth in fear. This rumor seems to be directed towards the crown prince, but in actual fact, it's King Lu who has expressed his support for them. When you fall into the river, you won't even let go of a single straw of hope. What's more, it's King Lu's boat. Everyone who knows there's a problem will respond to King Lu. The emperor's health isn't good. It would be best if King Lu could take over the crown prince position. If not, we would have to rely on these military towns. However, if that was the case, it would be difficult to flatten these military towns one by one. The Sioux's population would be halved in 300 years, but this was not important to Xie Dong. All he had to do was to borrow the dragon energy to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. Just as he was thinking about this, Xie Dong's blood started to boil as his hair stood on end. His heart started to race, as though something bad was about to happen. He knew something wasn't right. At this point in time, he was in King Lu's palace and couldn't use any Taoist arts. He then started meditating and closed his eyes. When he looked at himself, he realized that he was surrounded by a thick layer of black qi. Calamity qi? Xie Dong knew that something was wrong. He then said, "Eunuch, please take care of this memorial. I have to go to the monastery once more to pass on some instructions." Eunuch Liao looked at Xie Dong and was surprised. "It's the middle of the night and you're going out?" He felt that these Taoists were acting weird, but he didn't suspect anything. He then laughed. "Young master, please go. This is the token that allows you to leave. Take it and return it to me when you return tomorrow. If not, you won't be able to leave. I shall take care of this memorial now and pass it to King Lu." Xie Dong received it and bowed before turning around to leave. When he walked out, he saw that it was snowing heavily. He noticed that the door had been sealed and a lantern was hanging from the eaves. As he walked along the road, he noticed that there were black robe guards standing guard every few steps. They were all armed with a halberd and a bow. When he reached this point, Xie Dong squinted his eyes and frowned. He glanced at the lantern behind him before he walked out. Indeed, when he reached the door, he was stopped. At this point, the sky was already bright. From afar, he could see 4 guards standing at the door. The door wasn't open yet. One of the guards looked at him and smiled. "So, it's young Master Xie. There's no reason for me not to trust you. However, there's a rule to open the door. Young Master Xie, you just have to wait for 2 hours. I'm under orders. It's an urgent matter. Take a look at this token." Although Xie Dong was anxious, he was calm and collected. He then retrieved a golden token. Under the light of the lantern, the token gleamed coldly. When the guard saw it, he hurriedly replied, "Then I shall open it immediately. However, it can only be the side door." Xie Dong nodded his head as a gust of wind blew past him. He couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that the side door had opened, he then walked out of the door. The moment he walked out, he felt his entire body relax. Chapter 243. It was snowing lightly, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there were almost no pedestrians. Under the reflection of the snow, one could vaguely see the main gate. In front of the mansion, there were armored soldiers patrolling, flags fluttering in the wind. Not too far away from King Lu's palace, several shops were lit up. Looking around, they were selling wonton soup pancakes. Pei Ziyun chose one of the inns. As soon as Xie Dong arrived at the door, a manservant wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket greeted him. "Sir, do you want some wontons? I like some wine to warm up and some dishes. I like a bowl of wonton as well. Are there any seats on the second floor?" Xie Dong asked. "Sir, there's a table on the second floor, please." Xie Dong was seated near the window of King Lu's palace. "Sir, we'll be there soon." The waiter turned around and left. When he opened the window, the wind blew in, bringing with it some snowflakes. However, Xie Dong did not mind. From afar, everything looked normal. He frowned. What went wrong? The wine was served immediately. It was still scalded. Xie Dong poured himself a cup and drank it. He suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were warmed up. Following that, a few side dishes were served. Xie Dong had been busy the whole night. His stomach was empty, but even if he had something on his mind, he still ate everything delicious. Suddenly, he heard the sound of horse hooves. Startled, he looked over and saw a large group of armored soldiers walking over. They were on foot and on horseback, looking very orderly. It's the emperor's personal army. When Xie Dong saw this, he knew that something was wrong. There were about 300 of them, and they were all gathered in front of King Lu's palace. They were in formation and exuded a dignified aura. Their military discipline was strict, and there wasn't a hint of commotion. A general dismounted from his horse and looked around. He didn't say a word and waved his hand. The foot soldiers stepped forward and surrounded the walls of King Lu's palace. There were sentries every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Why would the emperor's personal army surround the Wangfu? Xiecheng Dong didn't say anything. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. Just then, he heard a conversation from the table next to him. "You don't know, but something big happened last night. The crown prince was ambushed, and several of his guard were killed. With the curfew in the middle of the night, many people can't go home and have to spend the night in a nearby hotel. Looks like these soldiers are here to protect King Lu's palace." The crown prince was attacked? Xiecheng Dong's complexion changed. He knew that something big had happened. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He threw out a silver coin and said, "Keep the change." With that, he turned around and left. The waiter's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had only taken a few mouthfuls, and he was leaving just like that? However, the money had already been paid. The waiter mumbled, "What a rich young master." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of roasted chicken and took a bite. When he looked out the window, he saw that King Lu's palace was surrounded and was shocked. Not good. There are soldiers surrounding King Lu's palace. Hearing the waiter's exclamation, the people in the building who hadn't been paying attention all squeezed towards the window to look. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. "Don't talk nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth." The boss scolded the waiter. "Aren't you going to clean up?" Crown Prince's palace, the Crown Prince had already washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. His face was full of joy, but his complexion was still a little pale. Last night, he had personally witnessed the general brazenly killing the imperial bodyguards. He still had lingering fears, but in the end, he had succeeded. On the right, Pei Ziyun and the Grand Princess were seated. They were holding onto a porcelain teacup and were drinking ginseng soup. The beast furnace was constantly emitting hot steam, causing the entire room to feel warm and cozy. Today, Pei Ziyun was dressed in a white robe with patterns on it. He had a light red belt around his waist and was drinking the ginseng soup as well. This plan is very effective. I wonder how King Lu will be reprimanded by my father. The Crown Prince mumbled to himself, as though he was in a dream. When the Grand Princess finished drinking, she exhaled deeply and stood up. "Speaking of which, I believe that there will be officials who will come to visit the Crown Prince today. The Crown Prince has been attacked by an assassin, and it's impossible for them to ignore it. Perhaps there will be an imperial physician who will come. We have to come up with an excuse first and deal with them when the time comes." The Grand Princess was very meticulous as she explained these small matters clearly. "And is right. What do you think?" The Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyun. His trust in Pei Ziyun had increased by leaps and bounds. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Pei Ziyun paused for some time before replying. For something like this to happen, the emperor might have his suspicions. That's one of the reasons. Secondly, most fathers, unless they have no other choice, would always think of protecting their children. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. There are likes and dislikes, but there's a limit. Whoever crosses the line would be beaten up. Regarding the assassination attempt, although the Crown Prince is the victim, if you continue to push the issue, it would arouse the emperor's suspicions. Especially since the emperor doesn't have many children. There are only 3 of them, and it's even more difficult to injure them. Hence, the Crown Prince mustn't throw stones at someone who's down. The emperor will definitely question me. You can just say that King Lu and I are blood brothers, and that the assassination attempt was a ploy by some vile person. There's no reason to punish me. If the Crown Prince says this, then the emperor will be able to make up his mind to get rid of King Lu's spies in the capital city. If the Crown Prince continues to push the issue, the emperor will not be pleased. He might even try to protect King Lu. Crown Prince, think about it. Your father, even if you've chosen a son, don't you wish for your brothers to live in harmony? Don't you wish for your other sons to have some dignity? When the crown prince heard this, he sighed. That's indeed the case. Pei Ziyun laughed. You're the crown prince, and have the right to do so. There's no need for you to be so ruthless towards King Lu. All you have to do is wipe him out and prevent him from interfering. As for other matters, when you ascend the throne, all the power under the heavens will be in your hands. What right does King Lu have to fight with you? The crown prince nodded his head profusely as he sat down. He then stretched out his hand and took a sip of the ginseng soup before saying, That's the logic. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Liang Yuan Ji requests an audience. Just as the discussion in the room ended, a eunuch's voice could be heard from outside. The Crown Prince had just heard Pei Ziyun's words and was still thinking about it. After some time, he replied, All right, I'll be there immediately. He then stood up and left in a hurry. When the Grand Princess saw that he had left, she frowned and turned around to look at Pei Ziyun. Should we put in more effort? If not, I'll feel uneasy. There's no need for that. Now that something like this has happened, those who don't like King Lu would definitely make a move. Pei Ziyun sighed as he spoke. The Crown Prince is the heir to the throne. Now that he's been assassinated, it would shake the foundations of the country. There are only a few types of people who are able to resist the accusation. One of them would be King Lu's men. That goes without saying. The second type would be those who don't have the right to submit a report. This is easy to differentiate. And then there's those who are overly cautious. These people can be listed out one by one. By observing them, it would be easy to see the distribution of power within the court. The Grand Princess listened attentively, but didn't pay much attention to these points. She hesitated before asking, Oh, what you said just now, is it true or false? Since the Grand Princess was involved in these matters, she had no choice but to be cautious. Of course it's true. As long as the Crown Prince acts as though he's protecting my brother, that's enough. The Crown Prince is a merciful and benevolent ruler. With the Crown Prince's attitude, the Emperor would most likely close the case quickly. If the Crown Prince were to add insult to injury, King Lu would rebel and the Emperor would be enraged. The Emperor would then investigate the authenticity of the note. When that happens, everything would be exposed. Since the Crown Prince isn't around, I'll go in deeper. After this incident, King Lu's vitality would be greatly affected. When the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, dealing with King Lu would be a simple matter. Why kill him now and cause the Emperor to feel hurt and fear? The Emperor is the Emperor after all. If he really wants to remove the Crown Prince, as long as he's willing to pay the price, nobody would be able to stop him. Remember this. Indeed, we shouldn't make too many moves. After this incident, the Crown Prince's rule would be stable. The Grand Princess sighed before speaking. If King Lu were to ascend to the throne, it wouldn't be a good thing for the world. Pei Ziyun looked at the Grand Princess and didn't reply. According to the original owner's memories, the Emperor would pass away next year. After this incident, King Lu's vitality would be greatly affected. Dark Altar Sect, on the other hand, wouldn't be able to borrow much strength from him. Outer Liang Yuan Ji allowed the eunuch to lead the way. He saw that there were several servants within the Crown Prince's palace sweeping the snow. When they saw him, they all turned to the side and allowed him to pass. Liang Yuan Ji swept a glance around. Apart from a few strange snowmen, everything else seemed normal. He didn't bother with them and walked past them. He walked along the corridor, past a pond, and entered the main hall. Seeing Liang Yuan Ji enter, the Crown Prince stood up to welcome him. Seeing that Liang Yuan Ji was about to bow, he hurriedly held him up and said, You're the Prime Minister. You bestowed the imperial city to me. How can I accept this? Please take a seat. He looked at Liang Yuan Ji's skinny face and spoke. After the new year, you look much better than before. It's just that your hair has turned white. I'm getting older with each passing year. How can I not be white? The Crown Prince is in his prime. Just looking at him makes me feel at ease and happy. You weren't hurt last night, were you? Liang Yuan Ji scrutinized the Crown Prince's features. He looked very much like the Emperor when he was young. Although his face was pale and tired, and there were dark circles under his eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were black. I'm fine. The assassin didn't get close to me. The Crown Prince laughed. If you're talking about being frightened, I was a little. This was the first time I've seen someone kill someone within a few feet of me. However, I wasn't hurt at all. After I returned to my residence, I calmed myself down and ate some soup. He then asked, "The Prime Minister is at Imperial Father's place. Is there any decree?" The Emperor was worried about the Crown Prince and didn't sleep the entire night. Seeing that the sun had risen, he sent this official here to check on you. If the Crown Prince is fine, should we enter the palace to pay our respects to the Emperor? Liang Yuanji replied, "Prime Minister, you're right. I wanted to wait for my father to wake up before entering the palace. Since my father hasn't slept yet, we shouldn't keep him waiting. Let's go." The Crown Prince stood up and replied. Liang Yuanji couldn't help but nod his head. The Crown Prince was getting better and better. Although he said he wanted to leave immediately, he still had to change his clothes. After changing, he changed into the Crown Prince's attire. It was a red robe with a coiled collar and narrow sleeves. There were 2 golden dragons embroidered on the shoulders, as well as another dragon embroidered on the front and back. He wore a jade belt and a pair of black boots. Only when he was fully dressed did he leave with Liang Yuanji. As soon as the both of them left, the sun started to rise, and the snow had stopped falling. However, a gust of cold wind blew past, piercing into the bones. "Get in my carriage, there's a hot pot," the Crown Prince said. Liang Yuanji didn't decline and boarded the carriage as it headed towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 244. Imperial Study Room. Inside the room was a warm room with yellow curtains. Although it was called a study, it was actually a place where documents were passed around. The floor was paved with green bricks and was bright enough to reflect one's reflection. There was even a heater below. Outside the room was a corridor with many palace maids and eunuchs standing guard. Their footsteps were light and silent. There were 4 eunuchs standing on both sides of the room, all of them holding onto their whisks. The Emperor sat behind a table with a bowl of medicine in front of him. A eunuch was serving him. Cough, cough. The Emperor drank a few mouthfuls before coughing a few more times. He then took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Take this medicine away. I won't drink it anymore." "Your Majesty, if you don't take the medicine, what should we do?" The eunuch tried to persuade him. "AI, take it away. If this medicine is really effective, I would have recovered long ago." The Emperor sighed as he watched the eunuch take the medicine away. "The Crown Prince has arrived." The eunuch who was guarding the door shouted. The Crown Prince followed Liang Yuanji into the room and bowed. The Emperor then instructed, "Let the Crown Prince have a seat, and the Prime Minister have a seat." The Crown Prince sat on a shorter chair with a cushion. Liang Yuanji sat on a porcelain stool. Liang Yuanji sat down and bowed. "Your Majesty, I brought Dr. Chun to visit the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince had suffered a little shock, and upon hearing your concern for him, he insisted on entering the palace to pay his respects. "Your Majesty, please punish him. A son wanting to see his father is a matter of course. If the Crown Prince wants to see his father, he has legs. Can you stop him?" The Emperor laughed before coughing twice. "Imperial Father, is your cold getting better these days?" The Crown Prince stood up and asked. When the Emperor heard the Crown Prince asking about his health, he revealed a kind smile. "It's all right. It's getting better." The Crown Prince was patrolling the streets yesterday and was frightened by an assassin. "Tell me what happened yesterday." The Emperor changed the topic and asked. When the Crown Prince heard the Emperor asking about the assassination, he thought about what happened yesterday and felt a chill run down his spine. His face was pale. Seeing the Crown Prince in such a state, the Emperor's face couldn't help but sink. The Crown Prince quickly collected himself and said, "Yesterday, when we were walking to Heaven's Avenue, there were fireworks exploding. These fireworks were aimed at the crowd and startled the citizens. Imperial bodyguard, you've actually handled things appropriately. Intercept them now and maintain silence." Then, the dragon's head smashed down, breaking the formation. The assassin rushed out from the dragon's body. Hearing this, the Emperor leaned back a little and leaned back in his chair, as if recalling the scene at that time. Liang Yuanji also listened quietly at the side, as if contradicting what he had heard the day before. Chun Hu, Li Anjuan, and Lu Sheng, the three generals acted as if they had foreseen the future. They led dozens of their bodyguards and said that they would reinforce them. However, Chun Hu shouted that he would protect us, but he suddenly led his bodyguards to attack the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards tried to dissuade him, but were killed by Chun Hu. I was shocked, but the guards were brave and the capital magistrate came to my aid in time, so I wasn't injured. It's not a big deal. After I go back and drink some calming soup, I'll be fine. Father, you don't have to worry. The crown prince recounted everything in detail in front of the emperor. Hearing the crown prince's narration, it was clear and logical. Although the emperor was frightened, he didn't lose his mind. Furthermore, the crown prince's narration was consistent with what he had said yesterday. Liang Yuanji then spoke out. Your Majesty, Chun Hu attacked the crown prince in front of so many people. That's insane. Hearing Liang Yuanji's words, the emperor laughed. Prime Minister, show the note to the crown prince. He then asked the crown prince, do you think that this was written by King Lu? If it was, how should we deal with it? Liang Yuanji acknowledged as he carefully retrieved the note and handed it over to the crown prince. The crown prince stood up and received the note. When he read it, he was shocked at first, before his face turned red, as if he was enraged. Liang Yuanji observed the crown prince's expression, as did the emperor. The crown prince angrily threw the note away. This is nonsense. It's a ploy to sow discord between us. Hearing these words, the emperor paused. The crown prince then picked up the note and apologized. Just now, when I saw such crazy words, I couldn't control myself. I hope Father will forgive me. When the emperor heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then muttered, Crown Prince, tell me what you think. Your son was thinking. Many years ago, when the flames of war soared to the skies, Father wielded the 3-foot sword and leveled the lands. You suffered a lot before you managed to conquer the lands of Su Dynasty. There are tens of millions of people under the heavens, and only 3 of us brothers are of age. King Lu and I are blood brothers, and we love each other. How could it be possible that King Lu would send someone to assassinate me? This is definitely a ploy by a vile character who wants to sow discord between us. Not only can we not take this seriously, we have to be swift and decisive. We have to quell this before it gets too deep. This way, the vile characters won't be able to find any loopholes in the plot. Then, we won't be surprised. The emperor looked at the crown prince in shock. He suddenly remembered how the crown prince looked when he was born. In the blink of an eye, the crown prince had grown up. The look in his eyes was much gentler and not as harsh as before. When Liang Yuanji heard this, he paused before replying, what the crown prince said makes sense. Your Majesty has conquered the lands of Su Dynasty. For the past 10 years, the people of Su Dynasty have been loyal to you. As long as you don't fall into chaos, there's no room for the vile characters to plot against you. Your subject agrees. These words were loud and clear. When the crown prince said this, he had the bearing of an elder brother. The father was kind, the son was filial, and the brothers were respectful. The emperor sat on his throne and nodded his head. The crown prince's tone changed. It's just that we can't let this matter rest. The 3 generals have sent their troops to kill us. This is considered treason for the country. Furthermore, they hid a note to frame us. This is a ploy to drive a wedge between us brothers. The depth of their schemes is shocking. These 3 men cannot be allowed to live. The crown prince's tone was filled with anger. As he spoke, his face turned red. Looking at the crown prince's expression, the emperor laughed. This eldest son of his was finally acting up. The prime minister raised his head and saw the smile on the emperor's face. The crown prince then continued. Your son thinks that this matter shouldn't be announced. It's better to act quickly than to drag it out. Let's ensure that there's no commotion in the court. These 3 generals should be dealt with quickly. As for the others, we shouldn't pursue them too much. King Lu must not be blamed. If there are rumors spreading amongst the commoners, we have to deal with them as well. Your son has finished speaking. Father Emperor, please make your decision. The emperor stood up and muttered to himself before speaking. My decision has been made. I shall sentence the 3 generals to death. Chun, whose entire family shall be executed. All males above the age of 10 shall be executed. He then turned to the crown prince and smiled. You love your brother. I know that. But King Lu's actions have betrayed me, and I can't ignore it. I've already demoted him to Prefecture Prince Lu and have him reflect on his actions for 3 months. However, there's no official decree. My decision has been made. Seeing that the crown prince still had something to say, the emperor waved his hands. Let's follow this decree. There's no need to interrogate them. Just execute them. He then spoke gently. I'm tired. The crown prince must have suffered a great deal. Go and rest. King Lu's mansion. King Lu sat within the main hall. The serving maids and eunuchs stood quietly, not daring to make a sound. Occasionally, they would glance at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. The emperor's personal army had surrounded the palace. There were rumors circulating within the palace that King Lu's attempt to assassinate the crown prince had been exposed. This was a heinous crime. Snow was falling from the sky as it landed on the withered trees in the garden. Everyone within King Lu's mansion was in a state of panic. Outside King Lu's mansion, there were many soldiers standing guard. They were all dressed in cotton robes and had armor on their bodies. On the outside, they had a straw raincoat on. King Lu was riding like a dragon or a snake. His demeanor was rather calm. King Lu, we've investigated the matter thoroughly. The crown prince was attacked last night, and none of our spies have reported back. We're still in the dark today. Eunuch Liao spoke from the side. Now that the emperor's personal army has surrounded the palace, they don't forbid the servants from leaving. The people within the palace are feeling uneasy. There are already a few thieves who stole gold and silver and were caught. There are even some who wanted to leave the palace. King Lu, how should we deal with this? King Lu didn't speak as he focused on his writing. After a long time, he finally stopped. He then picked up a blue and white porcelain teacup and took a sip of tea. He then spoke, "Pass down my orders. If anyone dares to cause trouble within the palace, they shall be beaten to death. As for those who try to escape, they shall be beaten to death. As for those who want to leave," King Lu revealed a sinister smile. "If they want to leave, let them. Just make a list of their names." "Yes, Your Majesty," Eunuch Liao replied before he turned around and left. "Eunuch, spare us. Spare us." Within King Lu's mansion, several people were begging for mercy. Those who betray their master shall die. As Eunuch Liao spoke, several screams of agony could be heard. After a while, there was no more sound. Several eunuchs dragged out several bloody corpses wrapped in white cloth from the prison cell. At this point, an imperial guard rushed in, looking somewhat flustered. "Your Majesty, the emperor has an edict. Set up the altar and welcome the angel." King Lu was calm and collected as he led his men to welcome him. He then saw a man holding the imperial edict with both hands as he walked towards the altar. When he saw King Lu, he bowed. "Your son respectfully wishes for the emperor's peace. Greetings to the emperor." The imperial envoy read out the imperial edict. The decree states, "King Lu's conduct has been improper and has betrayed my will. Your title shall be demoted to that of a canton prince and shall revert to your original title. You shall remain in seclusion for 3 months to reflect on your mistakes. King Lu shall forgive me." Although he was prepared for this, the moment the imperial edict was read out, King Lu's vision turned black as he prostrated himself on the ground. "Your son, thank you." The eunuch was used to King Lu's confident and dignified demeanor. He never expected that the emperor would be so impolite to his own son. The moment the imperial edict was read out, King Lu trembled in fear. His face turned pale, and his respect for the emperor's might grew by another level. He sighed and saw that King Lu had already accepted the imperial edict. He then took a step forward and kowtowed to King Lu. "Your servant is following the emperor's orders and had no choice. Please forgive me, King Lu. Give this eunuch 50 taels of silver." King Lu composed himself as his face turned pale. He wiped the sweat off his brow as he spoke. He was extremely vexed as well. Initially, when he came out, He wanted to maintain his composure and maintain the demeanor of a king. But when the imperial edict was read out, he realized that he wasn't as tough as he thought he would be. This time, the imperial edict only stripped him of his title and kept his title as a Canton prince. What if the next time he was demoted to a commoner and imprisoned or even sentenced to death? The closer he was to the emperor, the more he realized how terrifying the emperor's power was. There were thousands of people in King Lu's palace and hundreds of black-robed guards. How many of them would dare to defy the imperial edict? Thinking up to this point, King Lu let out a long sigh. Chapter 245. Within the hall, a fire burned brightly, warming up the entire hall. However, the few of them remained silent. They assumed that the crown prince would be in the palace for a period of time. Who would have thought that within an hour, there would be a commotion outside as the crown prince walked in with a gust of cold wind? Everyone paused in shock as they looked at the crown prince's pale face. When the crown prince walked in, he felt as though the cold around him had dissipated. The eunuchs hurriedly served him tea. King Lu has finally been stripped of his title. The crown prince returned and drank some soup to warm himself up. He then chased the eunuchs out of the hall. He then stood up and took a few steps forward. After some time, he exhaled and said, "He's been demoted to a Canton prince." The grand princess sighed. King Lu was an illustrious man, and yet he had fallen into a trap. In less than 48 hours, a simple imperial edict had reduced his title to a prince. Pei Ziyun bowed. "Congratulations, crown prince." This time, the demotion isn't just about the title. It's also the emperor's announcement to the world that King Lu is no longer the heir to the throne. With this edict, many people in the capital city will change their attitude towards you. These people are the icing on the cake, while you're the coal in the snow. This time, you've contributed greatly. I will never forget you. The crown prince's eyes shone brightly. What should we do now? What we need to do now is to hunt and roast the wild boar. Crown prince, you don't have to interfere. After all, without King Lu, you're the only heir to the throne. However, it's not as if we don't do anything. The snowmen in the crown prince's palace made me suspicious. Even if they were blinded by greed, they wouldn't betray their master to gain glory. Even if they betrayed their master, they might not gain glory. If something happens to the crown prince, what benefits would they gain? You're saying that someone used demonic spells. When the crown prince heard this, he frowned. Dark altar sect. That's hard to say. However, it's not wrong for some people to try and sow discord. The imperial court has its own Dao guards. The crown prince can openly order an investigation to remove these people. Not only will it benefit the crown prince, the emperor will also be happy. If not, it's hard to defend against a stab in the back. When the crown prince heard this, he suddenly thought back to the day when he was told that someone from his own palace had revealed that he had an affair with a concubine in the palace. At that time, he was shocked, wronged, and terrified. He then nodded his head. "You're right. We have to investigate this, especially those who are close to King Lu." The eldest princess looked at the crown prince's expression and sighed. Pei Ziyan knew that the time was right and did not say anything more. He bade his farewell and left the crown prince's mansion. A carriage was waiting for him. With a shout, the carriage headed towards Pei Mansion. They had just gone through a major event, and it was snowing. There were very few people on the streets and alleys. The only sound that could be heard was the hooves of the mules in the snow. King Lu's title has been demoted, and his losses are huge. Pei Ziyan thought to himself, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Mission: assist the crown prince, attack Dark Altar sect, incomplete. Not only did King Lu suffer heavy losses, even Dark Altar sect was implicated. Pei Ziyan laughed coldly. Especially now that I've said these words, the crown prince will definitely make a move against Dark Altar sect. Everything else aside, I'm afraid the entire capital city will have to be uprooted. All I have to do now is wait, and the mission will be completed. The snow fell on the carriage and rustled. Pei Ziyan then relaxed and lay down. At least there was a pillow for him to sleep on. Oh yes, the treasure I obtained from the previous dynasty can be used now. Thinking this way, he retrieved the pearl from within his robes and looked at it for some time. He then placed the pearl under his pillow and leaned on it gently before falling asleep. The doors to the side hall were tightly shut. There was a map laid out on the table, and the two of them looked at it carefully. A middle-aged third-ranked official spoke out. The imperial court is getting weaker by the day, and the imperial chi is getting weaker. The world is in chaos. I want you to share the emperor's worries and worries. I want you to look for the earth dragon and kill it, so that Big Qian can live longer. Are you willing to do this? The Taoist paused for some time before replying, Godfather, you took me in years ago and even avenged my family. It's hard for me to repay your kindness. If you say this, I can only die a horrible death. It's just that, Godfather, for destroying the earth dragon, you have been punished by the heavens and earth. The wrath of the heavens is not far away. Whether it's me, you, or even our family, I'm afraid none of us will have a good ending. I'm fine. I have no descendants. Godfather, you have a whole family. The middle-aged man sighed. His Majesty has treated me with great kindness. How can I not contribute when the world is in chaos? The scene changed. Looking up the mountain, the sky was dark and gloomy, and the rain was like a fog. The wind blew against their robes, causing them to flap loudly. Behind them were two 11 or 12-year-old Taoist children. The two Taoist children looked rather young, and their faces were flushed red from the wind. Master, don't call me Master. Master, you're the one who took us in and taught us. Don't call me Master. What I've done will result in retribution. If you call me Master, you'll be implicated as well. The Taoist took out a compass and stood against the wind. He surveyed the terrain from a high vantage point. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, and his face was covered with frost. The scene changed once more. Snow was falling from the sky. The Taoist was around 50 years old, and his steps were strong. However, his hair was all white, and his face was filled with wrinkles. Behind him were two young Taoists. The Taoist stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. He sighed. I've traversed the mountains and rivers for 11 years. The hidden dragon, I've finally found it. Looking at the mountains in the distance, it looked as though a dragon was crouching on the ground. Grand Tutor's mansion back then, a third-ranked official had become the Grand Tutor. His hair and beard were all white, and he was skinny. He looked old and frail, but his eyes shone brightly, as though he could see through people's hearts. In front of the Grand Tutor, a Taoist knelt down. You finally succeeded. I've waited for this day for 10 years. The luck of the Qian dynasty is getting worse and worse. Cough, cough. The Grand Tutor coughed as he spoke. Grand Tutor, I didn't fail you. Our dynasty has been around for 270 years, and its luck is waning. The imperial chi is rising. The Taoist pointed to a map. I've traversed the entire world and finally found the location of the hidden dragon. It's in Qin Prefecture. It's just that the imperial chi doesn't die. Destroying the hidden dragon doesn't mean that the calamity has been eliminated. Instead, the imperial chi will disperse and transform into hundreds of smaller dragons. The world will be in chaos, and there will be many more years of war. Who knows how many people will die because of this, and how many will be punished by the heavens and the earth. The Grand Tutor fell silent for a long time as he looked at the hidden dragon diagram. But destroying the dragon veins, although there will be the wrath of the heavens, it also means that there won't be another king for many years to come. I'm a first-ranked official and can still hold on for a while. If the imperial court is able to suppress the dragon veins and get rid of all the dragons and snakes, there will be another 100 years of peace. I'm paid by the imperial court, so why wouldn't I be willing to die? Within a mountain range. Dig everything out. From afar, the mountain looked like a dragon. Thousands of people were digging along its neck, trying to cut off the dragon's head. A Taoist was supervising the workers when suddenly a storm broke out. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Haha, the imperial chi has been damaged, and the heavens have responded. Quick, Send people to search the area within a 30-mile radius. The imperial chi can sense it, and it has to descend into the world. If you see any pregnant women about to give birth, kill them all. The Taoist laughed maliciously as he gave the order. Yes, Your Excellency. Hundreds of soldiers had been waiting for a long time. They obeyed the order and rushed out, their killing intent soaring up to the heavens. Quick, my wife is about to give birth. I don't know why, but the baby is about to be born prematurely. Somewhere in the countryside, a scholar pulled a midwife over. What a heavy rain. I, Granny Wong, am too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, who would be willing to do this? The midwife spoke. The moment they reached the door, they heard the woman crying out in pain. Not good. My wife is about to give birth. Midwife, hurry up. The scholar urged the midwife. After some time, the sound of crying could be heard. The scholar was overjoyed when he saw a group of soldiers appear. Shoot! The bows of the crossbows gleamed coldly in the rain, as arrows rained down on the woman. The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out incessantly. When they entered the room, they saw the scholar pressing down on the pregnant woman, while the pregnant woman was protecting the baby. Both of them had been hit by multiple arrows and looked like porcupines. However, the strange thing was that not only was the baby unharmed, he wasn't crying at all. If they didn't check on him, they would have assumed that he was dead. He's not dead yet. The soldier laughed maliciously as he slashed down with his blade, decapitating the baby. Boom! The shadow of a dragon appeared in midair as it screamed out in pain. The moment the imperial chi dissipated, it turned into numerous snakes that escaped in all directions. Soon after, it started to rain heavily, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. At the same time, the Taoist at the construction site was hugging a yellow bundle, not moving an inch. The supervisor was bewildered as he stepped forward and whispered, Taoist leader, Your Excellency? Even in the midst of the rain, the yellow bundle in the Taoist's arms began to burn. As the bundle burned, the imperial edict could be seen within. Another clap of thunder could be heard. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded beside the Taoist, causing him to bleed from all his orifices. Two young Taoists ran towards him. Master, master. The Taoist's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were bleeding profusely. Black chi emanated from his body as he struggled to speak. Don't call me master. If you do, you will be devoured as well. I have no regrets. It's just that when I was searching for the dragon's veins, I discovered a never-before-seen dragon's vein. This cannot produce an emperor, but it can produce an immortal. 3 and Tugwa. Go and report this to the imperial court. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of thunder rang out, and everything disappeared. Boom! It was as if he could still hear the sound of thunder. Pei Ziyin struggled to get up and realized that he was still in the carriage. The thunder seemed to be real. The spring thunder is here. Pei Ziyin touched his hands and realized that he was bleeding from all his orifices as well. Backlash. It's been a few decades, and I've merely absorbed some memories, and yet I've been affected? That's not all. The key point was that he had suddenly received some information. The 3 and 2 guas are related to an unprecedented immortal Tao dragon's vein. Did I just happen to obtain this information from a treasure of the previous dynasty? Something doesn't feel right. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy as he looked up at the gloomy skies. Snow and rain continued to fall from the sky. He tried to recall what was going on, but could not think of anything. What was the reason for the 3 and 2 gua's existence? It said that they were very powerful, but I can't see anything special about them, other than their cultivation speed. But if it's related to this, then it makes sense. Paradise is formed from the chi of the earth. Although it has the same origin as the dragon's vein, it is different. One is light, the other heavy. The heavy ones are in control of the world, while the light ones are free and unfettered. To be more specific, the smaller acupoint is the paradise, while the larger acupoint is the paradise. Could it be that Xie Chengdong achieved his Tao by finding the immortal Tao dragon's vein? What role did the 3 and 2 gua play in this? Nothing else is more important than this. I have to find out as soon as possible. He retrieved a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his face. At this point, he could see his residence from afar. He then shouted, "Turn around to the Crown Prince's palace." Chapter 246. Crown Prince's mansion. The snow had stopped, and the clouds weren't heavy. The sun shone brightly through the clouds. The Crown Prince was slightly tired and had already called for dinner. A pot was boiling, and white smoke was rising from it. When he saw Pei Ziyin return, he was somewhat surprised. He then laughed. "You're back just in time. Men, set up a table. Accompany me for a few cups." Pei Ziyin didn't act pretentious as he walked over to the table and poured a cup for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince received the cup and saw that it was filled with red wine. It was like amber as he gulped it down in one gulp. After drinking, the Crown Prince was slightly tipsy. He then placed the cup down and sighed. "It's like we're living a life of luxury now. There are too many rules and regulations. In order to prevent gossip, I shall not pour you any wine. You can pour it yourself. It doesn't feel good to have to abide by the rules now." Thinking back to when I was young, my father, Emperor, brought my entire family to lay out a blanket on the ground and let the soldiers practice their swordplay. It was such a joyous occasion. Things are different now. It's the royal family now. Pei Ziyin thanked the Crown Prince and said, "Actually, this humble subject is here to bid farewell." "What? You're quitting?" The Crown Prince stood up and accidentally knocked the cup of wine onto the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. The Crown Prince ignored the cup of wine and grabbed Pei Ziyun's hand. "Did someone offend you, and you're leaving? Whoever dares to do so shall be beaten to death." Ever since Pei Ziyun had helped him, King Lu had been forced to retreat. Now that Pei Ziyun wanted to leave, the Crown Prince refused to let him go. Crown Prince, King Lu's injuries have attracted the attention of the entire world. His Majesty is the same. This humble subject is a Taoist. How can I stay in the Crown Prince's mansion for too long? If we're talking about gossip, this is the biggest one. Hearing these words, the Crown Prince paused in shock. Pei Ziyun then changed the topic. "Although King Lu's injuries are severe, we can't push him too far. Now that everything has been decided, no matter how capable King Lu is, he won't be able to make a comeback. Crown Prince, don't worry." When the Crown Prince heard Pei Ziyun's words, he paused before letting go of Pei Ziyun's hand. He then asked, "But why does Tao Master want to leave today?" Pei Ziyun sighed. "Crown Prince, your humble subject is a Taoist. How can I fly around the house of a duke or a marquis, much less the Crown Prince's mansion? Since I have to leave, I should do so as soon as possible. Since the Crown Prince has summoned me, I shall obey. Usually, a Taoist must stay away from the mortal world. I shall swallow the morning glow and spit out clouds and mist. This is my long-cherished wish." Only then did the Crown Prince regain his composure. Pei Ziyun's entire heart was focused on the Tao, and it seemed like he was helping the Crown Prince for the sake of world peace. Now that the matter was over, he could return. Some of his worries have been dispelled. "Since you've given me advice, I will not mistreat you. Men, bring me 100 pieces of gold." As he spoke, the Crown Prince poured another cup of wine and handed it over. Pei Ziyin smiled and downed the entire cup in one gulp. Without any hesitation, he received the banknotes from the eunuch. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your reward." Pei Ziyin bowed and said, "Take care, Crown Prince." As he spoke, Pei Ziyin floated away, stepping across the snow in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from sight. The Crown Prince was no longer in the mood to eat and drink. He turned around several times and stared at the snowy scenery. He then sighed, "A true Taoist." Grand Princess Mansion. Peach Garden. There were peach trees all over the island, and the temperature was much higher than outside. The Canton Princess was playing the guqin. The hot spring steam rose up from the ground, and when it met the cold air, it turned into a mist. The entire lake was like a paradise. A serving maid stood beside the Canton Princess, hugging her tiger skin cloak as she listened to the music. The sound of the guqin was melodious and carried with it a sense of joy. A bird flew across the sky and stopped beneath the peach tree to listen. The Grand Princess was at the Moon Tower in the peach garden. When she heard the sound of the guqin, she tugged at her cloak and said to the granny, "Her guqin skills are getting better and better." The granny then said, "The Canton Princess is like the prince consort. She's very talented. Her guqin skills are very similar to the prince consort's." "That's right." The Grand Princess sighed and paused for some time before saying, "I can only hope that Yi won't end up like her father." The entire place fell silent. Nobody dared to speak. At this point, another granny hurried over and reported to the Grand Princess, "Grand Princess, Pei Ziyun is here to bid his farewell." "Has the task been completed?" The Grand Princess picked up a raisin and asked as she ate it. "Grand Princess, it has been completed. All the items have been packed according to the year. There are 2 carts of them." The granny replied, "Go and invite top scorer Pei up." "Yes, Grand Princess." Moon Tower Pei Ziyun walked up and looked at the tower carefully. It was very neat and tidy and was 2 stories high. The corridors were lined with rosewood railings, and lanterns hung from the eaves. Looking down from above, the entire peach garden could be seen. The sun shone down on the tower, and on the table were grapes, longans, red dates, peanuts, and other dried fruits. Pei Ziyun sighed. "It was snowing last night, and yet it's warm here. It's really a paradise. This used to be a public house." It's been said that they used geomancy to change it. However, after they changed it, something happened, and they were stripped of their titles. I've invited several people to take a look at it, and they said that there's no problem with the geomancy. It's just that it's too good, and ordinary people can't take it. That's why their families were ruined, and their descendants were in trouble. The Grand Princess said, "Geomancy?" Pei Ziyun laughed disdainfully. "Every profession boasts about how they can change the weather. The lower the class, the more they do so. Geomancy is just a small skill." "Oh, you know geomancy as well?" The Grand Princess asked curiously. "I know a little." Pei Ziyun ate a red date before speaking slowly. "The natural dragon veins do not surpass that of a duke or a marquis. Although the previous dynasty's book of heavenly secrets said a lot, there are actually many fallacies. This chi of earth is just a cause. Take this matter, for example. This residence is already a duke, and the wealth of the officials in the world is at its peak. Yet the master still wants to add flowers to the brocade. In the end, news of this spread and angered the emperor. The emperor was displeased, and this resulted in a backlash. Even with the help of geomancy, he was unable to withstand the backlash. In the end, he lost his title and even his life. When the Grand Princess heard this, her eyes lit up. Even if the heavens and earth are strong, can it compare to the power of the emperor? Pei Ziyun originally did not know much about geomancy. However, after obtaining the memories of the Taoist, he became very familiar with it. He looked to the side, and an information interface flashed before his eyes. Geomancy, Grandmaster, Entry, Mastery, Grandmaster. Mastery was the entry level. Mastery meant mastery. 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 Mastery meant mastery and mastery. In other words, mastery was the mastery of mastery. If one does not enter the imperial court or is of low rank, geomancy can be of some use. But if one enters the imperial court and is of the 7th rank, how can geomancy be of any use? Even though the Taoist memories of slaying a dragon, Pei Ziyun was still shocked. Slaying a hidden dragon did not extend the life of the Qian dynasty for many years. Once the imperial court was destroyed, the imperial qi would rise. Even a commoner with no imperial qi would have a small chance of becoming a dragon. With the masses, geomancy was like giving some people their first bucket of gold. However, it was different when it came to cultivation. One could not even breathe in spiritual qi. Cultivating the human body was also the first bucket of gold. On the contrary, paradise and paradise replaced the masses and became the foundation of cultivation. He did not wish to speak further and bade farewell to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess then said, I've helped you obtain the information you wanted. There's a total of 3,000 scrolls and 2 carriages. Many thanks, Grand Princess. Pei Yun thanked her. The Grand Princess picked up a porcelain teacup and took a sip. She then smiled. You've done the Crown Prince a great service. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Pei Yun was about to speak when he heard the sound of the guqin. He paused. The sound of the zither was long and melodious, pure and ethereal. It was laced with emotions. The key was that the emotions flowed smoothly, not a single bit messed up. It was like quicksilver flowing through the ground. Pei Yin listened quietly as he lifted the lid of the teacup in front of him. As the sound of the guqin faded, Pei Yun sighed and said, "The Canton Princess is really talented. Her skills with the guqin have already reached the level of Tao." Hearing Pei Yun's words, the Grand Princess then said, "In this aspect, she takes after her father. She's talented and has deep emotions." The two of them looked down and saw the island in the middle of the lake. It was as if they could see a young lady playing the guqin on the island, playing and having fun. Pei Yun could not help but laugh bitterly as he bowed and retreated. He then thought, the Canton Princess has improved so quickly. It's really unbelievable. Could she be one of the 3 Yes Antiguas? It's just that fate energy can be used on the guqin as well. Pei Yun walked out and saw 2 ox carts parked outside. A official was waiting for him. When he saw Pei Yun, he bowed, "Greetings, Tao Master." The official bowed and took out a token. "Tao Master, the Crown Prince has ordered me to be at your beck and call." Pei Yun laughed. "I have something I need you to do. I need you to help me collect some personal belongings of famous Taoists from history. I will keep them in my house for my collection. The more the better." Pei Yun instructed as he handed over a thick stack of banknotes. The official stared at the stack of banknotes and hurriedly bowed. "Yes, I shall instruct my subordinates to handle this matter." As for why he didn't ask the Crown Prince or the Grand Princess for help, the official understood. For such a small matter, there was no need to trouble them. It was just a collection, and a very small collection. It wouldn't be worth much outside. Pei Yun laughed to himself. This wasn't a small matter, and didn't need to be explained. They boarded the carriage and arrived at the pier. Behind them were 2 other carriages. When they arrived at the pier, they saw another 2 carriages filled with books. "Be careful. Transport them according to their categories. Whoever dirties or breaks them, we won't be able to compensate them," someone shouted out. The handwritten books were less than 3,000 words and were sold for 1,000 coins. The printed copies were only a tenth of that. Although the printed copies were cheaper, a book with tens of thousands of words would still cost a few thousand coins. That was equivalent to a few taels of silver per book. He had spent a total of 5,000 taels of silver. These were all bought by Pei Yun from various bookstores in the capital city. These books could be passed down through the family and placed in the ancestral hall. "Young Master Pei, the books have been packed. Good, let's set sail." The boat set sail as Pei Yun waved goodbye to the capital city. His mind was already focused on the immortal Tao dragon veins. After being struck by lightning, my memories of this matter were wiped clean. But that's not important. I've obtained the Taoist's memories. This immortal Tao dragon veins seems to be near the borders of Ying Prefecture. How I wish I could fly back and investigate. Chapter 247. Shangjing Restaurant. When Xie Chengdong went upstairs, the boss hurriedly greeted him. "The weather is really cold. Waiter, heat up the wine quickly. Are you going upstairs to eat?" Xie Chengdong did not say anything and went upstairs. These 3 private rooms were separated by a screen. There was a table of 6 people eating and drinking wine. Everyone was a little tipsy. Xie Chengdong sat at a table by the window and casually ordered a few dishes. There was a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe with his hair tied up in a bun. A scholar laughed. "I'm a student of a sage. I don't believe in such things." The Taoist man then said, "You've always been smart, but you lost your mother when you were 7. Your stepmother instigated your father not to allow you to study, and you escaped to your uncle's house. Your uncle paid for your education. In the first year of the dynasty's founding, you became a Shiotsai at the age of 17. You made a living by teaching, but you only became a Jiren last year. That's why you came to the capital to take the exam. Am I wrong? Are you convinced? You don't have much luck, and there are still trials ahead of you. It will be difficult for you to become a grand scholar in your lifetime. If you are willing to join my sect, I will help you get rid of this disaster. The scholar laughed coldly. I am a high scholar. Even if I don't pass, I will not have to worry about food and clothing. If I am willing to become an official, I will become a 9th-rank scholar. Why are you trying to seduce me? The Taoist sighed. Fate is ever-changing. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. As he spoke, he walked towards Xie Chengdong and looked towards King Lu's palace. How is it? Xie Chengdong asked in a low voice. King Lu has been reduced to a Canton king. His original fate energy has been reduced by a large amount. However, the black energy has dissipated and the tribulation has passed. Although there's still some of it left, it doesn't affect his foundation. The Crown Prince's fate energy is stable, and he has a bad impression of us. It will be difficult for him to turn things around. Furthermore, our informants in the records department have heard that the Crown Prince is already investigating us. If we don't plan, our foundation in the capital will be uprooted. Brother Xie, you're someone sent by the sect. Please think of a way. The Taoist priest didn't have the same expression he had when he was telling his fortune. He was sweating profusely. Don't be afraid. I have a plan. Contact King Lu. I wish to see him. Xie Chengdong spoke plainly. King Lu's palace. When Butler Qing looked around, he saw a few people holding onto their books and checking their accounts. Some of them were feeling uneasy. He laughed coldly and took out a piece of paper and handed it to one of them. Take a look at this. When a man took it, he saw that there were many names written on it. These are all famous assassins in the Fu. This person sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, could it be that they all want to leave? Butler Qing sneered. You're right, it's precisely this kind of ungrateful person. He's usually so attentive, but once he encounters a little hardship, he'll immediately piss his pants. If it were me, how could it be so easy for him to leave? We also have to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them sneak into the mansion, especially the storeroom. Yes, the man replied loudly. Butler Qing glanced at him a few times before leaving hatefully. Seeing that he had left, a guest raised his head and wanted to drink some tea. However, he found that the teacup was empty, and no one came to serve him. He couldn't help but sigh. Today, when the sun rose, the people in King Lu's mansion had already dispersed. The serving maids and the eunuchs couldn't leave King Lu's mansion. They were all extremely worried. Some of them went shopping, while others sent money home. Now that an imperial prince had become a Canton king, who wouldn't be worried? The assassins and strategists had also dispersed. On the day of the incident, several of them were outside. At this point, they had all escaped and didn't return to the mansion. Some of the assassins were packing their belongings and preparing to leave. Only half of the assassins were still working and were preparing to leave once they were done. One of the assassins looked around and grumbled. At first, we were laughing at Renwei, who knew that he would have the foresight to leave so early. It's been said that he's now in prefecture's top score pays teacher and is in charge of the accounts. He's doing very well. The last time we met, he even treated us to a restaurant and ate 3 taels of silver. How enviable. King Lu has treated us well. Let's just leave. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're already heartless. How can we speak ill of our master? Another assassin advised. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. The assassin's face was gloomy. In the past, when King Lu's mansion suppressed the Crown Prince's mansion, it was glorious. Now that King Lu had become a Canton king, what was the point of being the Crown Prince? He was just a puppet and couldn't overturn the heavens. Thinking about this, an expression of helplessness surfaced on his face. This study was extremely unique. Looking up, one could see a man-made lake not too far away. There was also a fire underground, which allowed the fire to spread through the floor. It was as warm as spring. This had cost 4,000 taels of silver. This was a rare sight, not only in King Lu's mansion, but even in the imperial palace. At this point, King Lu's face was pale. He was in the study, practicing his calligraphy. His eyes were solemn, and if he said he wasn't angry, it would be a lie. He could only practice his calligraphy to vent the anger in his heart. Peace under heaven. The entire page was filled with such words. Some of the words were trembling, and some of them were loose. Butler Ching hurried over. King Lu, something's wrong. There are several assassins in the mansion who want to leave. Several of them have already snuck away. King Lu pressed down on the page and erased a single word. His face was flushed red as he put down his brush and paced around. He then laughed coldly. Let's go, let's go. It's good that they've left. At least we can tell if they're sincere or not. As he said this, he was filled with loneliness. Would there really be a day where he could make a comeback? At this point, Eunuch Liao asked to see him. King Lu then replied, "Come in." He then picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Eunuch Liao then entered and reported softly, "King Lu, the situation is out. Speak, I'm listening." At this point, King Lu was much calmer than before. He leaned back in the tiger skin chair and looked outside. He looked very young, and there weren't any wrinkles on his face. His every movement had regained the dignity of an emperor. The palace has sent a letter. Gu Yun has sent a letter, saying that since King Lu is already a Canton prince, having 13 manors is too much. He requests that the number of manors be reduced. Gu Yun was the Minister of Rights, and was also a scholar from the Hall of Literature. He was usually polite and courteous to King Lu. King Lu's face turned red as he paced several steps and stared at the man-made lake. He then forced himself to calm down and said, "What did the emperor say? What did the crown prince say?" His Majesty stayed in the palace and didn't hand it out, but the crown prince said, "This wasn't my younger brother's responsibility. An imperial father only needed to wipe it out a little. How could he really seize my younger brother's manor and deprive my brother and nephew of their rations and clothing? This cannot be done." Hearing these words, King Lu wasn't happy. Instead, he was furious. His eyes turned red as he cursed. Since when has the crown prince become so crafty? What did father say? The emperor said that there must be rules. How about this? We'll reduce 2 manors. King Lu laughed and asked, "If that's the case, which 2 manors should I reduce?" Black Wind Manor and Righteous Manor. These 2 manors were huge manors and were worth 150,000 taels of silver. Every year, they would produce 10,000 taels of silver. King Lu then asked, "What else is there?" Also, Chun, who has been executed. Li and Jun and Lu Sheng have been sentenced to death. This was done yesterday. Hearing this news, King Lu didn't have much of an expression on his face. Now that he heard this news, he felt faint. These 3 generals were his trusted aides, and now they're all dead. King Lu stood up slowly and asked, "What else?" The emperor has reshuffled the generals in the capital city. The name list is here. King Lu received it and looked at it. After some time, he turned around. His eyes glowed green. His voice was calm and peaceful. Indeed, they're pushing for more. What else? The various officials have also sent letters of impeachment against King Lu. The name list is here. King Lu received the list and glanced at it before tossing it onto the table. I've already expected all of this. They're just following the wind. Anything else? There's nothing else. Oh no, the imperial court received a report from the army. The cavalry on the plains ambushed our camp and were forced to retreat. We haven't seen the details of the report, but roughly 200 men died. Furthermore, our camp is running low on rations and requested for reinforcements. This was a small matter, but King Lu listened attentively. After some time, he asked, "Anything else?" King Lu, other than Xie Chengdong requesting an audience, there's nothing else. Xie Chengdong requests an audience. King Lu was surprised. Dark Altar sect and Xie Chengdong still haven't left. I remember you reporting that the night of the incident, Xie Chengdong found an excuse to leave the sect. I don't believe it's a coincidence. These Taoists. After remaining silent for some time, he then spoke to Eunuch Liao, summoned him to come in through the secret passageway. I want to see what he has in mind. Yes, Eunuch Liao acknowledged. Although he said that he would receive Xie Qingdong, he had to wait for several days before eunuch Liao found an opportunity to meet with Xie Qingdong. When it was dark, he brought him to a mansion. This mansion was an ordinary courtyard, located northwest of King Lu's mansion. It was a 100-year-old mansion and had very few guests. It was located in a remote area and didn't look like much. The group of them entered the backyard and arrived at a room. This was a study, but the shelves were old and there weren't many books on them. On the table, there was an inkstone, brush, and ink. Xie Qingdong used the candlelight to look at the bookshelf. With a creaking sound, a secret passageway was revealed. He didn't go in first, but waited for the air to dissipate before lighting a candle and entering. When King Lu was building the mansion, he ordered people to build it. Now that the soldiers stationed outside have yet to leave, although it's not difficult to enter or leave, they're keeping a record of your movements. You're a Taoist, and your movements have to be discreet. We can't let His Majesty find out about this. If not, you might attract trouble. Now, please bear with it and follow the secret passageway. Eunuch Liao only said this, but Xie Qingdong knew that the night he went out, he had a knot in his heart. He then laughed. King Lu is indeed far-sighted. As he spoke, he fell silent. The passageway wasn't very long and was only a short distance away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a fake mountain. They then entered the passageway. The winter was rather cold, and there was a hint of desolation in the air. However, King Lu's mansion was especially cold. Eunuch Liao waved a hand and said, "Please." Xie Qingdong nodded his head and followed behind. A gust of cold wind blew in, causing the trees in the garden to sway. Xie Qingdong shivered as he hurried to a door. A eunuch welcomed him as he bowed and greeted him. He then smiled and led the way to the study, where several eunuchs stood by the side of the lamp. At this point, King Lu was looking at himself in the mirror. He realized that he hadn't taken care of himself for several days. He then sighed and ordered, "Servants, change your clothes." 2 serving maids outside the door listened to King Lu's instructions and entered the room. They then bowed to King Lu before helping him to freshen up and shave his beard. Actually, in ancient times, it wasn't that people didn't haircut their hair. There was a hair combing room within the palace. There were about 10 servants who were in charge of hairdressing the sons and daughters of the emperor. At this point, King Lu had changed his clothes and trimmed his beard. He looked very energetic as he sat in the study. At this point, someone called out, "King Lu, Xie Qingdong requests an audience." "Enter," King Lu replied plainly. Chapter 248. Young Master, this way please. Eunuch Liao led the way as Xie Qingdong entered the study room. He felt warm and comfortable. There were glass windows and a huge bookshelf filled with books and paintings. In front of the screen, there was a tea table and a chair. King Lu was seated on the chair, looking very spirited. His eyes were slightly dark and his face was pale. He wasn't very calm. His voice was gentle. "Rise." At this point, only the 3 of them were in the study room. There were guards standing guard in the distance. Seeing that Xie Qingdong's attitude was still respectful, King Lu had a strange look on his face. He took a sip of tea and sighed, "I'm at the end of my road and have been demoted to a Canton king. Why are you still so respectful?" His expression was one of desolation, and no one could tell how deep his emotions were. Hearing King Lu's words, Xie Qingdong laughed out. "Of course not. We Taoists can observe fate energy and know that King Lu is the future son of heaven. Although there will be setbacks, it's just a temporary setback and not a big deal. As long as we have a good plan, King Lu's fate will return to you." "Haha, I'm pleased to hear these words of yours. But how can fate be so simple? I've already lost my title as a prince. How can fate be like that?" King Lu laughed out as he sipped on his tea. He was calm and composed. Xie Qingdong looked at King Lu and nodded his head in approval. Such a demeanor was worthy of being invested in. He then lowered his voice. "King Lu feels that you're at the end of your road, but that's not necessarily the case. At least there's a glimmer of hope. It's not impossible to rise again." King Lu stared at Xie Qingdong, his eyes blazing as he asked, "What do you mean? What do you have in mind?" "King Lu, listen to me." Xie Changdong bowed. "This matter is simple. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. I wonder if there's anyone else who can speak up for me?" "Of course there's someone who can speak up for me. It's just that most of them won't be willing to help me." King Lu's face was gloomy. "Even if these people speak up for me, they might not be able to change anything. The Crown Prince has the support of the Emperor." "King Lu is right, but they don't speak up for you. On the contrary, if they don't speak up for you, how many of them will do that?" Xie Chengdong asked. Hearing this, Eunuch Liao roared in anger. "How dare you? Do you want to put my lord in danger? Let him speak." At this point, King Lu's interest was piqued as he waved his hands. "Prince, this person is a traitor." Eunuch Liao looked at Xie Chengdong in front of him and said hatefully, "Your Highness is already in a bad situation, and now he wants to make it worse." When Xie Chengdong heard this, he wasn't in a hurry to explain himself. He glanced at King Lu and noticed that he was smiling. However, he couldn't tell what was in his eyes. Was it hatred, doubt, or hope? Xie Chengdong then said, "The Emperor is in his twilight years, and his body is deteriorating. This time, the Crown Prince has won a great victory, and that is the case. But the hearts of father and son are connected. Would the Emperor be closer to the official or to the prince? Although it is said that if the prince breaks the law, the commoners will be punished the same way, but His Majesty has already punished him. If there are many people who want to speak up for the Crown Prince and kill His Highness, think about it. Wouldn't His Majesty feel that the Crown Prince's wings are full and his claws and teeth are sharp, making people tremble in fear? Or could it be that the Crown Prince doesn't want to bear the crime of killing his brother and wants an official to do it? As long as His Majesty suspects the Crown Prince, His Highness' path would be much smoother. Just like that, you can topple the Crown Prince?" Eunuch Liao was excited. "You're a Taoist, and you're full of schemes. I've misunderstood you." "Of course not. The Crown Prince has an expert by his side. If the Crown Prince was overbearing and wanted to kill His Highness, the Emperor will be disgusted and not strip His Highness of his title. Now that the Crown Prince is magnanimous, the Emperor is much more at ease." As he spoke up to this point, Xie Chengdong sighed. After this battle, the Crown Prince's position is stable and won't be in chaos for a short period of time. Besides, the officials are loyal to him, and it would be difficult to topple him with schemes alone. After all, if His Majesty wants to depose the Crown Prince, he would have to consider the opinions of the officials. The Crown Prince is magnanimous, and the Crown Prince follows the rules. The Crown Prince is innocent, so why should the Emperor depose him? The capital's foundation has been uprooted. His Highness has to leave the capital and take control of the army. Only then would he be able to protect himself. Xie Chengdong then continued, "Hence, the first step is to show weakness and make the officials submit a petition to kill His Highness. Even if the Crown Prince doesn't participate, it would still create a huge commotion. The Emperor is naturally uneasy. However, this plan isn't enough. We need another plan." "Oh, Mr., please speak." King Lu addressed Xie Chengdong as Mr., which meant that his attitude towards Xie Chengdong had changed. He leaned forward and looked at Xie Chengdong. "The plan is to injure yourself to gain sympathy. His Highness will gradually become thinner and thinner. After reading the petition to kill him, he will spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and fall sick. It will be best if he becomes as sick as a piece of dried wood. All we need to do is to secretly spread the news or arrange for someone to submit a petition to say that His Highness is in pain." "His Highness, what do you think the Emperor would think? We have to fight for the Emperor to visit us. His Highness would say, 'Father Emperor, that I might not be able to serve you anymore.' Father and son are connected by heart. What do you think the Emperor would think when he sees His Highness in such a state? Would he think that he has gone too far in suppressing you?" Xie Chengdong spoke as he picked up a teacup and placed it next to King Lu. When King Lu heard this, he stared at Xie Chengdong and sighed. "Good plan. You're so knowledgeable, and yet you're able to say it out loud. I'm both surprised and delighted." Xie Chengdong laughed. His Highness, I'm not done yet. King Lu paused as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Mister, please continue. Eunuch Liao looked at King Lu as he wiped the tears from his eyes. This is a tactic of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others. The emperor might console you, saying that the crown prince is benevolent and won't do anything to you. You just need to rest and recuperate. Hearing these words, King Lu knew that this was very likely. He then looked at Xie Chengdong. Mister, how do you think I should deal with this? King Lu, you can't retort. You have to say, your son understands. When the emperor leaves, you're going to cry out loud. You're going to tell everyone around you that the crown prince is benevolent, and I've always known that. However, the officials are treating your son as a traitor, and they're furious. It looks like I don't have many more days to live. I believe that the emperor will know what King Lu has said. Even if he doesn't, he can send someone to inform the emperor. Father and son are connected by heart, not to mention the fact that the emperor likes King Lu even more. He even praised King Lu and bowed deeply to me. Now that King Lu has fallen to such a state, wouldn't the emperor empathize with you? As long as we can gain the emperor's sympathy, many things can be done. At this point, if someone were to suggest that King Lu should surrender to the emperor would most likely agree. The capital city is too big, and the capital city is too small. King Lu has to jump out of the capital city in order to survive. Everything that the emperor says and does will be seen by the emperor. As long as he surrenders to the emperor, he will be able to command an army, amass wealth, and collect grain. This is his destiny. Phew! At this point, King Lu's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. After some time, he let out a long sigh and said, Mr. Xie's plan is very good, but is it really impossible for me to fight for the position of crown prince? King Lu was still somewhat unwilling to give up. King Lu, I'll say this again. If the crown prince is too overbearing and wants to kill King Lu and tries to recruit people from all over the palace, only then would King Lu have a chance to make a comeback. Although the crown prince has already won, he has a magnanimous attitude. Although the officials are loyal to him, he doesn't want to reveal himself and try to recruit the officials. A few days ago, he even wrote a memorial to the emperor. This magnanimous, studious, humble, and wise crown prince. Unless the emperor has gone mad, who else would be able to get rid of him? At first, there was still the option of using military force. But now that the crown prince has uprooted him, this capital city is like a trapped dragon. If King Lu continues to stay here, you will slowly wither away. You won't have another chance. Only when you leave the capital city will you be able to see the sky and the sea. Xie Chengdong spoke earnestly. He had already made up his mind. If King Lu didn't listen to him, then he would have to give up. He then bowed slightly and didn't speak further. King Lu pondered for some time. Of course, he didn't want to give up on Xie Chengdong. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Xie Chengdong's words made sense. His eyes flashed as he spoke. Mister's words have enlightened me. Since I've obtained the mandate of heaven, I have to have you as a true sovereign. If I don't confer the title, I won't be able to repay you. King Lu has the mandate of heaven. This humble subject is only trying his best. Xie Chengdong didn't claim credit for himself as he bowed once more. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Liao Pan, go and arrange for someone to attack me. This is a good plan. Time doesn't wait for me, and I can't delay any longer. Since King Lu had made his decision, he acted swiftly and instructed Eunuch Liao to make the necessary arrangements. King Lu thought for some time before he looked at Xie Chengdong and asked, Mr. Xie, do you have anything else to say after this? Xie Chengdong laughed as he lowered his eyelids. Of course there is. When King Lu hears news of your departure, you can recover from your illness and bid farewell to the emperor. Your words must be sincere. Halfway through your journey, arrange for someone from the relay station to give King Lu some fish that isn't fresh. Fish that isn't fresh? King Lu's eyes flashed. Yes, King Lu, along the way, the imperial court has its own rules and regulations. It doesn't seem like the emperor would want to reduce the supply of fish. Even the relay station wouldn't agree to it. That would be a crime punishable by death. However, if you were to provide fish that isn't fresh, this is within the rules and regulations. Besides, this person has to say that King Lu isn't a king, but a Canton prince. In the future, there might not even be a Canton prince. What's wrong with eating this fish? At this point, King Lu can't refuse or get angry. He wants to eat the fish that isn't fresh, and then sigh, I don't know if my descendants will be able to eat this fish. When the emperor hears this, he will definitely be heartbroken. In order to balance things out, he will definitely restore King Lu's title. In fact, he might even increase King Lu's military power. When that time comes, King Lu will be able to protect himself. If anything happens, he will be able to bring his troops back to the capital and fight for the throne. King Lu thought for some time before sighing. That's the only way. So what if I suffer a little? It's just that I'm still able to lay low. As he spoke, he was silent for some time before he stood up and bowed deeply. Mr. Xie, in the past, when you came to my palace, I was filled with disdain. But now, it seems like you're a nation scholar and a military advisor to the world. I dare not disregard your etiquette. Now that I'm in a dire situation, I have no choice but to borrow Mr. Xie's wisdom. Since King Lu has invited me, how would I dare not comply? Xie Chengdong bowed as well. His heart was filled with joy. Chapter 249. Golden Island. See, area Pei Ziyun had rushed all the way from the capital city to this place. At this point, the blue sky was dyed blue, the water was vast, the sky was wide, and the waves were endless. Flocks of seagulls soared into the sky, and as far as the eye could see, an island could be seen in the middle of the sea. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The official beside him laughed. Down, master, we're about to reach the island. Look, there's already someone waiting for us. This Baihu was the person who had followed him last time. His name was Xiao Du, and he had been appointed by the crown prince to follow him. If there was anything, he could directly go through him. Now that the crown prince's reputation had spread far and wide, the authority of a Baihu was different. Pei Ziyun boarded the boat and followed the flow of the river. He gazed out at the sea and drank under the moonlight, looking extremely carefree. Xiao Du noticed that Pei Ziyun did not want to talk about politics or military matters and did not ask any questions. Pei Ziyun turned around and smiled. I saw it too. When they got closer, Xiao Du habitually glanced around and saw seagulls flying in the sky. Some women and children were picking up shells and crabs from the beach with a basket, and old men were sewing fishing nets under the shade of coconut trees. A cow mooed. A farmer was driving a cow to plow the fields. A small plain had already been turned into a fertile field. Further away, there was a stronghold. A few villagers wearing mountain clothes were standing on the lookout tower, observing the sea from afar. Pei Ziyun welcomed the sea breeze and looked at the warm spring flowers blooming on the island. He then said, a few days ago it was still freezing cold, but in the blink of an eye, it's spring. Hearing these words, one of the boatmen laughed. Young master, there is very little frost or snow on Goldwater Island. Along the coast, it takes 3 months for the weather to warm up. However, on Goldwater Island, it only takes a month before it's spring. It's just that in the past, the boss was only willing to plunder and didn't want to manage it. If he managed it well, we would have thousands of mu of fertile land. Haha, well said. Pei Ziyun pointed to the forest and said, we can graze on a mountain and raise some cows, sheep, and pigs. We can also fish in the water. Let's dock. One of the boatmen shouted out as the boat started getting busy. They lowered the anchor and built the bridge. He Ching led several Taoists to welcome him. Down, master. Pei Ziyun waved a hand and said, how have you been recently? He Ching then said, there are mountains and strongholds here. There are also fertile fields that can be cultivated. It's similar to living in the mountains. Life here is very comfortable. It's just that the little rascal used to live in the mountains and doesn't know how to swim. It's a headache. You should learn how to swim now. Living on an island, you can't swim well. Pei Ziyun pointed at the people who were busy working in the river valley and asked, What are they doing over there? He Ching took a look. Young master, they're building a dam. We don't have many people, and thus we hired the craftsmen from the mainland to build it. They paid us 30% more than usual. There are 2 high valleys here, and there's a river in the middle. We can build a dam. We've done it before when we were in the mountains. We can turn the flat land into fertile fields, and the hillside can be turned into terrace fields. There's at least another 500 mu of land. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun nodded his head. How's the construction of the house coming along? Pei Ziyun asked. I've also invited the craftsmen on land. They're all done. Please take a look. The few of them stepped forward. Along the way, the flowers bloomed and the sun shone down on them. Several fishermen were casting nets on the surface of the sea, catching fish. In the distance, a few goats were scattered on the grass, with a few lambs in tow. A few roosters and a flock of hens were foraging for food. There weren't any wild beasts on the island, and they could rest assured. From afar, they could see the stronghold. There was even a watchtower on top of the stronghold. This stronghold hadn't been demolished, and was instead fortified. If anything were to happen, they could retreat to this stronghold to defend it. Below the stronghold, there was a small town. It was neatly laid out and formed the shape of a well. From time to time, the villagers would step forward to pay their respects. Look down, master. For the sake of safety, we've built it within the stronghold. He Ching said. Pei Ziyun and He Ching entered the stronghold and saw a mansion being built within. Inside, there were red walls. Although it wasn't luxurious, it still looked imposing. When they entered, they saw a meeting room, a living room, a backyard, a military room, and a pond. There were a few fish swimming in the pond. When they walked out and returned to the town, they saw a Taoist monastery. The monastery wasn't big and only had a main hall and a side hall. Several Taoists were supervising the construction of the monastery. Not far from it was an ancestral hall. Pei Ziyun looked down and stood at the top. He felt a sense of pride. He then turned around and asked the official, "What do you think of this?" "It's all right. There's some farmland here, and some people can live here." Xiao Du didn't think much of it. Golden Island was just a village, and the island was barren. There wasn't much land that could be developed. Xiao Du could understand Pei Ziyun's decision to expand the island, but he didn't think much of it. It's good that the official thinks this way. Flowing Sand Island couldn't be hidden and didn't want to be hidden. If it were a big island, the government might want to gather people from overseas. However, this island was only 170 square kilometers. Even if it was developed, it wouldn't be more than a village. Pei Ziyun was a transmigrator and had a sense of urgency. Flowing Sand Island and Sentinel Island added up to a total of 200 square kilometers and were developed into tens of thousands of acres of farmland. It wasn't that he wanted to rebel, but rather, he wanted to leave some space for the Pei family. There's a human population here. We'll build a dam, open up farmland, fish, and raise livestock. All these things are done, and it's starting to look like a city. The wind blew past. The official, He Ching, and the Taoist saw Pei Ziyun standing at the peak of the mountain, looking off into the distance. He didn't move an inch and didn't dare to disturb him. After some time, Pei Ziyun turned around. "Your Excellency Xiao, let's take a rest and have a meal before we return to Ying Prefecture." Xiao Du wasn't interested in this island at all, and nodded his head. The Taoist is right. Pei Ziyun watched as Pei Ziyun left before he entered the living room. He noticed that the decorations were simple and that the tea on the table was just plain tea. He took a sip before calling He Ching over. His expression turned serious. "You've done a good job. Let me give you another proposal." He Ching immediately knelt down and changed the way she addressed him. "Young chieftain, speak, and I'll do it." Although Flowing Sand Island and Sentry Island are small, they are divided into 10 li, with 20 households in each li. There will be a li head and a scribe. The craftsmen and masons that we hired are not to be sent back, but to continue building the li. Once they're done, we will distribute the land and collect 1/5 of the land tax. Build 5 pavilions along the main roads of the island and act as relay stations. There will be 5 soldiers, and they will be known as the 5 pavilions. Every year, the young men of the village will be trained. Only after they've been trained can they become soldiers or sailors. If they don't go through this process, they can only farm or fish for the rest of their lives. My personal guards will consist of 2 groups of 12 people. Build a mayor's office in the town, and the first mayor will be you. Below you will be the registrar, tax collector, prison warden, patrol team, harbor warden, warehouse warden, and medical officer. The registrar is very simple. He will be responsible for taking inventory of all the people and their land. Every new child and land sale must be registered. The tax collector will collect taxes from the island. The prison warden is the prison. That's not necessary. The patrol team will be split into 2 groups. Don't we still have 2 pirate ships that haven't been sold? We'll take the ships to patrol the harbor. After the Lee Pavilion is completed, we'll continue to build the harbor. We'll try to accommodate more ships. The harbor warden will collect taxes from foreign ships. It's not good to talk about taxes to outsiders, but it's more appropriate to talk about docking fees. The warehouse warden will be the warehouse manager. The medical officer will be the doctor. As for the ships, all of them will be owned by the public. They will be half military and half commercial. The captain, chief officer, second officer, and third officer will be appointed. They must be from the Lee Pavilion and will be given share of the profits. A portion of the profits will be given to the public, while the other portion will be given to the captain, chief officer, second officer, and third officer. Young chieftain, if we do this, we'll need more than 100 people. He Ching was the leader of the village, and thus understood these things. She was a little suspicious. We only have a few hundred people. Isn't this a little too much? Just farming and tending to the cows and sheep would be too much. But we have 2 sources of income. Firstly, with the expansion of the sea trade, there will be more and more ships. Although our Golden Island isn't big, it's an important transit point. I was the one who suggested the establishment of the Yingzhou City Shipping Department. The fees we collect here are just to maintain our expenses. Our main focus is on consumption and trade. Consumption and trade? He Ching didn't understand. Pei Ziyin pointed to the town below. This town isn't far from the harbor. It's only a few hundred meters away. We can build inns, hotels, medicine shops, pawn shops, etc. When the ships arrive here, we'll need fresh water, food, wine, and lodging. Although we're not pirates, we can still purchase some dirty goods at a low price and sell them to our fleet. In addition to our own trade, we should be able to support 100 people. In fact, we can even support 200 to 300 people. All of these can be included in the plan. These are the expenses for the early stages of development. You can use the gold that I've brought over. He Ching thought for some time before nodding her head. I understand. I'll handle it in a while. There's no rush. Let's take it slow, one by one. It's just a small island after all. It won't take too much time. 1 to 2 years should be enough. Pei Ziyin stood up and took a few steps before turning around. He had a cold smile on his face as he spoke in a low voice. We have no intentions of rebelling. However, if we don't set up rules, you'll realize that after a few decades, we'll be like scattered sand. You must remember, wealth doesn't last more than 3 generations, while rules can last for 5 to 10 generations. Pei Ziyin understood this all too well. If he didn't do this and relied solely on his wealth, the Pei family would be able to maintain their position within the next 1 or 2 generations. However, after 3 generations, someone else would rise up and take over the Pei family's position. Now that he had established rules and order, there would be people to protect them. Unless they were destroyed by external forces, or if they couldn't survive, they would be able to survive for a long time. Thinking up to this point, his master looked down the mountain. Originally, there were traces of white mist around the mountain and a faint red mist around the mansion. As he thought of this, the white mist around the mansion became denser. Pei Ziyin laughed out and thought to himself, I can't beat the high scholar, but I have 300 households that can beat the number of high scholars. Things are different now. According to the rules of the dynasty, 100 households will be given the title of prince, 300 households will be given the title of son, 600 households will be given the title of earl, 1,000 households will be given the title of marquis, and 2,000 households will be given the title of Duke. My golden island can be considered a viscount's property. Just as he was thinking about this, his eyes lit up. A small white plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a few words appeared. Master, 3rd level, 101. 5% completed. Chapter 250. Pazian looked at it and noticed that his reputation had reached the 4th level. He then sighed, "I've finally reached it." He pointed his finger, and in that instant, the heavens and earth changed. His consciousness was pulled into his Master, and the Master was surrounded by spiritual energy. The dense spiritual energy was absorbed by the Master. Pazian looked at it and closed his eyes. After a long time, Pazian regained his senses and looked at the Master again. Master, 4th level 1. 5% completed. Have a meal, and when I'm done, I'll head back down the mountain. Now that he had reached the 4th level of Master, he hesitated no longer and decided to head back to the mainland. With the plum blossom transforming his reputation, what would happen if he could find the immortal dragon veins? At this point, the information interface changed again. Mission: Yisur opens the gates of heaven and find the immortal dragon veins. Incomplete. Pazian paused. Suspicions arose in his heart. The system would never give out missions that had no connection. What was the connection between Yisur opening the gates of heaven and finding the immortal dragon veins? In Prefecture, by the time the boat reached the shore, it was already dusk. The sky was dark and gloomy. Lights were lit on the pier, and the boatmen were busy lowering the sails, setting up the bridge, lowering the anchor, and tying the ropes. Pazian looked up at the sky. It's going to rain soon. Spring rain is as precious as oil. This is a good thing. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone shall be rewarded with a tael of silver. The boatman thanked him. Pazian brought the official Xiao Du down from the boat and onto the pier. Rain started to fall. Xiao Du looked around and saw that there were many people on the pier. Not far away, there were many restaurants and bars. He then said, "It's changed again and seems to be livelier. With the sea trade, it's different. There are many boats and people coming in. Last year, we earned 300,000 taels of silver." He then called for an ox cart. At this point, someone called out to the official and gave him a signal. Xiao Du then walked over and waited for the ox cart to arrive. Pazian boarded the ox cart and was about to return to Fu Mansion when the official came over and whispered something to him. "What? King Lu is sick, and the emperor is visiting?" Pazian was shocked. The original owner couldn't remember anything like this happening. After thinking for some time, Pazian looked at the official. "What's the reason for King Lu's illness?" The official pondered for some time before he spoke. The ministers of the imperial court sent a petition requesting for King Lu to be imprisoned. Initially, it was just 1 or 2 imperial censors. But for some unknown reason, it turned into a group of people wanting to kill King Lu. Because of this, King Lu fell seriously ill, and the emperor went to visit him. "Any further news?" Pazian asked. "It's been said that King Lu was bawling his eyes out and said that all the officials wanted to kill him. It looks like he doesn't have much time left. There's no other news," the official replied. Pazian did not speak. He leaned against the carriage and pondered for a moment. This was a ruse to gain the confidence of others. He was retreating in order to gain an advantage. There was an expert beside him as well. Who could it be? In his previous life, Xie Qingdong had left the mountain around this time to seek a breakthrough in Dao opportunity. Could it be Xie Qingdong? After a long time, he exhaled deeply. He hoped that the crown prince wouldn't act in a perverse manner and give King Lu an opportunity to take advantage of him. However, with the grand princess and the imperial concubine around, the crown prince wouldn't be unwise. Forget it. I have to rush to the borders of Ying Prefecture and investigate the terrain. I have to find the immortal dragon veins. That's the most important thing. King Lu's mansion, a eunuch and an imperial doctor walked in. There were several guards following behind them. The moment they entered, They could smell the strong scent of medicine. When they calmed down, they noticed that King Lu was lying on a pillow. His body was haggard, and he was getting skinnier. His face was extremely pale, as if he had a lot on his mind. His eyebrows were furrowed as he closed his eyes to rest. A woman was using a spoon to feed him the medicine. When she saw them enter, she stood up and spoke to King Lu. "Husband, the palace has sent someone over. Oh, help me up." King Lu forced his eyes open and spoke weakly. The eunuch hurriedly smiled and replied, "Your Highness is lying on the bed. The Emperor misses you very much. Hence, he sent this servant and the imperial doctor over to take a look and feel your pulse." King Lu struggled to sit up and sighed. He then nodded his head. "Ai, this is my father's grace. It's a pity that with my current condition, I won't be able to share my father's worries. As long as King Lu meditates and recuperates, you'll be able to share the Emperor's worries." As he spoke, he gestured for the imperial doctor to sit by the side of the bed and extend his hand to feel King Lu's pulse. Eunuch Liao of King Lu's mansion waited anxiously as he held his breath. The imperial doctor's face was solemn as he fell silent for some time. His eyebrows then relaxed slightly as he placed King Lu's hand down before he stood up. The eunuch stood by the side and watched for some time. When he saw the imperial doctor stand up, he asked, "How is King Lu's body?" "Eunuch Li, the last time King Lu was feeling his pulse, his heart wasn't strong enough. His body and spirit were both damaged and weak. Today he has recovered somewhat." Hearing the imperial doctor speak like this, the eunuch called out, "Your Highness, your Highness." King Lu was about to speak when he coughed. Cough, cough. "Eunuch, is there an imperial edict?" "Yes, your Highness. His Majesty has spoken. He wants your Highness to rest and recuperate. As for other matters, there's no need to worry." Eunuch Li spoke solemnly. "Thank you, your son." King Lu heard the edict and was about to bow. Eunuch Li hurriedly waved his hands. "Your Highness, the Majesty has also spoken. Your Highness is very ill, and you don't have to bow." "Thank you, Emperor Father." King Lu opened his mouth to speak before he started coughing again. This time, the coughing became more severe. The imperial doctor looked at King Lu and frowned. "Your Highness, please don't be too emotional. Rest well, and you will recover soon," the imperial doctor advised. Being a doctor wasn't an easy task. Eunuch Li nodded his head. "Men, bring out the medicinal herbs that His Majesty has bestowed upon you." Several guards brought out plates of medicinal herbs. "Your Highness, these are all bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Please rest well, and don't be too emotional. Emperor Father, your son." Cough, cough. "Thank you." King Lu was about to continue speaking when the eunuch stretched out a hand. "Your Highness, please don't cause any trouble. Rest quietly. I will report everything to you." Hearing these words, Eunuch Liao's eyes lit up. He reached out and felt for the banknotes in his robes. Seeing that the eunuch had finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after him. Eunuch Liao had a smile on his face. "This is just a small token of my respect." Eunuch Li glanced around before he placed the banknotes into his sleeves. His face was full of smiles. "Don't worry, everything's fine. The Emperor is worried about you. This time, I'm here, not only to see your Highness, I'm also here to withdraw my personal guards." As he spoke, he waved his hands and spoke to a general, only to hear the sounds of horses galloping, as well as the sounds of armor clashing against each other. The soldiers retreated like a receding tide. It was obvious that they had retreated. Cough, cough. Within the room, King Lu started coughing again, as if he was in great pain. "All of you leave." Eunuch Liao rushed back and chased all the serving ladies out of the room. The entire room was silent, and not a single sound could be heard. "Mr. Xie, they've all left. Come out." King Lu's voice rang out as Xie Chengdong walked out from his room and bowed deeply. "Congratulations, King Lu. Now that the soldiers have retreated, we've passed this ordeal." Eunuch Liao was all smiles as well. "That's right, King Lu. You finally made it through." Cough, cough. King Lu coughed again. Seeing King Lu in such a state, Eunuch Liao hurriedly retrieved a cloak and draped it over King Lu's shoulders. It's been hard on you, King Lu. Cough, cough, it's nothing. It's just that I didn't expect this day to come. King Lu sighed. His illness wasn't fake. If not, how could he have hidden it from the imperial physician? Mr. Xie, this is all thanks to you. King Lu was exhausted. His face was pale and filled with sarcasm. I've just received news that some of our men have submitted a letter to the Crown Prince. They've been accused of being loyal to the Crown Prince, and a few of them have joined the Crown Prince's faction. King Lu, that's true. Although we're on the outskirts of the faction, we're much more informed now. Eunuch Liao spoke. Mr. Xie is indeed wise. I wouldn't dare. It's all because of King Lu's good fortune that the Emperor has changed his mind. Xie Chengdong bowed. I can see that King Lu's bad luck has dissipated, and your qi is strong. There's hope for you to regain your title. King Lu needs to rest more now, so that you can recover. That's natural. Liao Pan, prepare some food for me. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I'm hungry. King Lu spoke. King Lu, I shall prepare it for you. Eunuch Liao spoke as he turned around and left the room. He then brought a bowl of porridge for King Lu. After finishing the bowl of porridge, King Lu fell asleep. The two of them then left the room. Xie Chengdong walked along the corridor and passed by a pond. He then stopped in his tracks and said, the person who plotted against King Lu was definitely Pei Ziyan. King Lu isn't feeling well, which is why I didn't mention it earlier. Eunuch Liao paused in shock. What do you mean? The Crown Prince was originally weak. Although he's given birth to a grandson, he's gradually stabilized. However, Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's difficult for him to recover. I've carefully investigated the Crown Prince's movements. Not only did he attempt to assassinate the Crown Prince during the Lantern Festival, there were also traces of the Crown Prince's actions. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely there. His methods were brilliant and were just right. He was like an antelope hanging its horns. This was a top-notch strategy and was able to see the bigger picture from a small detail. He was able to stir the hearts of people. When I made my move, I already had this in mind. With such an expert around, even if King Lu were to show weakness, he would still be suppressed. Such a strategist isn't easy to deal with. But when I showed weakness and injured myself, there wasn't much retaliation. The Crown Prince's palace hasn't even reacted yet. This proves that this strategist isn't within the Crown Prince's palace. I've investigated Pei Ziyun's movements and discovered that his movements coincided with the second attack. Now that he's left the capital city, the Crown Prince's abilities have dropped by a notch. I'm sure that Pei Ziyun is the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan. Eunuch Liao's eyes gleamed dangerously. Are you saying that King Lu's predicament today was caused by this person? I will immediately send men to kill him. If not, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart. How do you plan to kill him? This person's martial arts skills are extremely high, and you've seen it for yourself. Furthermore, the most important thing now is that King Lu is showing weakness. If you send men to kill him, and the Emperor and the Crown Prince find out about it, all our efforts would be wasted. Xie Chengdong sighed. Damn it, are we just going to let this person roam free? Eunuch Liao punched a pillar. His face was filled with resentment. King Lu's palace used to be glorious and glorious. Who would have thought that with just a few schemes, they would fall into such a predicament? Of course we won't let him off just like that. Xie Chengdong laughed coldly. This person isn't in the capital city. That's a good thing. We have to find something to keep him busy. We can't let the Crown Prince contact him. If that's the case, the Crown Prince's palace's reaction will be slow, and we'll be able to succeed. If not, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. What you're saying is, if we summon this person back, we can stop King Lu's path to becoming a vassal. Eunuch Liao asked. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Tell me what to do. I'll do it immediately. Eunuch Liao glanced at King Lu's room as he spoke. Xie Chengdong laughed. We have to find some trouble. If we can't find trouble with him directly, we have to find trouble with his allies. True Element Sect is his ally, and they're at Enji Prefecture. Is the magistrate there King Lu's men? When Eunuch Liao heard this, he hesitated before replying, yes. The magistrate of Enji Prefecture has pledged his allegiance to His Highness. It's just that now the Crown Prince's power has increased, and he won't listen to his orders. We're not going to make an enemy out of the Crown Prince. We're just attacking True Element Sect and dealing with a Taoist. The magistrate won't offend King Lu over such a small matter. All right, I'll make arrangements. Eunuch Liao thought for some time before nodding his head. Chapter 251. In Prefecture, it was early spring and it was drizzling. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow across, bringing with it a slight chill. The bright green flagstones were gleaming with a dark green luster. Jia, an ox cart traveled through the drizzling rain on the green flagstones. The driver was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat. The bells on the ox cart's neck were ringing continuously. Pei Ziyun felt uneasy and uneasy. He then lifted the curtains and looked outside. Outside the window, the drizzling rain was falling on the bare trees and onto the ground. Could it be that someone is plotting against me? Pei Ziyun frowned and thought to himself, my cultivation is still lacking. Although there are signs, I don't know where they came from. Only by gathering intelligence can I determine where they came from. Just as he was deep in thought, the driver pulled the ox cart and said, Young master, we've arrived at Fu Mansion. Pei Ziyun stopped thinking and threw a string of money at the driver before he alighted from the ox cart. The drizzling rain fell on his umbrella as he gently knocked on the door and entered. A fire was burning brightly in the room, and a teapot was placed by the side. On the left side of the room, there were several paintings of mountains and rivers. On the right side, there were some calligraphy pieces. Pei Ziyun used a small fan to fan the air in front of the stove. Yu Yinjun and High Scholar Fu then walked in and saw the tea on the stove. It was boiling and emitted a fragrant aroma. Pei Ziyun saw High Scholar Fu looking at the stove and stretched out his hand. Master, Uncle Fu, please have some tea. This is a gift from the Crown Prince that I brought back from the capital city. It's a tribute. Please have a taste. Oh, tribute? Sect leader's trip to the capital city was worth it. I shall have a taste. High Scholar Fu looked at the pot of tea as he spoke. Pei Ziyun stood up and fetched a few cups of tea. He then said, Uncle Fu, master, please have a taste. High Scholar Fu received the cup of tea and took a sip. At first, it was slightly bitter, but soon turned sweet. The aftertaste lasted for a long time before he said, What a good tea. Yu Yinjun nodded her head as she ate. This tea is indeed delicious, and the aftertaste lingers. Pei Ziyun drank his tea before placing the teacup aside. He then looked at Yu Yinjun and High Scholar Fu and asked, Master, Uncle Fu, how's the situation these few days? Yu Yinjun and High Scholar Fu looked at each other. Yu Yinjun then said, When you first arrived in the capital city, the situation was rather dangerous. Jibei Ho and the Holy Jail Sect were on the move. But after a month, everything became peaceful. It was as if they had received some news. Since you were in the capital city, you were unable to use your Dao arts. Many times, your attempts to contact you were blocked by the Imperial Qi. At that time, we were suspicious. After contacting the Crown Prince, I found out that the Crown Prince's position was gradually stabilized. The governor even sent people to express his goodwill. Originally, the county guard were supposed to retreat after a month, but the county magistrate ordered them to stay. Now, the county gate has become peaceful, and the Taoists who were spying on us have all disappeared. Yu Yinjun recounted the events one by one. Her expression relaxed. Now that the people have calmed down and we have recruited some young disciples to learn Taoist scriptures, the mountain gate has regained a lot of popularity. The Taoist temples that were sent out have also settled down and are receiving incense as usual. Although some people's moods have yet to recover, everything is getting better with each passing day. After saying that, he sipped his tea with a smile on his face. Other than that, did anything else happen? Did Dark Altar Sect do anything? Pei Ziyun frowned as he asked, trying to get to the bottom of the matter. Yu Yinjun thought for some time. Nothing. Maybe you've gained the support of the Crown Prince, and his power has increased. I've heard that Dark Altar sect has made some moves, but they've all stopped now. Pei Ziyin picked up the lid of his teacup and gently played with the tea leaves as he hesitated. Not everyone who practiced Taoism had the tide rush. After some time, the entire room quietened down. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of High Scholar Fu sipping his tea. There was still some charcoal burning on the stove in front of him, and some steam rose up into the air. There's no news. Pei Ziyun suppressed his palpitations and massaged his eyebrows before saying, "Send another 300 taels of silver to the county magistrate. Only by reciprocating will we last." "Yes, sect leader. I've suddenly sensed something. The fate of the sect is connected to me. My tide rush shouldn't have come out of nowhere. It's time to be more vigilant." Pei Ziyin thought to himself. It wasn't a bad thing to be more vigilant. Thinking this way, Pei Ziyun then said, "Arrange for regular patrols. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Activate the communication talisman. Although we've borrowed the Crown Prince's power and influence, we still have to take precautions. We must not allow anyone or any sect to take advantage of us." "Oh yes. Have you prepared the information that I requested from you the last time?" Pei Ziyin asked. It wasn't convenient to ask the Crown Prince for help in the capital city, in case the information was leaked and attracted attention. "I've got it," Yu Yinjun said as she took out a booklet and handed it over. "This is what I've gathered from various sources. It's the most detailed and authentic." Pei Ziyin took the booklet and flipped it open. It was filled with tiny characters. The handwriting was beautiful. It was densely packed with information. Du Zinong, his father, was an assistant minister in the Ministry of Rites. He came from an illustrious family and had many grand scholars. He entered school at the age of 7, became an elementary scholar at the age of 17, and a high scholar at the age of 24. However, he only became a grand scholar at the age of 35. The following year, he became an assistant minister in the National History Department. He then became an assistant minister in the Ministry of Works, the Minister of Works, and finally the Minister of Rites. Which year, month, and day he would be promoted or punished, and where he would be promoted or demoted. Throughout his journey, he received many favors from the emperor. The rebel army rose up, and he defeated the bandits many times. Eventually, he was trapped in Hong City with 30,000 soldiers. After attacking the city for 5 days and nights, the city fell and he was captured. When he saw the leader of the bandits, he refused to kneel down. His kneecaps were dug out. When he bowed to the bandits, his tongue was cut off. He used his finger to stab the bandit leader and spat out blood. Not only that, the leader of the bandits was filled with hatred and sent people to wipe out his entire family. It's possible that a few of them managed to escape, but their whereabouts were unknown. This person was truly loyal. He had only killed a few hidden dragons and received such terrible retribution. His entire family was almost wiped out, and war ensued for many years. When he finished reading, Pei Ziyun sighed. The Taoist in the dream was Zhang Jin Dao, a 7th-rank official in the Dao Record Department. He was once indebted to the Grand Preceptor, but was killed on the spot because he had killed a hidden dragon. The imperial court announced that he had passed away and conferred him the title of Dao Master. There are even more details below. All 3 disciples received terrible retribution and died horribly. Pei Ziyun then closed the book and thought for some time before sighing, "What a tragedy. There were supernatural powers in this world. To resist such powers, the result would be tragic. Oh yes, this person gave the Grand Preceptor a map of the dragon veins. Perhaps the location of the immortal veins is within it." Just as he was deep in thought, the communication talisman in his robes started to heat up. Pei Ziyin pointed at it, and the talisman glowed brightly. The image of Yi Suer appeared. She looked at Pei Ziyin anxiously and said, "Brother Pei, bad news. Something has happened to True Element Sect. The magistrate wants to raid our monastery in the city." "The magistrate wants to raid the monastery in the city?" Pei Ziyin paused. True Element Sect was an alliance, and he could not ignore them. It was just that something was wrong. "What's the crime?" Yi Suer then said, "It's said that the female Taoist in the monastery is a scumbag. The cause was a heavy snowfall during the new year. The elementary scholar, Xiao Ming, came to the monastery to admire the incense. He said that the elementary scholar was elegant and graceful, and thus invited him to stay for a meal. Then something happened. Speaking up to this point, her face turned red and turned angry. It's also said that Xiao Ming's yang energy had been taken away, and he died when he returned. His wife reported this to the magistrate, and the magistrate sent men to arrest the people in the monastery. He also said that we had connections with the bandits and had captured many disciples who did not have any martial arts or Tao arts. Even if this Xiao Ming came to the monastery, there's no proof that he had any connections with the people in the monastery. Besides, he only died half a month after he returned to the monastery. It was obviously his own illness. What does it have to do with taking away his yang energy? The most despicable thing is that he linked the local pervert, Sai Ching Feng. He said that Sai Ching Feng often stayed in our monastery, and that our monastery was a place of debauchery. Master said that our sect does not forbid marriage, and that there might be people who fell in love with each other. But the last time Master went to inspect the monastery, there were 7 female Taoists, and 5 of them were virgins. How could it be a place of debauchery? I suspect that the magistrate must have been influenced by someone and wanted to use this as an excuse to attack us. We are a sect of women, and this reputation of debauchery is a huge blow to us. This is what Master instructed me to do, and I've told you everything. Understand, I'm coming now. Pei Ziyin frowned as his face turned green. He then turned around and said, "Looks like someone couldn't deal with our Free Cloud sect and decided to target True Element sect instead." Hearing Pei Ziyin say this, Yu Yin Jun stood up. "Do you want me to go with you?" Pei Ziyin paused for some time. "I'm afraid it's a diversion. Master, inform the sect to be on high alert. You should continue to guard the prefecture. If there's an attack, you can contact us immediately and respond in time." As soon as Pei Ziyin finished speaking, he noticed that it was drizzling outside. He then took off his raincoat and bamboo hat and rode the ox cart to the pier. The rain was getting heavier, and waves were crashing against the shore. Seeing Pei Ziyin rush over, the crew members were astonished. Pei Ziyin then asked, "Have you restocked the boat?" "Tao Master, we've restocked half of it. We're still busy." The captain stood up and bowed. "If you have any matters to attend to, we can set off immediately." Pei Ziyin felt relieved as he waved his hands. "You've worked hard, and I wanted to give you a few days off. It's just that I have some matters to attend to. Set off immediately and follow the river to Enji Prefecture. We'll restock our rations and water when we reach the shore. For your hard work, I shall reward you with silver. The captain shall reward you with 5 taels. The first, second, and third officers shall reward you with 3 taels. The rest of you shall be rewarded with 2 taels." "Yes, young master." Following Pei Ziyun's orders, the crew members' morale was greatly boosted. The huge anchor was pulled up, and the sails were raised as they set sail towards Enji Prefecture. It was drizzling as Pei Ziyun stood at the top of the deck, listening to the sound of the rain hitting against the windows. He watched as the chefs took out water and started cooking. Pei Ziyun's eyes were filled with melancholy as he paced around in deep thought. To say that there are unfilial disciples within the sect, there definitely are. In fact, it's not uncommon for them to have one-night stands. But True Element sects Tao arts are completely different from Holy Jail sects. Not only do they not allow for dual cultivation, they also require one to maintain their chastity before opening the gates of heaven. If not, it will be difficult for them to improve. The sect doesn't forbid marriage. Women who have no hope of opening the gates of heaven are usually married off. Only a minority of them would remain unmarried and lose their chastity. The sect leader said that out of the 7 women he saw, 5 of them were virgins. He wouldn't lie to me. Who did the magistrate mobilize so many people for? Pei Ziyin couldn't help but laugh coldly. These kinds of tricks were very common. Those who played politics would not try to find any evidence of their crimes. Instead, they would try to find a way to attack them. Someone in your family is corrupt, so your whole family is corrupt, So you must be a heinous criminal who deserves to be killed. This is a very common practice. True Element sect is also a female Tao sect. It's hard for them to defend themselves against this attack. No wonder they asked me for help. However, it can also be seen that True Element sect has been peaceful for too long. The law does not apply to those who are nobles. Furthermore, it was during the founding of the country that the officials were cruel. Although it would be disadvantageous for a Taoist to go against the magistrate, how did a Taoist survive for so long? It's because they have the right methods to counter this. They even forgot about this. They've really thought of themselves as golden cats. Chapter 252. Pei Ziyun was awoken by the heavy rain. He sat up and walked out of his room. A gust of wind blew against his face. A boatman saw him and bowed. "Young master, the rain is heavy. Be careful." "Don't worry, are we there yet?" Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky. There was not much thunder in the sky, but the rain was getting heavier. "Young master, we've arrived at East Spirit Gorge. We're preparing to dock." Pei Ziyun saw that everyone was busy lowering the sails, lowering the anchors, building the bridge, and tying the ropes. He did not want to disturb them. He looked around and saw that they were in a southwest direction. There were mountains, hills, and gentle slopes. A Taoist monastery could be seen. At this point, a lantern appeared in the rain. Pei Ziyun was surprised. He took a closer look and welcomed her. "So, with the sect leader. Why have you come personally?" It was indeed a sect leader. She had brought a few people with her. Even though she was wearing a raincoat, she could not withstand the wind and rain. Pei Ziyun hurriedly welcomed her onto the deck and invited her into the tea room. The sect leader didn't have any reservations as she took off her raincoat and boots. Honestly speaking, the dresses in this world were quite liberal. As the saying goes, beautiful silk threads reveal the skin. She was wearing a red dress. She then looked at Pei Ziyun and smiled. "The weather is rather cold. Can you get us some soup?" Pei Ziyun hurriedly gave the order and smiled. "Things don't have to be so urgent. Actually, it's not urgent. I'm worried about the internal situation." The sect leader stood up and paced. Her voice was calm in the wind and rain. "Something has happened. I've observed the inner disciples and was very disappointed. Some of the married disciples have been wives for a long time. Their way of thinking has become the same. The first thing they think of is how to clear up the situation and not implicate their husband and children. Some of the inner disciples have never seen the world before and are even more frightened. The Pure Moon Monastery has been around for hundreds of years. When there's nothing much to do, they're all slick and slick. When there's trouble, they're all scared stiff. AI. Could it be that women can't be compared to men? This time, I brought a few people with me to let them see your methods, to see the world, and to recognize the spirit and decisiveness of the world's heroes. As the girl spoke, she walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The heavy rain poured down, pitter-pattering on the deck. As soon as he finished speaking, the few women who followed him revealed looks of dissatisfaction. One of them then bowed. "Sect leader, my sixth son is married to a fellow magistrate. Apart from that, there are a few others who are wives of officials. If we work together, we should be able to make the magistrate give in." Listen, they've been thinking about it for a long time. The only way is to ask their in-laws to pressure them and then send them money. Maybe they even want to send a few female disciples as concubines. The girl turned around and sneered. Pei Ziyun did not want to change the topic to the difference between men and women. He paused for a moment before saying, "There are many ways to solve this problem. What he said just now is not impossible." Just as he was about to continue speaking, the chef came in with a box of food, carrying a teapot. He opened the box and saw a golden flatbread. There was a sizzling sound, and a fragrant smell assailed his nostrils. Everyone present had rushed here overnight and were extremely hungry. Smelling the flatbread, they swallowed their saliva and did not speak. They then gave each of them a flatbread and poured them a bowl. "This is tea oil. The main ingredient is sesame, walnuts, and red dates. If it's used by nobles, ginseng will be added. Just one sip and it will quench one's thirst." The sect leader then took a sip and laughed. "Isn't this just a pill used by unorthodox Taoists? How did you turn it into tea oil? It was said that unorthodox Taoists had to act cool. This method of fasting was a common method used by Taoists. In actual fact, it was a method of condensing highly nutritious food. Some of them would even steam and dry the food 9 times. When they were hungry, they would secretly eat a few pills. Pei Ziyun then said, "Black tea goes well with this. Steaming and drying the food 9 times isn't a good idea. We're not unorthodox Taoists and do not need to resort to such tricks to earn money. We usually have meat as well, and there's no need to add gravy. Just this alone is not greasy and can replenish one's energy quickly. When paired with meat pancakes, it would be great. When it's cold, I've already promoted this on my boat." At this point, Pei Ziyin finished his bowl of wine. He was the sect leader of Free Cloud Sect and a Tao master conferred by the imperial court. He had no qualms about killing anyone. He was only polite to the ladies and was unwilling to meet these women. He then spoke coldly. "Just now I said that it's not a bad idea to compromise. However, the situation now is different. The dynasty has just been established, and everything is new. Humans are forgetful. When the dynasty was first established, there was a magistrate who set a bad example. If we compromise right from the start, we will be bullied. Even if we compromise this year, what about the next year or the year after? If we compromise with a magistrate, what about the next magistrate who will take over? Not to mention the magistrate, and all the other officials will pounce on us like hungry wolves. Estates and properties are assets. Aren't your women's bodies and Tao arts assets? Which official doesn't want to marry a beautiful concubine who is both Tao arts and looks good for him? If there's a first, there will be a 15th. Our sect does have Tao arts, but if we push it to the end, we will either die or rebel. That's why we set a precedent. Although our sect looks sturdy, it's like an egg. Once it's dropped, it will break. Don't treat the outside and not the inside. We have to treat the root of the problem. To treat the root of the problem, we have to kill the officials." Pei Ziyun had a smile on his face as he calmly narrated this terrifying incident. When the women heard this, they were so frightened that their hands trembled. They dipped their fingers into boiling hot tea, causing them to feel pain. They didn't even realize it as they stared at him with their mouths agape. Even the sect leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. She then said, "Since that's the case, what do we do about the rules? We can't possibly send people to assassinate us." "Of course not. If we kill the officials directly, the imperial qi will rebound on us. Based on everyone's cultivation level, we will die immediately. Besides, if we kill the officials directly, the imperial court would be enraged. That would be a calamity. This magistrate thinks the same way as well. That's why he's so fearless." Pei Ziyun replied coldly, "But since our sect has survived until now and has not been swallowed, we naturally have a way. The first step would be to use peaceful means before resorting to violence. Go and have a talk with the magistrate. I believe you've already done that." "We've already done that." The magistrate's mouth is full of official language, saying that he wants to plead for the lives of the people and would never let him off. A female Taoist spoke out. Pei Ziyun wasn't surprised at all. His eyes were filled with melancholy as he looked around and said, "That's the next step. Actually, it's very simple. He's an official himself, a 5th-ranked official. He's the head of the prefecture and can be said to be impervious to Tao arts. Other than a few types of Tao arts, it would be useless. But what about his family, his servants, and his children?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a huge door had been opened. Everyone started discussing amongst themselves. "Don't think too much about it. We have to be reasonable in our actions. Killing those people directly is out of the question. That would be breaking the law and angering the imperial qi." Pei Ziyun took another sip of tea and said, "Who doesn't have a family or children? That's why we have to do things in an upright manner. We won't kill anyone. All we have to do is capture his servants and interrogate them. The Yamen will say that under the law, what can't they say? Actually, under the law, what can't they say? Adultery, corruption, murder, disloyalty, and all sorts of other things. What can we get? How can there be no political enemies in the court? Even if there aren't any political enemies, the imperial censors will be looking for someone to impeach him. They want to kill the magistrate so that they can get away with it. Send all these crimes up, unless the magistrate is honest and upright and has never done anything wrong in his entire life. He will lose his position. If not, he will be sent to jail. If not, he will be executed. If he's perfect, he's only perfect himself. Are his family and children perfect as well? Pei Ziyin looked coldly at the storm. In the previous dynasty, there was an upright official who lived in a tent made of cloth. His utensils were made of bamboo. Even the poor scholars didn't want to use them. He only ate meat once a month. However, he was too upright and looked down on Taoist sections. He thought that this was a form of obscenity. He ordered for all the Taoist temples to be demolished. 10,000 worshippers knelt in front of the temples to protect them, begging them to stay. This official's temper flared up. In front of everyone, he broke an incense stick and smashed the furnace. He wanted to ban the temple forever. He told the crowd that if the horse couldn't drag down the statue, he would retract his order. In the end, the horse couldn't drag down the statue. The official was enraged and said that this was an obscenity that bewitched the people. He was willing to die together with them. In the end, the statue broke and he won. What happened next? Even the sect leader had never heard of this before. What happened next was very simple. This official was upright and upright. Although he wasn't a very high official, his title wasn't bad. It could be said that he died a good death. However, his descendants were targeted by someone. They cast spells on them. It wasn't Tao spells, but rather they lured his descendants into breaking the law. One of them was executed and the other was sent to jail. Within a few years, he was reduced to a beggar. Pei Ziyun sighed before laughing coldly. This doesn't matter who's right or wrong. If just because you're loyal to your country, you can do whatever you want, wouldn't that make you a tyrant? This official sought justice and obtained it. To Taoist sects, his descendants should be repaid in the same way. In this world, we Taoists have the power. If you don't respect power, then you're guilty. A gust of wind brought with it the rain. After a few moments, it started to die down. Everyone had a stomach full of thoughts, but were rendered speechless by these few words. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone, have you had your tea? Let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the mansion. Pei Ziyun turned around and asked, "Are there any famous temples nearby?" The sect leader cleared her throat and said, "There's a temple of the city god in every county. The city god temple is out of the question. It's a heavenly deity, and its position is different from ours. It can deal with other people, but not with officials." And to put it bluntly, the position of the city god is rather high. It's not easy to deal with him. There's a temple of the river god nearby. It's considered a deity, but not very high. It's only 30 miles away from the city. What do you think? The sect leader thought for some time before asking. "All right, that's it." Pei Ziyun replied without hesitation. "Let's go to the river god temple to make arrangements. The few of you shall head to the city immediately. I'm sure the magistrate's office is asleep by now. Since you have martial arts skills, you should sneak in and use some incense to confuse people. Bring a few servants out of the city and to the river god temple. We shall then conduct a public trial. Make sure the magistrate's background is clean. Then hand all these to his political enemies. Let them send him to hell." Pei Ziyun said coldly. He then turned around and smiled. "Where's Yi? You should have let her witness this scene. Yi was supposed to come, but she's already at the 10th level of cultivation. I've left her in paradise to cultivate." The sect leader smiled as she spoke. "All right, let's set off immediately," Pei Ziyun said as he led everyone out onto the deck and into the rain. Chapter 253. River Deity Temple. The temple was built on the dam of the gorge, and the river water flowed through the gorge, nourishing it for 300 miles. It was the night of early spring, and the rain had lightened, but the wind brought a bone-chilling chill that made people shiver. An ox cart was traveling at night. The bells on the necks of the oxen that were pulling the cart had already been taken down. Someone was even carrying a big red lantern, illuminating the surroundings. In the dark of the night, the scene looked a little gloomy. The ox cart suddenly stopped. Listening to the sound of the river, a temple appeared. At night, the red lacquer door of the temple was hung with 2 large lanterns. When they reached the door, the sect leader and Pei Ziyin got down and entered the temple. The temple was neither dilapidated nor grand. A stone tablet was erected there. The stone tablet was mottled with the passage of time, and the handwriting was faintly discernible. River Deity's Merit Tablet. Pei Ziyin looked around. When he reached the main hall, someone had already lit up the candles. A statue of a deity dressed in an official's robe sat on top of the candles. His face was solemn, and he looked somewhat tyrannical. There were infernal judges and messengers of hell standing at the side of the hall, all of them bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their expressions were ferocious and terrifying. Looking at Pei Ziyin immediately understood. The river deity was usually associated with the river. The river was violent and tyrannical. Hence, the river deity had to portray a violent and majestic image. Moreover, the commoners of this era were actually not afraid of power or virtue, and this was also justified. If he wanted to borrow the river deity's dojo and the projection of the river deity's main hall, he had to carefully inform and obtain permission. The sect leader looked at the statue of the river deity and retrieved 6 sticks of incense. She then handed 3 of them over to Pei Ziyin. Dao Master Pei. Only these special incense sticks can communicate with him. Hearing the sect leader's words, Pei Ziyin wasn't surprised. The mortal world and the netherworld world were very different. Usually, they wouldn't be able to meet each other. This incense was a technique of the Taoist sect. Pei Ziyin received the incense stick as the sect leader lit it. The incense started burning, and a green smoke rose up into the air. The 2 of them then placed the incense stick into the incense burner. She took out a piece of talisman paper with the matter written on it. The girl silently circulated her magic power, and the talisman paper instantly burned. Pei Ziyin stepped forward and bowed. Free Cloud sect leader Pei Ziyin pays his respects to the river deity. I'm here to borrow your treasured land. He took out the crown prince token and tapped it. Spiritual realm, river god temple. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of grayish black. A large river flowed within, surging violently and emitting a loud sound. There was a palace in the middle of the river. It was supported by huge crystal pillars. The palace of the river god was different from other palaces. There was no roof on the palace. There was a skylight, and one could see the river when they looked up. The sparkling waves surged above the palace, but did not fall. There were a lot of fish, prawns, and turtles swimming around, but these are just a few. Inside the palace, the 3 red words River God Palace shone brightly. The palace was divided into 2 rows. One row was for judges and ghost officials, and the other row was for shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The atmosphere in the hall was eerie. At this moment, a dragon's roar could be heard. The river deity who was sitting on the main seat was startled awake and said, "Has a noble person arrived?" He stretched out his finger, and an image of 2 Taoists lighting 2 joss sticks appeared. At that moment, 2 streams of qi descended from the sky. One was pale white, and the other was pale red. The river deity took a deep breath and absorbed the qi. Another talisman letter floated down from the sky. The ghost official looked at the letter and hurriedly walked up to it. When he saw the letter, he trembled and handed it over to the river deity. He then whispered, "Master, there's a letter here. It's asking for your help." Hearing the ghost official's words, the river deity took the letter and flipped through it. He was somewhat frustrated. He then leaned against his throne and knocked on it, frowning. The incense had brought about a great amount of qi, and the river deity felt extremely comfortable. He then sighed. "A noble person is indeed extraordinary. It's just that this request of yours has put me in a difficult position." The river deity fell silent for some time. His eyes were filled with emotions. A ghost official took out a book and bowed down, waiting for a reply. Pei Ziyin walked several steps around the palace before looking at the sect leader and asked, River deity hasn't replied yet. The sect leader paused for some time before replying. River deity might have some misgivings. The river deity looked at his own palace and could still remember the dilapidated state it used to be. Later on, he invested in a scholar, and the scholar made a name for himself. He then mumbled to himself, "In this world, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Although there will be disasters, there will be blessings as well." He then looked at the ghost official and instructed, "Agree to their request. Since I have the crown prince's insignia, it's not my fault. It's still within the rules of the imperial chi, and I won't be viewed as an enemy by the imperial chi. Furthermore, they can borrow my name and reputation, which is beneficial to me. Although there will be disasters, I can still carry out my tasks." As the river deity spoke, the ghost official wrote a book and prepared to reply. The river deity thought for some time before saying, "There's one more thing. Do not use torture. Do not kill anyone within my palace. Borrowing my palace is one thing, but to use torture to kill someone is not beneficial to me." "Yes, master." The ghost official finished writing and handed the book over. The river deity looked at it and said, "Send it up." Main Hall Pei Zi-yun and the sect leader stood under the statue of the river deity. The incense was burning brightly, and smoke was rising into the air. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow by, and the candle would sway slightly, giving off an eerie vibe. At this point, the both of them felt something and looked at the statue. They saw that the statue was glowing brightly and had a dignified aura around it. The burning incense formed a word, agreed. Pei Zi-yun closed his eyes and sensed it. The river deity has given his permission. We are not to use torture and not to kill anyone within the temple. These conditions can be agreed to. We can make use of this place to set up the array. When the sect leader heard this, she nodded her head. "All right, let's set up the array." She then called for several Taoists to enter the main hall of the river deity and set up the array. Before long, an altar was set up. The altar was inscribed with inscriptions that formed a picture. It looked like the sun, the moon, and the stars. It also looked like the meridians of the human body. Free Cloud Sect had such an altar as well. Gradually, the altar and the statue started to merge together. After he was done, he waited for some time before he heard the sound of an ox cart outside. A group of people were pulled down from the ox cart. Pei Ziyan looked at them and saw that they were all unconscious. Sect leader, Dao Master Qi Ning, our journey was rather successful. When we reached the magistrate's office, the lions in front of the office seemed to be on high alert. We used the light concealing talisman and shut off the spiritual light. If we were to enter, they wouldn't be able to stop us. They wouldn't even be able to see us. When we were inside, we didn't get close to the magistrate. Instead, we followed his instructions and found a few old servants of the magistrate and drugged them with incense. We dragged them out and rushed here without alerting anyone else. You've done a good job. Pei Zi-yun praised before turning to look at the sect leader. The sect leader pointed at the array, and a buzzing sound could be heard. She then instructed, "Bring them here." As she spoke, the sect leader retrieved 3 sticks of incense and placed them into the incense burner. "This is my sect's secret incense. It's perfect to use." As soon as he lit the incense, he felt the entire hall turn dizzy. It was as if he wasn't careful, he would fall into a trance. Sniffing the incense, the sect leader then said, "Tao Master Pei, this incense is only effective on mortals. As long as you use your Tao arts, you'll be fine." Pei Ziyan nodded his head and purposely breathed in the incense, trying to understand its composition. Free Cloud Sect was more inclined toward swordsmen, Tao arts, and killing. True Element Sect was more inclined towards scheming and deceiving others. Sniffing the incense, Pei Zi-yun could feel that it was numbing as well. Could it be that this incense was mixed with Dachira pollen and opium? It seemed like there were many other ingredients mixed in as well. Just sniffing it caused him to feel dizzy. Pei Zi-yun circulated his energy, and the hallucinations were dispelled. This incense was rather useful for sneak attacks. If he was caught off guard, he would be killed in a split second. Thinking this way, several Taoists dragged the servants in and placed them on the altar. The sect leader then said, "Let's begin." The incense permeated the entire altar and did not dissipate. The servants were slowly immersed in the incense. Their eyes were closed, and their eyeballs were rolling. They were dreaming. The Taoist muttered some incantations, and the altar started to glow brightly. Gradually, it started to seep into these servants. The night was dark, and the sky was filled with wind and rain. Pei Ziyin looked on. Actually, these arrays were new to him at first. However, through the use of the plum blossom, he was able to absorb the knowledge of many different Taoist sects, especially the basic Tao arts. He then realized that the only difference was the design of each sect, and the principles behind it were the same. After looking at it for a while, he looked out into the distance. The wind and rain were still raging, and the sky was filled with clouds. Under the drizzle, the valley, the river, the village, and the hills were all covered in mist. Because of the lightning tribulation, the Taoist memories of the dragon veins had all disappeared. Unless I spend a few years investigating, I will have to find another opportunity. According to my memories and information, this Taoist had once given the map of the dragon veins to the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor was killed by the bandits. Hence, there are two possible locations on the map: the bandits or the last descendant of the Grand Preceptor. The last descendant of the Grand Preceptor had a higher chance of escaping, especially since the Taoist knew that he was going to suffer the wrath of the heavens, and thus left behind a shelter. I don't remember the exact details of the shelter, but I do know that it was built using the terrain of the dragon veins to form a village. Although one could not directly borrow the chi of the dragon, it formed a natural barrier. The sin of killing a dragon would cause one to be punished by the heavens. The descendants of these few people who borrowed the chi of the earth dragon would suffer a backlash. However, they did not have to borrow it directly. Of course, if it was this Taoist or the Grand Preceptor himself, they would not be able to escape. Even if they escaped to a shelter, it would be useless. The only result would be destruction. However, these few people did not have much sin left on them. Perhaps they could live and reproduce within the shelter. After a few generations, their sin would slowly disappear. I want to find a map of the dragon veins. Perhaps I could start from there. Just as Pei Ziyin was thinking, a voice interrupted him. He heard the sect leader say, "Tao, Master Pei, I'm sure you've never experienced this before." Pei Ziyin laughed and asked, "Could it be that there's more to this than meets the eye? There are many people who impart their teachings in their dreams. It's all because of our sect's investments," the sect leader said. Pei Ziyin then understood. This was a way for Tao sect to spread their Tao and spread their goodwill. It's just that it was done in secret. The sect leader then took out a mirror and laughed coldly. That's about it. Let's see what kind of treatment they received in this true spirit mirror. At that moment, the mirror lit up. The sect leader then extended her hand and imbued it with her own powers. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the mirror. The mirror was dark at first, before it started to shine brightly. Several figures could be seen. Chapter 254. The old servant was sitting under a tree. The branches were bare, and he didn't find it strange at all. He picked up some peanuts and drank some yellow wine. Apart from peanuts, there was also a roasted chicken on the table. It smelled delicious. At this point, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the wind started blowing. The old servant picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and threw it into his mouth. He then drank a mouthful of wine before walking to the window. The wind was blowing outside, and some rain was falling. Just as he was about to close the door, a bolt of lightning flashed past. 2 constables appeared, and without saying a word, they chained him up. The old servant wanted to call for help, but he couldn't make a sound. His entire body felt light, and he was in a daze. When he turned around, he saw a shadow lying on the ground in front of the window. The old servant was terrified and wanted to struggle, but he couldn't muster any strength. He then followed the constables out of the room. Mighty! A loud sound rang out, and the old servant was jolted awake. He was sweating profusely as he looked up. The scenery around him had changed. His surroundings were dark and gloomy, and there were two pillars on both sides of the hall. On the left was the words "loyal brother," and on the right was the words righteousness, integrity, and shame. As he looked over, he saw an official sitting at the table. Beside him stood a man dressed in official robes. He had the head of a tiger and the body of a human. There were 10 other constables who were kneeling before him. The old servant looked at this official and felt that he had seen this official somewhere before. He then remembered that the magistrate had seen this official before. This was not an official, it was the river deity. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard screams. There was also the smell of something being fried. When the old servant smelled the fragrance, he was scared out of his wits. Not far away, there were several prisoners with chains on their bodies. Some of them had broken arms and heads and looked extremely terrifying. Above them in the courtyard, there was someone with an oil cauldron. Several people were frying something in the oil. The river deity was flipping through the documents and said, "Bring the criminal, Chungue, up here." The old servant was shocked. He knew Chungue and was considered a friend of his. He had died a few days ago. He then saw Chungue being brought up. The river deity slapped the wooden table. "Chungue, you've been wronged. Do you know your crimes? You might be able to atone for your crimes." Chungue was terrified as he hurriedly said, "Old Master River Deity, I've been wronged. I've been wronged. I've always had a good reputation. I've never done anything bad." Chungue refused to change his words. The river deity flipped open the book in front of him and coldly said, "Chungue, from Nji Prefecture, 58 years old this year, fickle in love, greedy for fame, and has committed 108 evil deeds. At the beginning of this year, he ran over a beggar and killed him. Today, he is being tried in the river deity temple. Chungue, am I wrong? My lord, I have also done good deeds before. I have taken care of the widow next door many times. Everyone can see that." Hearing this, Chungue shouted loudly. The official registrar flipped through the documents and said coldly, "Chungue, 2 years ago, I used the excuse of taking care of her to commit adultery. Your Excellency, I know my sins. Your Excellency, I know my sins. I am willing to confess all my sins." Chungue was on the verge of breaking down as he shouted out, "You have committed a heinous crime and have yet to repent. You shall be sentenced to the punishment of being fried and then thrown into the water prison for 100 years. The river deity judged, "Lord River God, please spare my life." Chungue begged. At this point, the spirit constables shouted out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder. One of the constables then grabbed Chungue and brought him to the oil cauldron. The cauldron was 7 feet high and was surrounded by burning charcoal. Chungue was trembling in fear as he cried out in agony. He wanted to escape, but had no way out. The spirit constables grabbed his hair with their left hand and grabbed his ankle with their right. They then tossed Chungue into the oil cauldron. The sound of sizzling could be heard as Chungue rolled around in the oil. His skin and flesh were scorched, and he was in excruciating pain. The old servant had sharp eyes and could see Chungue opening his mouth in agony. The boiling hot oil gushed into his mouth, and even his internal organs were being fried. After the time it took to eat a meal, the spirit constables then used a fork to drag him out of the cauldron. Li Wu, the river deity, brought another person along who was trembling in fear. "Li Wu, you have been wronged. Do you know your crimes?" The river deity slapped the wooden board. Li Wu was trembling. "Your Excellency, River God, I once picked up 10 taels of silver and didn't return it. Other than that, what other crimes have you committed?" The river deity asked. Hearing these words, Li Wu was speechless. The river deity then replied coldly, "That's just a small offense, and only requires 50 strokes of the rod. However, 15 years ago, you and your brother stole an old woman's only pig and caused her to commit suicide by jumping into the river. You have committed a grave crime and should be punished by the mountain of knives. Your Excellency, please forgive me, please forgive me." Li Wu cried out in pain as a forest of knives appeared in the courtyard. The spirit constables grabbed hold of Li Wu and threw him into the air. Li Wu fell to the ground as the knives pierced into his chest. He screamed out in pain. Seeing such a tragic scene, the old servant's entire body trembled as sweat dripped down his forehead. Bring up a sinner. The spirit constables carried the old servant forward. The old servant's limbs were trembling as he fell to the ground. He then heard the wooden board being slapped. You have been wronged. Do you know your crimes? Bring it up yourself, and you might be able to atone for your crimes. The old servant knelt on the ground and kowtowed profusely. This lowly servant knows his crimes. This lowly servant will confess now. The old servant raised his head and looked at the river deity. His eyes were glazed over, and his heart was filled with fear and confusion. He struggled for a while and realized that the river deity was about to explode in anger. He finally confessed, I helped my master to lend money to the loan sharks. Because I couldn't pay them back, I brought my men and sold their houses. I even stole their daughters to pay off the debt. The last time we caught some illegal salt, I helped my master sell it and earned 3,700 taels of silver. The last time, my master even instructed me to send 300 taels of silver to him. Once the old servant opened his mouth, he spilled out everything that had happened. The entire hall was filled with incense smoke. There was no additional punishment, but several servants knelt on the ground. Strangely, their eyes were closed, and yet they screamed out in pain. They then spoke up and confessed their crimes. Some said that they had stolen the land, some said that they had beaten the servants to death, and some said that they had been greedy. Pei Ziyin looked at the mirror and thought to himself, this is very similar to the movies in my previous life. Many people have been bewitched by this and have started spreading rumors about them. However, using this method to deal with mortals was much easier than interrogating them. Not many people were able to resist under such circumstances. There were also Taoists who recorded their confessions. Seeing them confess one by one, Pei Ziyin wasn't happy. Instead, he was worried. He frowned and spoke to the sect leader. These are all small crimes. We can't topple the magistrate so quickly. These servants are all old servants of the magistrate. How can they not know the truth? Could it be that the magistrate knows his limits? In this world, in this era, the magistrate's actions of lending money, giving bribes, and beating the servants to death were not completely useless. If the magistrate was punished by someone in a higher position, the crime would be more than sufficient. However, if it was someone from a lower position or someone from a lower position, bringing up these crimes would not be a big deal. Even if the magistrate were to be impeached, he would only be punished with 3 cups of wine. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the sect leader frowned. At this point, a bright light flashed across the mirror, as though something had interfered. The sect leader looked up, and her face was filled with joy. I've caught a big fish. What? Pei Ziyun looked up at the mirror and saw a man in a dream. He gritted his teeth and refused to confess, as a yellow aura surrounded him. It's the assistant housekeeper by Tsung, a female Taoist exclaimed. So it turns out that everything went smoothly for everyone. It wasn't only because he was a servant, but also because he didn't confess much. What this person knew was indeed related to the magistrate's fate energy. Hence, the magistrate's fate energy came to protect him. This Tao of fate energy is really mysterious. It can even protect the people around him from harm. Pei Ziyun frowned. When the sect leader heard this, she gave a cold harumph. Fate energy is indeed mysterious. Even the Taoist sects have yet to fully understand it. This river deity is really crafty. If he really wanted to resist the magistrate's fate energy, he could at least resist for a while. Yet now, he's allowed himself to enter. When Pei Ziyin heard this, he laughed. That's reasonable. We've only given him some incense. It's only natural that the river deity refuses to help us resist the magistrate. However, I have an idea, Pei Ziyin said as he retrieved the crown prince's tile and pointed it at the man. How dare you? You're still not backing down. As soon as he shouted, The mirror blurred before everything returned to normal. The man's yellow aura retreated a few feet, as though he was unwilling to give up. He then circled around the mirror, refusing to retreat. However, he couldn't advance any further. Quick, increase the amount of incense. The sect leader commanded as the man inhaled the incense continuously. The river deity within the mirror shouted, "Are you still not going to confess?" At this point, the spirit constable stepped forward. Without the protection of a yellow aura, Bai Tsang's face contorted in fear as he looked at the spirit constable. He then took a few steps back. "General Yu, don't come near me, don't bother me. It's my master who ordered me to kill you. I didn't do it willingly." His voice was hoarse and shrill. As soon as these words were spoken, the yellow energy surrounding the magistrate started to dissipate. Pei Ziyin was overjoyed as he instructed the female Taoist. Quick, don't ask anyone else. Ask him specifically. Also, increase the pressure on the spell and ask him clearly. Let's get to the bottom of this." Following this command, the mirror adjusted itself, and the original images disappeared. Only Bai Tsang remained within the mirror, and the clarity of the mirror increased by several times. Spiritual world, river deity hall. At this point, 5 or 6 projectors were projected onto the hall. The river deity sat on his throne and watched. All the spirit constables around him were spectating, and none of them were present. When they saw this, their hearts trembled as they sighed. This person doesn't want to commit such a crime. It's hard for him to escape the law. As he spoke, he saw that the river deity didn't understand. He then pointed out, with the protection of the magistrate's chi, even if it was the real one, it wouldn't be able to harm him unless he was judged by someone of a higher level. It's just that this Taoist has the crown prince's token. With a single shout, the magistrate's chi would be gone. And this is only the magistrate's chi. If it was the magistrate, he would have to retreat. Of course, if it was the governor's chi, the crown prince's token wouldn't be able to move. Without the protection of the chi, the incense can amplify the fear within the soul, causing it to see the person it doesn't want to see. That's not all. If it were a minor crime, it might be able to suppress it. But General Yuji's words caused the magistrate's chi to collapse. I knew that this magistrate wouldn't be able to escape the law. I didn't expect him to commit such a crime. This time, the Taoist is going to win. The river deity sighed. Chapter 255. The river deity then laughed. "Since that's the case, I shall lend you a helping hand. This way, the river deity will be able to judge the case. You all should join in as well. This way, you will have a clear conscience in your dreams." The registrar keeper naturally understood his intentions. Although it had been a fake trial in the past, as long as he participated in a crucial battle, it would be a real trial in the real trial. The projection of the registrar keeper became much clearer, and he bowed to the outside world. The infernal judge and emissaries entered the hall as well. The river deity smiled. In the next moment, he was already seated on the main seat. The entire projection was clear, solemn, and dignified. Even the sizzling sounds of oil and the screams of pain became real. At this point, the river deity sat high up on the throne and slammed down on the wooden block. Everyone turned to look at Bai Tsang. All of them were infernal judges, and some of them were monsters. If you refuse to confess, your punishment will be reduced." The river deity looked at Bai Tsang coldly as he slammed down on the wooden block again. Within the hall, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Bai Tsang had just been shocked. Although he was still trembling in fear, his heart was filled with regret. It was as if he had been deceived. At this point, the wooden block was slammed down, and the river deity spoke coldly. It carried with it a bone-piercing pressure. Just listening to it made one feel as if their entire body was frozen. Bai Tsang's entire body was covered in cold sweat. The courage he had just now was gone. He didn't know why, but he spoke out in a daze. "Master River Deity, please spare me. All the bad things I did were ordered by my master. I had no choice but to obey, Your Excellency." Bai Tsang still wanted to explain himself. Hearing these words, The river deity cleared his throat. The registrar keeper looked at Bai Tsang and said, "Then why don't you confess?" "Yes, Your Excellency, river deity. 18 years ago, the magistrate was a high scholar of the previous dynasty. During the chaotic times of war, when he was still a student, he was kidnapped by bandits. After that, he was saved by a martial artist. He swore that he would repay the favor. It's just that the previous dynasty had collapsed, and there was chaos and chaos. This martial artist had disappeared for a long time. Master thought that he had been transferred to another place by the imperial court or that he had died in battle. In order to deal with this situation, Master also gathered dozens of servants to guard the courtyard and the fields. One day, this martial artist suddenly brought a dozen people to visit, saying that he had encountered a chaotic army and wanted to rest for a while. When night fell, Old Master was already a high scholar. He served him wine and food. In the end, this martial artist drank too much and revealed his identity. It turns out that a few years ago, this martial artist had pledged his allegiance to the emperor. At that time, the emperor was still a volunteer army and gave him a military post. This martial artist fought against the imperial army and won many battles. It's just that our infiltration failed and we were scattered. We wanted to seek refuge with Master and return to the revolutionary army after resting for a few days. We also leaked the news that we were wanted in the prefecture city. Old Master took note of this and ordered us to scout the city. He heard that as long as we beheaded this martial artist, we would be rewarded with a 7th rank position. Hence, Old Master summoned me in the middle of the night and added poison to the hangover medicine. That very night, I received orders to deliver the medicine one by one. Most of them were poisoned to death. Only 1 or 2 who were more alert were hacked to death. We wanted to cut off their heads and present them to Old Master. However, the next day, we received news that the Revolutionary Army had destroyed the city. Old Master was shocked and hurriedly buried the corpses. Due to the chaos of the war and the frequent battles, coupled with the fact that General Yuji had snuck in secretly, no one knew about this. The Revolutionary Army had to be deployed to battle soon. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything and assumed that he had been killed in battle. We were afraid for a few years. When the current dynasty was founded, we realized that no one knew about this. Old Master then became a high scholar. Due to the scarcity of talents, he quickly became the county magistrate. Now, he's the magistrate of a prefecture. Your Excellency, river deity, I was just a servant back then. Although Old Master promoted me to the position of assistant housekeeper, I wasn't the main culprit. Bai Tsang knelt on the ground and begged, Your Excellency, river deity, you should know that I'm just a servant. If I didn't obey orders, I would have been beaten to death. No one would have stood up for me. Your Excellency, I've been wronged. Pei Ziyin looked at the copper mirror and heard these words. He then laughed out loud. If it's anything else, it's fine. But the blood debt of the current dynasty is a huge crime. I didn't expect the magistrate to have such a past. Quick, ask for his name and address. The magistrate is done for. As Pei Ziyin spoke, the river deity slammed his gavel once more. You've been honest. You've been very honest. As for who killed him and where he's buried, why don't you tell me the truth? This was the most crucial part of the interrogation. Although Bai Tsang was terrified, he felt that something was amiss. However, he didn't know what to say. Just as he was hesitating, the river deity slammed his gavel on the table once more. As soon as the gavel hit the ground, Bai Tsang felt a sense of dread. His mind was in a state of chaos. The river deity waved a hand. You're still unwilling to confess? Drag him away and cook him. The entire hall was immediately filled with a bone-piercing chill. 2 messengers of hell came forward and wrapped their ice-cold chains around his neck. Bai Tsang felt a rush of blood rush to his head, and he was stunned for a moment. Just as the chains wrapped around his neck, he couldn't breathe and struggled with all his might. All of a sudden, the cold chains loosened. Bai Tsang's face turned red as he fell to his knees and cried, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Your Excellency, please reincarnate, please reincarnate. Bai Tsang collapsed onto the ground. The name of the UG general was Gao Chong. He was buried under the peach tree in the magistrate's mansion. His head was buried under a pavilion 5 miles away from the city. Has the corpse been touched? Your Excellency, river deity, it hasn't been touched. It's been buried there all this time. Did something bad happen? Your Excellency, yes. The magistrate ordered me to kill a minor official who refused to marry his daughter off as a concubine. He said that he had blackmailed him for 2,000 taels of silver and forced him to beg for mercy so that he would marry his daughter off as a concubine. Also, I helped my brother-in-law to arrest the owner of a textile factory and took over his business. Bai Tseng had followed the magistrate for a long time. At this point, he had already told Pei Ziyin everything that he knew. Hearing this, Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. The magistrate was indeed not clean. Everything else was a small matter, but the fact that he had killed UG General Gao Chong, he was enough to infuriate the emperor. Gao Chong, he was a 5th-ranked official, but the most important thing now was to hand over all the evidence. He deserves it, Pei Ziyin said as he ignored Bai Tseng. Instead, he turned to the sect leader and asked, which official does the magistrate have a feud with? Who are his political enemies? Do you have any information? The sect leader thought for a moment before replying, yes. Chen Yuanji is now a prefectural official. He has been promoted, but has been demoted. He is in charge of the irrigation works, but is a 4th-ranked official. He is currently patrolling the neighboring prefecture. Pei Ziyin nodded his head and walked back to the altar. He lit up a stick of incense and bowed before taking a step back. He then turned around and looked at the darkening sky. He then smiled. Send these people back at night. I'm sure they're treating this as a nightmare. Yes, several Taoists acknowledged before dispelling their powers. They then drugged them so that they wouldn't wake up. They then dragged them onto the ox cart and dismantled the altar. Magistrate's Yamen, it was late at night, and not a single person could be seen on the streets. Rain was falling from the sky, and the entire place was eerie. The night watchman had to wear a raincoat and carry a lantern as he knocked on the gong. The wind blew on the leafless trees, making a strange sound. Somewhere along the street, the sound of an ox cart could be heard, breaking the silence of the night. Several shadows approached the walls of the magistrate's yamen. A black-robed man climbed up the walls and scanned the area for a long time. Seeing that it was safe, he flew into the backyard. As he neared, Pei Ziyin frowned and said, everyone, don't use your powers. Continue to seal the spiritual light. Find a room and send these people to their beds. Although it doesn't matter if the magistrate is alerted, since we have the evidence in our hands, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's best if the magistrate doesn't even know what happened when he dies. Yes, seeing that they were about to succeed, everyone was extremely cautious. After some time, the few of them came out. Everything went smoothly. Pei Ziyin looked around the backyard and said, let's go. We shall look for the advisor and report this to him. I'm sure he will be very happy to know about the magistrate's dark history. Magistrate's yamen, the sky was getting brighter, and the few servants had woken up. Bai Tseng had woken up and was still in a daze. He felt a sharp pain on his neck and hurriedly stood up. He looked into the mirror and realized that there was no scar on his neck. Was the dream at the river deity temple real? Bai Tseng thought to himself and was secretly shocked. It was a dream, so be it, but the pain couldn't be faked. He started pacing around the room. Supervisor, a voice startled him. He turned around and saw a servant serving a bowl of noodles. I'm here to serve you. Bai Tseng picked up the bowl of noodles and smelled a fragrant aroma. There was a huge piece of meat inside, and it was cooked in chicken soup. This was a very tasteless dish. Just as he was feeling helpless, a servant came to the door and shouted, Supervisor, my master has ordered me to call you. Bai Tseng felt dizzy, and his face turned pale. He placed his chopsticks down and hurried away. Seeing the magistrate bowing to him, the magistrate looked at Bai Tseng and felt a sense of disgust. He then asked, You look like this. What did you do last night? You look like you didn't sleep well. My master is right. Bai Tseng didn't dare to argue and replied, The magistrate sat down, and his expression didn't look too good. After some time, he then said, "Continue to torture those female Taoists. You must get them to confess. Tell them that not only did they seduce the students around them, they were also the ones who pulled the strings. Find a few headless murder cases and pin them on them. I'm worried about those constables, and they might have some sort of connection with True Element sect. Go and supervise them, and make sure this case is irrefutable. It's just a mere True Element sect. Even if they have some abilities, I shall let them know that the hearts of the people are as hard as steel, and the laws of the government are as hard as a furnace." The magistrate laughed as he gave the order. When Bai Tsang heard this, he didn't know why, but he started to panic. His face turned pale. Seeing the magistrate looking at him, he hurriedly replied, "Yes." As soon as he replied, he thought back to the dream he had yesterday. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Was it a dream, or was it not? Chapter 256. Relay Station. The relay station wasn't small. It had a main hall, a back hall, a side room, a storeroom, a corridor, and a stable. Some even had a relay boat. Regardless of the weather, there would be an important courier carrying a briefcase on his back. When officials traveled, they could enjoy free food and lodging provided by the courier station according to their rank. The advisor was a fourth-rank official, so he was treated well. However, he was currently enjoying a few simple dishes and wine. His face looked old, and the wrinkles around his eyebrows were deep. At this point, someone stepped forward. "Your Excellency, a Taoist handed me a file." This man was a middle-aged man. When he handed over the file, he was somewhat nervous, and his forehead was sweating profusely. He subconsciously touched the 10 taels of silver in his sleeves. For these 10 taels of silver, it was worth it to be scolded. "What Taoist file?" The advisor laughed and looked at the servant. "How much silver did you receive to hand me a file?" The servant trembled as he knelt down. "Your Excellency, The servant touched the silver in his hands and stuttered, unable to speak. Seeing this, the advisor waved his hands. "Forget it. Everyone says that the Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-rank official. However, I've been promoted to advisor and am now in charge of the irrigation works. Although I've been promoted, the money doesn't belong to me, and the people don't belong to me. It's just a title. It's been hard on you all. Tell me, how long has it been since I've been promoted?" The Sue dynasty's Ministry of Works had set up the irrigation department. There was a minister who was of the 5th rank. There were 2 minister counselors who were of the 5th rank. As for the advisor who was of the 4th rank, he was only in charge of a province's irrigation works. Hearing these words, the servant's tears welled up in his eyes as he replied softly, "Your Excellency, it's been a year and 6 months. AI, it's been a year and 6 months. In the beginning, there were still people around. But now, they think that I'm an idle official and refuse to ring the bell. Damn it." The advisor drank some wine, and his face was red as he scolded. After scolding for some time, his anger subsided. He then laughed. "Look, what's being delivered here. Could it be that the Taoist monastery in the city is trying to pull some strings? But I'm just an idle official. What can I do?" The servant, kneeling on the ground, wanted to say something to comfort the old master, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The counselor didn't think much of it. He put down his wine glass and flipped through the file. He only took one look and was shocked. He flipped through the file again and again. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy, and his hands were trembling. "Old master, are you remembering something bad? Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have been greedy for money." The servant hurriedly cowed out. The advisor didn't listen to the pleas of the servant. He stood up and paced a few steps before he came to his senses and carefully read the file in his hand. As he read on, the advisor slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine jug on the table to jump up. Wine spilled everywhere as he laughed out loud. "Stop kowtowing. Quick, follow me to U City Mansion." U City Prefecture? The servant was stumped. This prefecture was very far away and was located in a corner of Ing Prefecture. Right? Don't inform the local authorities. We'll go incognito. U City Prefecture, Jade Crest Pavilion. This mountain wasn't too far away from the prefecture city, about 100 meters away. It was spring, and the grass and trees were growing. At this point, it was drizzling and the weather was gloomy. The advisor wore a raincoat as he walked up the steps. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Indeed, he saw a pavilion. At this point, nobody was watching. The advisor wasn't in a hurry to dig. He then pointed to the Jade Crest Pavilion and said, "In the previous dynasty, this prefecture was flooded. The magistrate of the prefecture petitioned for a reduction in rent and food. The following year, the magistrate built this pavilion and named it Jade Crest Pavilion to commemorate the benevolence of the emperor." As he spoke, he looked around and saw the rain falling down on the ground. The advisor had a look of melancholy on his face. After some time, he sighed. "According to the records, it's right in front of the pavilion. Dig and see if it's real or fake. You'll know soon enough." Yes. The servant had already prepared his tools and started digging. His luck wasn't bad. After digging for 3 feet, he found the right spot. Slow down, slow down." The advisor took a look and realized that the calm and peaceful atmosphere was gone. He then walked up and saw a wooden box. The wooden box looked ordinary and was half rotten. The advisor was overjoyed. "Quick, open it." The servant excused himself and opened the box. The rotten stench was gone, and a skeleton could be seen within. Looking at the skeleton, the advisor heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, he didn't lie to me. "Master, there's a bronze plaque inside." The servant retrieved it and handed it over to the advisor. The advisor noticed that it was embroidered with bronze, and the words were still legible. It read, "UG. Haha, this is a huge case." The advisor laughed. "Follow me back. I have to report this to the governor and ask for the emperor's permission to retrieve the other corpses. We shall then capture this criminal." As he spoke up to this point, the muscles on his face twitched as though he was filled with hatred. In G Mansion, prison, the foundation was made of limestone and the walls were made of stone. Both sides of the prison were separated by wooden bars, and in the middle was a corridor. A cold and damp stench permeated the entire prison, causing one to feel nauseous. At this point, the stench was mixed with the stench of blood, causing one to feel nauseous. Bai Tsung looked at the few people in front of him. These women were all pretty and had been tortured countless times. Their clothes were dirty, and their bodies were stained with sweat and blood. The stench was unbearable, and their faces were pale. One of them had been tortured on her legs and was swollen to the point where her toes were peeled off. Seeing this, Bai Tsung asked, "Did they confess?" One of the prison officers replied, "Don't think that they're all women. They refuse to confess even after being tortured several times. They're all unconscious now." Bai Tsung paused for some time before sighing. "Master is still waiting anxiously. What do you think we should do about this?" The prison officer laughed coldly. The heart of a prison officer is like a furnace. It's easy to get a confession. This was written yesterday, and they pressed their fingerprints on it. With a wave of his hand, a prison officer walked up to the table and handed the confession over. The prison officer then said, "Don't think that these women look like this. They're all pretty and have practiced martial arts. Let's wash them up and give them to our brothers. It's a rare taste. When we're done with them, cut off their tongues and pull out the tendons on their arms and legs. We can say that they're trying to escape from prison or that they committed suicide." "What if they die?" Bai Tsung asked. When the prison officer heard this, he laughed. "Who doesn't die in prison? As long as it's not someone important, it doesn't matter if they die." When Bai Tsung heard this, he suddenly thought of the trial that had taken place in the river deity temple. Looking at the confession, he broke out in a cold sweat. "There are some things that I have no choice but to do unless I escape immediately. But what about my family?" As he thought this, he received the confession and turned to leave. Prefectural Yamen, study room. The prefectural magistrate was in the middle of writing a document. The reclamation of the riverbank was ordered by the imperial court. "I've inspected the riverbank before. Once the water is drawn out, It will be fertile land. We can reclaim a few thousand mu of land. I shall come back next year to inspect it." As soon as he finished writing, Bai Tsang stood outside the door and reported, "Your Excellency, the matter has been settled." The prefectural magistrate received the confession and swept his gaze across the room before laughing coldly. "Good, good. Go and gather some men. Follow me to the monastery." Yes. The magistrate's office was several mu in size and was huge. With a single command, 2 groups of bailiffs followed. Just as the prefectural magistrate was about to lead his men out, an ox cart arrived, and a man alighted from it. The prefectural magistrate looked at this man and realized that he didn't want to see him. He was dressed neatly and was a 4th-ranked advisor. This man was the one who had fought with him. However, the prefectural magistrate had relied on King Lu to obtain the position of prefectural magistrate and had secretly demoted him. Seeing that the advisor had appeared, the prefectural magistrate wasn't afraid at all. He smiled fakely. "Your Excellency advisor, when will you be inspecting the irrigation works? Why didn't you inform me?" This was a sarcasm to the advisor for not following the rules. If you wanted to inspect the irrigation works, you had to inform the prefectural magistrate. How could you suddenly attack me? Hearing these words, the advisor wasn't angered. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he shouted out, "Men, remove the official hat of the prefectural magistrate you buy. Seize him." Yes. Several men rushed out from behind. "You dare?" The prefectural magistrate was enraged. "I am a 5th-ranked prefectural magistrate. If I don't obey the emperor's orders, what right do you have to remove my official hat and seize me?" Naturally, there's a reason for this. Removing the official hat meant that he would retain his official title. But removing the official robes meant that he would be stripped of his official title. This was a very serious matter. "Of course I dare. I'm under the governor's orders. I've requested for the emperor's flag." The advisor laughed sinisterly as someone behind raised the green flag. At this point, the advisor didn't hesitate any longer and snatched the official hat from the prefectural magistrate. He then pinned the man to the ground. The prefectural magistrate and the bailiffs hurriedly took a step back. The assistant manager Bai Tsang was terrified as he fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The advisor walked around the prefectural magistrate several steps before arriving in front of him. Seeing the magistrate kneeling before him, he felt elated. He then spoke out coldly, "You've been exposed. The governor has ordered for you to be stripped of your official hat and report this to the imperial court." As he spoke, he tossed out a report. "Let him take a look." The soldier released his grip, revealing the magistrate's clothes to be covered in dust. His lips were bleeding, and his hands were trembling. When he picked up the report, his face turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. This was something that had been plaguing him for more than 10 years, and he didn't want it to be exposed. After some time, he regained his composure and struggled to speak. "This is slander. There's no proof. Even the governor has no right to remove me from my post. I shall submit a report to the imperial court." The advisor gritted his teeth. "Do you know that we've already gone to the Jade Crest Pavilion and dug up the heads and waist insignia? We've also invited the governor's soldiers and the emperor's flag to seal up the entire courtyard. We've dug up more than 10 corpses and armors, as well as the waist insignia. You're finished." Hearing these words, the magistrate's entire body went limp as he mumbled, "Impossible, impossible." The advisor laughed coldly. "All these years, you haven't touched the corpses. You must think that since no one has found out, you can sit back and relax." The magistrate fell to the ground, as though all his muscles had been pulled out of him. At this point, Pei Ziyin walked in with the sect leader. When the magistrate saw them, he understood. It's you, it's me," Pei Ziyin said coldly. Hearing his hoarse voice, even those who were not involved in the discussion couldn't help but shiver. At this point, Pei Ziyin walked closer to the magistrate and whispered into his ear, "Do you really think we Taoists are pushovers? Whoever offends us, unless he's a virtuous person, how can he escape unscathed?" The magistrate's face turned pale. Pei Ziyin turned around. "Let's go, we're going to the prison to fetch him." Chapter 257. Gao family in this was an old and not too far away from the prison. There were more than 10 rooms, and they had been booked long ago. With the official document from the meeting, the women who had been arrested were carried out on ox carts. They were all covered in blood. Some of them had blood all over their thighs and were almost naked. The waiter and the innkeeper's faces were pale. The innkeeper was still calm as he stood guard at the door. When he saw the women being carried in, he hurriedly welcomed them. He then looked at them and said, "They've suffered a great crime. Their bodies are injured and cannot be washed with cold water or hot water. I've already instructed everyone to use warm water. My wife and the waiter's wives have also come to serve them. I've prepared the medicine as well." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "You're so considerate. Wash these women clean. We don't need your medicine. We brought our own. Also, the magistrate has fallen. Keep your mouth shut. Just this alone is a reward." As he spoke, he took out a piece of silver and threw it at the innkeeper. The innkeeper caught it and saw that it was 5 taels of silver. He then bowed. "Young master, don't worry. We won't say a word. If anyone dares to say anything, I will break their legs." The sect leader didn't speak at all. She wore a veil over her face, and her face was so pale that nobody dared to look at her. At this point, she brought a few other young ladies into the room. These young ladies had bright eyes and white teeth, but they had a sad look on their faces. Not long after they entered, the sound of crying could be heard. Pails of warm water were carried in and out of the room, and the air was filthy and foul. After a long time, the sect leader finally came out. "How is it?" Pei Ziyun asked. "They've all been washed clean, and the lochia within their bodies have been removed. Now they're all fine. Some of them have broken bones, and may be slightly inconvenienced. Also, they've all been violated many times." The sect leader's face turned pale as she spoke. It's inevitable for women to end up in prison. Since the magistrate has fallen, it's not difficult to deal with these prison guards. We could just chase them down one by one, including the magistrate. They have to go bankrupt. Only then will we be able to make an example out of them. Pei Ziyun spoke plainly, but his eyebrows were trembling, as though he wasn't calm at all. Official law was like a furnace, without power or fame. In this society, killing people was like cutting grass without a sound. King Lu Mansion, the eunuch, brought a few guards with him as they entered King Lu's palace. King Lu's palace had already prepared an offering table. King Lu knelt on the ground as he listened to the imperial edict being read. "I hereby announce, I respectfully accept the mandate of the heavens to establish a vassal state in order to protect the royal family. I hereby appoint County Prince Lu to lead the military governor of Qin Prefecture as his vassal state." King Lu prostrated himself on the ground as he listened. He could feel the blood coursing through his veins, as though his organs were boiling. He didn't know if he was happy or in pain. When he finished reading, tears streamed down his face as he fell to the ground, sobbing. "Your son accepts the decree. Thank you, thank you." The eunuch stepped forward and handed the imperial edict over to King Lu. King Lu's hands trembled as he received the imperial edict. He then heard the eunuch sigh. "His Majesty has decreed that King Lu shall take his leave. There's no need for you to bid farewell. We shall depart immediately." When King Lu heard the emperor's words, his body slumped to the ground, unable to get up. He could only scream out loud, "Father Emperor!" The eunuch sighed. "King Lu, this is the Majesty's decree. You cannot defy it. Hurry and pack your things." He said to set off immediately. "You have to leave today, even if you're 5 kilometers away from the city. If not, that would be disrespectful." "Yes, your son obeys." King Lu sobbed as he accepted the order. After sending the eunuch out, King Lu then called for eunuch Liao. "Prepare to leave the capital city." King Lu had long since made preparations for this. Apart from the items bestowed upon him by the emperor, he didn't bring any other personal belongings. He only brought 300 black robe guards and 500 servants with him. There were many commoners gathered in front of King Lu's palace as they discussed the matter. Some of the servants and spies were mixed in with the crowd. When they saw King Lu packing his belongings and leaving, they started to discuss amongst themselves. Someone then sighed. King Lu has left. The crown prince has won a great victory. The dust has settled. King Lu continued on his way, unobstructed by anyone until he reached the city gates. King Lu turned back to look at the tall city walls, the bustling streets, and the crowds of onlookers. At this point, there were only a few people who came to send him off. Now that I'm out of the capital city, the bustling city is no more. Although King Lu was prepared for this and knew that the decision to leave the capital city was a strategic move, when he turned back to look, his heart ached. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he knelt down and bawled, "Your son shall leave. Father, take care." The bustling crowd quietened down. Several children were led down the carriage by the concubines as they bowed towards the city. "Emperor grandfather, your grandson and granddaughter shall bid farewell." The children weren't nervous or upset. Now that they were bidding farewell, they felt an inexplicable sense of sadness as they started to cry. City Tower, the Crown Prince looked on as a eunuch stepped forward and whispered, "Crown Prince, Tao Master Pei has sent word that he wants King Lu to stay in the capital city." Why didn't the Crown Prince ask King Lu to stay in the capital city? Why did the Crown Prince allow King Lu to leave? Hearing the words of the eunuch, the Crown Prince paused for some time before replying, "We are after all brothers. Why should we leave him to fight amongst ourselves? Leaving the capital city was the wish of my father, and I have no other choice. Besides, since ancient times, it has been a tradition for the princes to leave the capital city. Since King Lu has gone to Qin Prefecture, he should be able to hold his own." Although this was what he said, King Lu finally left. The Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief, as though he had removed a huge boulder from his shoulders. Imperial Palace, a eunuch entered and looked at the emperor. He noticed that the emperor wasn't even looking at him and was busy reading the report. The eunuch then knelt down in a corner. The emperor was reading a report, and it was about the magistrate of Enji Prefecture, Yubai. He muttered to himself, as he had some impression of this Yubai. He followed the imperial court closely, opened up the fields, and supported the mulberry industry. The last time he was here, he was even rated as excellent. Why did this happen? Just as he was muttering to himself, the emperor suddenly felt extremely tired. He stopped what he was doing and stood up. He paced around, feeling extremely frustrated. He then leaned back in his chair and retrieved a wet towel to cover his forehead. After some time, the emperor handed the towel back to the eunuch. He then turned around and asked, "Where's King Lu now?" Cough, cough. The eunuch who was kneeling down reported, "Your Majesty, King Lu has arrived at the city gates. He is kneeling down and crying as he bids his farewells. The other princesses and grandchildren are also crying as they bid their farewells." Hearing this news, the emperor raised his brush as his hands trembled. Preposterous. It wasn't known if he was scolding the official or scolding the report. The eunuch trembled as he hurriedly knelt down on the ground. The entire study room was silent, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After some time, the emperor coughed. The eunuch raised his head to look at the emperor as tears rolled down the corners of the emperor's eyes. The eunuch finally understood. The emperor wasn't willing to let King Lu leave the capital city, but he had no choice. Thinking back to the years when the emperor was in control of the seas, he had never seen any injustice. Back then, he had killed all the injustice. At this point, the emperor felt a sense of sorrow. The emperor reacted at this point and pretended to be impatient. He then read the report. "This bastard is insane. There's no need for a trial. He shall be executed immediately. Ug General Gao Shuani shall be sacrificed. He shall be posthumously conferred the title of Zhao Yi General." It was as though he was reprimanding the report. After he finished reading, he turned to the eunuch. "Go and take care of the report. Send it to the imperial cabinet and prepare the posthumous conferment." "Yes, your Majesty." The eunuch received the report and retreated. "All of you are dismissed as well." Seeing that everyone had left, the emperor's face was filled with exhaustion. He leaned back on his chair and threw his brush to the ground. Two streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Near the capital city, the sky was dark and gloomy. Thick clouds hung in the sky. The carriages along the roads were already laid out. The carriages were wrapped tightly with tarpaulin. The black-robed guards who were walking along the road clanked noisily as they walked. The pedestrians on the road saw them from afar and avoided them. King Lu sat within the carriage as eunuch Liao fed him some ginseng and meat porridge. King Lu was still rather skinny and couldn't afford to eat oily meat. "Your Majesty, it's been hard on you," eunuch Liao said as he fed him. King Lu was still in a state of disbelief. He took a bite and waved his hands to indicate that he didn't want any more. He then looked out the window and said, "What's so bad about this?" The carriage continued to move forward as they got further and further away from the capital city. King Lu suddenly felt as though he had lost something important to him. It was as though he had been freed from some sort of pressure. A sense of panic started to well up within him. King Lu raised his head. His expression had changed. "Has the relay station been prepared?" Xie Chengdong, who was seated beside him, spoke out. "Everything has been prepared. We're just waiting for King Lu's arrival. Then, we can execute the plan. King Lu, your body is still weak. Furthermore, you just traveled a long distance. You can't be too tired. Why don't you take a nap?" When King Lu heard this, he leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Xie Chengdong and eunuch Liao looked at each other before they quietly alighted from the carriage and moved to the back. Eunuch Liao leaned over to speak. At this point, a black-robed guard hurried forward. Eunuch Liao reached out to receive the piece of paper. When he opened it, he was shocked. Enji Prefecture's Magistrate Yu Bai was reported to have attempted to assassinate General Yu Ji. The emperor was in a bad mood and decided to execute him. Eunuch Liao read it out softly. His voice was filled with astonishment. This Pei Ziyun's counterattack was swift and ruthless. His methods were similar to the methods he used against King Lu. It was extremely powerful. Xie Chengdong spoke out coldly. A mere magistrate was defeated within a few rounds. Looks like he was the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan. "What do we do now?" Eunuch Liao asked. Xie Chengdong cleared his throat. "The most important thing now is to get King Lu to join us. It's just that King Lu is now a Canton king. We've only allocated 5,000 soldiers, and that's far from enough. The most important thing now is to restore the position of King Lu and have him in control of 3 prefectures. That way, we won't be able to do anything to him." Xie Chengdong spoke out. "This Yu Bai, since the emperor has already given his orders, nobody can save him. Even if he doesn't approve, we can't afford to cause any more problems. As for Pei Ziyun, we can't afford to have any conflict with him. Let's just keep a close eye on him." "All right." With Mr. Xie's words, I can be at ease. As for the details, we shall discuss them when His Highness wakes up. Eunuch Liao spoke as he turned around to look at King Lu's carriage. He then stood up and walked out. "I shall take a nap as well. The past few days have been tough." "Eunuch Liao, please go ahead." Seeing that Eunuch Liao had left and no one else was around, Xie Chengdong revealed a look of exhaustion. This Enji Prefecture Magistrate Yu Bai was just a pawn who had crossed the river. Although he didn't manage to cause any trouble for Pei Ziyun, he had achieved his goal. He had confirmed that Pei Ziyun was indeed the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan. "Pei Ziyun, not only are you talented in literature and Dao arts, you're also very knowledgeable in the art of strategy." Chapter 258. Governor's Mansion. The vines on the parapet wall had already started to grow leaves. Within the parapet wall, the trees were lush and lush. A faint red mist could be seen everywhere, and birds could be seen foraging for food. There were carriages all around the entrance, as the officials welcomed and sent them in. When they entered the mansion, they saw soldiers standing guard with swords on their backs. When they entered the mansion, it was a bustling scene. The serving maids were busily packing up their belongings. The butler was busy arranging for servants to fill up the carriages. Within the study, A middle-aged man was drinking tea with the governor. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. The two of them were seated at the same table and felt extremely comfortable. This was the newly appointed governor, Gong Yun. Both of them were very courteous to each other. This was because the governor had made many achievements in the past. He had lifted the ban on the sea, increased the revenue from the customs, and wiped out the pirates. Furthermore, he had managed to uncover the murder of the UG general. Although Gong Yun was appointed as the governor of Ing Prefecture, he wouldn't rush him or be rude. "Brother Gong, since you're here to replace me, I have to order the servants to clean up the place. We can't occupy the governor's mansion any longer." The governor was in high spirits, and a smile could be seen on his face as he sipped his tea. He felt as if he were floating, as if he were about to fly. Gong Yin took a sip as well. "Brotherly, you're not being honest. It's obvious that you're thinking of a promotion, which is why you refuse to stay in the governor's mansion. You even told me to give up my mansion. You know me best, Brother Gong." The governor didn't deny it as he smiled and asked, "Have there been any rumors in the capital city recently? Tell me about it." Gong Yun then spoke softly. "This year, the grand princess daughter, the Canton princess, performed a song on the zither. Her skills were appreciated by the majesty, and she was summoned to play the zither." Why? The governor was in a good mood and couldn't help but start gossiping. On one hand, it's because the Canton princess's zither skills have improved by leaps and bounds. I've heard it before, and it's no wonder she's a descendant of the Tianhuang Empire. Her skills are much better than those of the craftsmen. Secondly, King Lu left the capital city and cried. This caused the majesty to be worried. AI. Gong Yin sighed. When the governor heard this, he turned around and thought, if that's the case, the crown prince's position is stable. That's true. King Lu has already left the vassal state, and the relationship between the crown prince and the crown prince is set in stone. Although he has another son, he isn't that outstanding. Both of them were thoughtful people. After saying that, they didn't talk about it anymore. A butler entered the room. He was around 40 years of age and had a fair complexion. He looked extremely intelligent and capable. He then whispered, "Your Excellency, everything has been packed up. Only the study room is left. What do you think? You guys always look forward to returning to the capital. You've only been with me for a few years, and you already want to go home so much." The governor smiled and pointed at him. "All right, Brother Gong, let's go out for a walk. We shouldn't delay you any longer." Gong Yin stood up and smiled. "Just now when I heard brotherly scolding your family, I was still smiling. I didn't expect you to be more concerned about your family than the servants. Come, let's go and enjoy the scenery." The two of them went out and walked along the corridor, passing by a fake mountain and a pond. They were chatting about recent events when someone hurried up to them. "Your Excellency, an imperial edict has arrived." "An imperial edict?" The governor paused before regaining his composure and ordered, "All movements are to stop and do not make any noise. Prepare the incense sticks to receive the imperial edict." Yes. The governor and the newly appointed governor were dressed neatly as they rushed out and knelt down to receive the imperial edict. The eunuch nodded his head as he held the imperial edict in his hands. He then walked over to the governor and said, "Your subject Min, Gong Yun, respectfully greets the emperor." "Your Majesty greets the emperor." The eunuch replied before reading the imperial edict. "Decrees. The magistrate of Enji Prefecture, Yubai, has gone mad. There's no need for a trial. He shall be stripped of his official position and executed immediately. All officials shall witness his execution." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the imperial edict was read, the governor stepped forward to receive it. The eunuch smiled. "This lowly official has brought 2 edicts. This one is for you, and the other is for the deceased UG General, Gao Shuani. This lowly official shall not stay any longer." "Eunuch, please go ahead." Seeing the eunuch leave, Li Min sighed. In the blink of an eye, the magistrate has become a prisoner on death row. What a pity. As he said this, he handed the imperial edict to Gong Yun. Gong Yun was a scholar and had never witnessed an execution before. He was a little afraid of it. When he saw the imperial edict being handed to him, he couldn't help but shudder. He then said, "The handover has not been completed. Brother Li, I think it's better for you to oversee the execution." Hearing these words, Li Min laughed. He knew that Gong Yun was a scholar and was afraid of such an execution. He then said, "It's good that there's a beginning and an end. But, Brother Gong, do you know the difference between a local official and a capital official?" "Oh, please enlighten me, Brother Li." Gong Yun paused before clasping his hands and asking for advice. Li Min took a stroll as Gong Yun followed him. When they reached the railing, Li Min looked out at the pond and sighed. As a local official, the first thing is power, the second is prestige. Being in charge of promotions and promotions, prestige means killing people. If I were to kill the magistrate, I would leave behind a good reputation. Brother Gong, if you were to kill the magistrate, you would gain prestige and nobody would dare to offend you. Before I, Li Min, leave, I will do my best to help out. The governor laughed. "Many thanks, Brother Li. To have you as a good friend is a great blessing in my life." Gong Yun paused before regaining his composure. He then clasped his hands and said, "I've been enlightened. I didn't expect that the first thing I, Gong Yun, do when I come to Ing Prefecture will be to kill someone. Since the emperor has gathered all the officials in the city, let's set a rule. There's no need to summon people from other counties." Li Min laughed out, "Great." Seeing that Gong Yun had a sense of propriety, he then laughed, "Great." Gong Yun didn't decline and immediately passed down the order. His subordinates all acknowledged the order and spread it out. The next day, execution grounds, this was the first time Gong Yun was handling such a matter, and he was extremely serious about it. He personally arranged for the bailiffs to maintain the execution grounds. Because he did not implicate the family members, he allowed the family members to collect the corpse. Furthermore, there were more than 10 officials of the 9th rank and above. Reed mats were set up and seats were arranged for everyone to sit. Gong Yun arrived at the stage where the executioner was held. There were 2 chairs on either side of her. Li Min looked around and noticed that dozens of officials had arrived. Even Pei Ziyun was present. She then pointed at him. "This is the man who killed Yu Bai. He's very powerful." Gong Yun heard this as well and turned around to look. He saw Pei Ziyun sitting on a 7th-ranked mat, drinking tea. He wasn't even 20 years old and wore a bamboo crown. He was dressed in a large robe and looked like a gentleman. He didn't seem to have a close relationship with the crown prince. Furthermore, he had killed a magistrate just like that. These Taoists really had some tricks up their sleeves. Gong Yun looked at him and took note of what was happening. The criminal has been brought in. A shout was heard, and the atmosphere became tense. Several whips were whipped, and the crowd quietened down. Yu Bai was dragged down from the prison cart. His white prison uniform had changed color and was now covered in a layer of ash. When he was dragged up, he didn't look like an official at all and looked extremely haggard. The executioner stepped forward and wore a red bandana. He was tall and sturdy and carried a bowl of wine. Just as he was about to feed Yu Bai refused to drink. He bit down on his head and smashed the bowl. The executioner had seen situations like this many times and didn't bother to pour the wine. He laughed coldly and raised his blade. As soon as he gave the order, he would execute Yu Bai. Although Yu Bai had committed a heinous crime and harmed himself, he was a diligent man who loved his people. Especially when it came to reclaiming the land, he was meritorious. He deserves a cup of wine. Li Min sighed as she stood up and walked up to the execution grounds. She then took the jug of wine and looked at Yu Bai. "Yu Bai, I'm here to send you off. This is an imperial decree. Nobody can do anything about it. Drink it, you'll feel better. You shouldn't have offended someone you shouldn't have." Hearing the governor's words, Yu Bai raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. He then gulped down the wine and shouted, "I hate him." Li Min returned to her seat, and Gong Yun held up the wooden block in his hand. He then struck the wooden block and read it out loud. The decree states, "The magistrate of Ing Prefecture, Yu Bai, has lost his mind. There is no need for a trial. He shall be stripped of his official position and executed immediately. All the officials shall witness his execution." As soon as he finished reading, He tossed the token of execution into the air. The red token spun in the air before landing on the ground. The moment it landed on the ground, the executioner raised his blade and chopped down. Pooh! All the officials watching sucked in a breath of cold air as blood spurted out from their mouths. A head flew into the air before landing on the ground. It rolled several times. Its eyes were wide open, as if it wanted to speak. The new governor was expressionless as he looked at Pei Zi-yun. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun's expression was calm, he thought to himself, he's indeed a ruthless character. After killing Yu Bai, Li Min didn't hesitate to set off. A huge boat was waiting for him, with soldiers on board. The officials escorted him to the city gates, but Li Min refused to let them go. Before boarding the boat, he looked back at the prefecture and saw the city walls. He sighed with emotion. Pei Zi-yun alighted from the ox cart to send him off. Li Min stroked his beard and smiled. You're finally here. I waited for a long time. Do you have a farewell poem for me? Your Excellency, have you forgotten something? Pei Zi-yun smiled as well. What? Li Min was startled for a moment, then smiled. Of course I've prepared it. Men, bring me the precious wine bestowed by the emperor. Some time later, a servant brought a jug of wine. Li Min poured 7 cups of wine inside. I drank 7 cups to recognize you, and 7 cups to bid farewell. Pei Zi-yun didn't argue as he downed 7 cups of wine before standing up and reciting. There are few travelers at the crossing of the willows, and the soldiers paddle towards Linchi. Only yearning is like spring, and the south and north send you home. What a good poem! There are few travelers at the crossing of the willows, and the soldiers paddle towards Linchi. With such a poem to send me off, my life is complete. Li Min recited the poem as he laughed and turned around to board the boat. Seeing the governor leave, Pei Zi-yun felt a little melancholic. He then turned to the veiled sect leader. With such an awe-inspiring performance, even if the new governor were to come, both of our sects would be safe. I shall go as well. If there's any news of inform me immediately. Oh yes, this is a new poem by Wine Not Empty. It talks about retribution, and the main characters are General Yu, the magistrate, and the river deity. It's a taboo for our sects to interfere. Since the river deity wants to be famous, it's a win-win situation. The sect leader nodded her head. I shall publish it now. Pei Zi-yun laughed and boarded the boat as well. He then instructed, we shall depart soon. Chapter 259. The boat sailed on the river. The boat continued to move forward, breaking through the waves. Both sides of the river were filled with the colors of spring. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding fields could be seen. Facing the river, Pei Zi-yun's worries were cleared. He sighed and took out a jug of wine. He faced the dark clouds and took a sip. He then pointed his finger in the air and stopped moving. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and grew bigger. It then turned into a translucent information interface and floated in front of him. Master. Level 4, 67. 2%. Sword Techniques. Master, 25. 1%. Dao Principles. Advanced, 39. 6%. Dao Techniques. 43 types. Advanced, 33. 1%. Stars Transposition. Level 3, 15. 7%. Cloud Form. Level 1, 31. 8%. Feng Shui. Master, 0. 9%. Everything else did not change much. It was just that after such a short period of time, his reputation had reached 67%. He then thought to himself, I haven't even published a book recently. Only the officials know about this. Yet my reputation has increased by more than 30% in such a short period of time. Does it mean that my reputation depends on who I am? Does it mean that it would be more useful if the officials knew about it? Thinking this way, he smiled. It was never too much to have more reputation. At this point, the captain shouted, Young master, we've arrived at the pier of Mountain County. Pei Zi-yun was overjoyed as he disembarked the boat. Mountain County was a small county and was close to the mountains. He looked for an inn and realized that it was already full. At this point, the sky was dark and it was raining. The rain was heavy and light at times. Pei Ziyin seemed to have sensed it and looked in a certain direction. He then walked down the eaves of the house and saw the name 100 Year in Zhang. He smiled and looked at the door. Seeing that it was worn down, he knew that even if it wasn't an old inn, it must have been open for a long time. As soon as he entered, the waiter welcomed him. "Young master, are you here to stay or eat?" "I want to stay and eat. I want a good room. Single rooms are the best." "Young master, we don't have a single room. We do have a quiet room. Please." The waiter invited Pei Ziyun into the room. It was almost dusk. He opened the door and lit the lamp. Pei Ziyun sniffed the air and noticed that there was no smell of mold. He then smiled. "Not bad, it's clean." The waiter was immediately energized. He fetched water to wash his face and feet and kept busy. He said, "Of course, my shop is the oldest in the entire county. We never hesitate to serve our customers. Let's not talk about the best room. Even in an ordinary room, the blankets are washed once every 3 days and dried once every 5 days. It's impossible for the blankets to be moldy and dirty." As he spoke, he handed over a hot towel and a cup of tea. The sky was already dark, and Pei Ziyun saw that Pei Ziyun was about to start preparing the dishes and called out to him, "Don't be in such a hurry. Prepare my dishes well. I don't need a lot, just 3 will do. Also, prepare a pot of wine, but it has to be clean and fresh." As he spoke, he threw 2 taels of silver to the waiter. The waiter was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry, young master. The dishes will be served immediately. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." After dinner, the sky had darkened. Pei Ziyin took off his shoes and walked out of the house. Seeing that it was raining everywhere, he went back to his room to read a book before falling asleep. In a daze, the night gradually deepened. It's the middle of the night. Be careful of the candles. The streets were all quiet, and no one was patrolling the streets. Every household had turned off their lights. Only the night watchman carried a small lantern and struck the gong as he walked. The oil in the lamp on the table in his room was getting smaller and smaller. All of a sudden, a spark appeared and was extinguished. At this point, he could hear music playing. Pei Ziyun was sleeping soundly when his inn master stirred. He opened his eyes and stood up. A gust of cold wind blew past as Pei Ziyun sighed. "Indeed, I don't have enough inn master. Even when I'm in my room, it's getting unbearable." As he muttered to himself, he heard the music getting closer and closer. He could even hear the sound of hoofbeats. He looked over and saw the rhythmic footsteps of an ox cart appear before his eyes. This cart was white in color, with a hint of red. He couldn't tell what kind of metal it was made of. There were even armored guards surrounding the cart, and it looked extremely imposing. The ox cart stopped, and a man came down. He was dressed in a red official robe, and looked to be in his 20s or 30s. His face was cold, and his body was surrounded by a white and red glow. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he bowed down. I wouldn't dare. Your Excellency is a 4th-ranked official. Why would you bow down to me?" Pei Ziyun bowed. I deserve it. It's all thanks to your kindness that I was able to receive a posthumous reward. You even wrote a biography of me. Due to the separation of yin and yang, I can't guarantee your kindness. Please drink 3 cups of wine as a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a small table appeared in front of him. The wine flask flew up and filled a cup with wine. He then placed it in front of Pei Ziyun. "I'm ashamed to accept it." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he realized that the wine was red in color and was extremely beneficial to his inn master. He didn't reject it and drank it in one gulp. The moment the wine entered his mouth, it dissolved into spiritual energy. The man tried to persuade him again, but Pei Ziyun shook his head. "Your Excellency, this wine is hard to come by. I shall not drink any more." When a man heard this, he bowed down to Pei Ziyun. Down master's benevolence can only be repaid in the future. In the blink of an eye, the white mist dissipated, and the man and his servant walked further and further away. They seemed to be speaking to each other, but Pei Zi-yun could no longer hear them. As the white mist dissipated, Pei Zi-yun woke up. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. The rain had stopped, and the stars in the night sky seemed to be blinking. Nightmare? No, it's a divine spirit. Listen to me. Is it that Gao Shuani? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he opened up the system. His expression changed. Master, 4th level, 97. 2%. A cup of spiritual wine has increased my cultivation by 30%. Noon a few birds were chirping in the trees outside the relay station. Xie Dong was cultivating when a Taoist hurried over. When he saw that Xie Dong had finished his cultivation, he handed him a piece of paper. Xie Dong was still smiling and had a warm expression on his face. When he saw the piece of paper, his expression changed. He was enraged. What? Pei Zi-yun has gone to Mountain County? When Xie Dong heard the news, his expression changed. Several Taoists who had been following him were shocked. Xie Dong had attained the 10th level of the master stage at such a young age. Normally, he had a calm demeanor and was calm and collected. Why did he lose his composure upon hearing the news? Xie Dong paced back and forth before turning around. Continue to watch over him. If he goes to Yuanqing village, report to me immediately. When the Taoist heard this, he hesitated. Young master, the report said that if we follow him, he would be discovered. We can't follow him at all. Xie Dong paused for some time. This person has been through countless battles and has developed a sharp sense of awareness. If you were to look at him, he would be discovered. This is indeed troublesome. Tell the people below not to look at him personally. They can use my command token to contact the carriage company. They can monitor him through their connections. He's not a Taoist and doesn't have any ill intentions. All they have to do is to record his movements. This way, they can reduce his hostility to the lowest level. Even if he has a sharp sense of awareness, it would be difficult to detect him. Yes, young master. The Taoist then left. At this point, the relay station opened its doors to serve food. Xie Dong kept his anger in check and walked out. Eunuch Liao walked up to him and exchanged glances. How's the situation? Everything's been arranged. Dozens of people were bustling about in the relay station. Before long, the deputy personally carried the food and placed it on the table. There were more than 10 different dishes, some of which were still sizzling as they came out of the pot. Eunuch Liao took a whiff and said, "For this place to be like this, let's taste the food." Yes. A young eunuch stepped forward and tasted the fish. When he tasted it, his face changed. Eunuch Liao then asked, "Could it be that it's poison?" "No, it doesn't seem fresh." The young eunuch hurriedly knelt down and spoke. Eunuch Liao was enraged and called for the deputy, who knelt down. "King Lu, this is a small relay station. How can I prepare fresh fish? The fish were sent here from 70 miles away. The weather is getting warmer and warmer, and I have no choice. Please forgive me, King Lu." The deputy spoke as if he had been wronged. King Lu wanted to eat fresh fish, and the relay station couldn't provide it. "Forget it, there are so many dishes here. How can it not be enough? You may leave." King Lu spoke as he waved for the deputy to leave. The deputy then entered the kitchen. The cook was somewhat uneasy and asked, "Deputy, this is a king we're talking about. If the fish isn't fresh, what should we do?" Hearing the cook's words, the deputy rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. He's just a has-been king. He's not even a king. It's hard to say if he'll even be able to return to the capital city. What are you afraid of? Besides, the crown prince has always been at odds with King Lu. Who knows, he might not even be a king in the future. Outside the window, an imperial guard of King Lu returned. Eunuch Liao stepped forward and asked, "Imperial Guard Zhang, where did you go?" The imperial guard replied angrily, "I wanted to follow the deputy to the kitchen to take a look at the surroundings." Who would have thought that this servant would say that His Highness is no longer a king and would never be able to return to the capital city? Who knows, he might not even be a king in the future. You seem to agree on the surface, but oppose me on the inside. What? The commander of the black-robed guards opened his eyes wide. King Lu was a crown prince and had been in power for many years. Nobody dared to disobey his orders. Who would have thought that after being stripped of his title a few months ago, King Lu's heart would change so drastically? He even dared to look down on this deputy. The commander was enraged as he pulled out his blade and shouted, "This dog dares to insult his highness. Men, follow me and kill him." "Yes," several soldiers replied as their armor clashed against each other. At that point, a wave of killing intent surged out. Seeing that blood was about to spill out of the relay station, an official's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. At this point, King Lu sighed and waved his hands. "Wait." Seeing that the commander had stopped, King Lu paced back and forth, suppressing his anger. After some time, he raised his head and looked into the distance. "In terms of fairness, this relay station doesn't have any fresh fish. In terms of fairness, I'm no longer a king." As he spoke, he walked back and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. He then placed it into his mouth. "I wonder if my descendants will be able to eat this fish in the future." When the people around heard this, tears rolled down their cheeks. Xie Dong wiped away his tears and looked at the other official, who was visibly moved. He then gave Eunuch Liao a look. "It's done." It wasn't that they couldn't be more explicit, such as hiding the fresh fish and using the smelly fish. However, that would be a violation of the rules. The deputy had his own family and his own life, and he had already reached his limit. Furthermore, this was perfect. Even the emperor and the crown prince wouldn't be suspicious, and it would be difficult for them to investigate the matter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.